Bam-a-lam, Black Betty had a child. Bam-a-lam, the damn thing gone wild. Bam-a-lam, she said a word, not a mind. Bam-a-lam, the damn thing gone blind. Bam-a-lam, I said, oh, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam, whoa, Black Betty. Bam-a-lam.
So I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
So I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
So I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
galvanized.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Welcome everybody, here we are down in Cornwall, Landrake Moto Park, and what a venue it is for round 4 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. My name's Jeff Parrott, again joined by Phil G. We get really excited about coming to these events and doing this live stream for you, and right now I have to say that track, you can see it on your screen, is primo.
Yeah, it is. We've been down here since Thursday. The crew have been working tirelessly to make this track look beautiful. Phil Congdon and his crew have been absolutely belting water on it since early doors on Thursday. We've had some overnight rain and all sorts of other stuff, and we've got out and watered it. We've had great practice, and the track is looking absolutely mint.
It's absolutely primo. As I said, this he puts a lot of work in, but today particular, the riders, if they're not happy with track conditions today as it currently stands, then actually put the bike in the van and go home.
Yeah. So, obviously, thank you for joining us here on MXGB-TV, brought to you by Dirt Store. Don't forget to support the people that support the sport. MXGB-TV is our Facebook. Same for Instagram, our website, mxgb-tv.co.uk. And we are also live on moto.tv. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and also put the little bell on so you are reminded. That helps our algorithm no end, and obviously it helps us to bring the action to more people across not just this country, Jeff, but all over the world. We've got riders from South Africa and Spain and all over the place who are all following on our live stream here on MXGB-TV, thanks to Dirt Store. There's a shot of the 74 of Tom Murphy, obviously just having a few last minute tweaks there, just setting maybe putting a clutch in that for the day. But yeah, ready and rev to go, Jeff. Yeah, we are, and no doubt they are putting a new clutch in there for Tom, I should imagine. Yeah, so it's you can see the preps going on. It's great that we're getting a little bit behind the scenes here with everything going on. 75 years, Phil, that we've been doing British motocross. I mean, we haven't. No. I'd like to stress that it feels like it sometimes. But yeah, this is the 75th year of British motocross. And I got to say, it's in a good place right now. Crowd are starting to flood in. We can see them coming up. So we're going to go through the schedule of what you're going to see today. We'll obviously bring you up to speed throughout it. There you go, Phil. Yeah, so first race of the day then, we've had a slight change to the schedule. We've got we're just pulling everything a little bit and trying to get in ahead of the weather a little bit as well at the end of the day. MX125, our RFX125 will kick off at 12 o'clock with their first moto for 20 minutes plus 2 laps. MX2 at 12:45, and the Pico MX1 first race will be at 25 to 2. And then the second lot of racing, RFX 125 at 2:30, MX2 at 3:15, and 4:05 will be the last race of the day, the Pico Factory Racing MX1 race. Obviously, all of this is subject to everything running smoothly through the day, but that is our amended schedule for the day here. The weather here is actually looking pretty decent. As you said, 75 years of the ACU British Championship, but it's also 30 years of this track here at Landrake, Jeff. And Phil Congdon has, unfortunately, our studio camera's gone down. We have a view of the circuit like we have never had here on MXGB-TV. We can see everything that you can see. Very quickly, before we talk about the track, you can just see in the top left corner there a big red bus. That is where we are working from. This time. So Phil down here has brought a second-hand bus. It's in good nick, actually. Yeah. And we are working on the top floor. So it feels like going back to school for me. Yeah, that's Phil Congdon, not me, obviously. I just don't turn up with random double-decker buses. But yeah, so great work. The track's been worked on really, really well. There is the track map, and like I say, we are literally just there by the checkered flag. A nice uphill start here, Jeff, and the ground. This is going to be our first hard-pack race of the year, and it will be interesting to see who starts to shine when we move away from the sand. Yeah, this is quite a few people. We had the 125 riders in the Michelin Academy last night, and we asked them, or I asked them, I say, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being your favourite, who likes the Landrake and hardpack? And some of them even rated it a 3 or 2. So some of them... oh, there we are. Look, we can wave. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you can see. There we are. We're at the top floor up there. There's Phil's Landrake Motor Park bus. I love the way he's even put like on the scrolling destination on the front and the back. Yeah. It's even got a private plate on it as well. He drives it just down the road. Yeah, it runs and drives this thing. This isn't just abandoned. He will take this back up to the farm after the meeting. So lots and lots of props to Phil Congdon and everybody down here at Landrake Motor Park. I know they put a lot of work in down this neck of the woods. And great to be in Cornwall again, Jeff. Enjoyed the race last year. Here's our 125 guys already in the holding area. Yeah, as they get ready for this opening moto, the RFX 125, we're going to get the current standings up.
there you go. That's where we're at in this championship after 3 rounds. Drew Stock winning all but one race, and that one race that he didn't win came in spectacular fashion last time out at Ling between him and Brian Giles on the last corner. They both went down. They had about 20 feet to go to the flag, but Drew didn't get up quite quick enough.
Electric start on the case, which I wasn't aware of.
So his win streak came to an end, but let's be honest, 5 race wins in a second is pretty tidy.
Yeah, and to be fair, he was really pragmatic about that. He just said, Brian had run him down, and it certainly worked in his favour.
Marzak there on the S-Briggs Yamaha looking particularly good as well in second place. He was also flying in qualifying, as with a lot of them, but I think Drew topped the qualifying there. So again, looking good for Drew Stock. But remember, there is a bit of an age difference. Harley Marzak, of course, is much younger. As we're moving into the MX2,
can you call Charlie Heyman a runaway leader at this point?
I wouldn't say runaway, but I would say, as we highlighted last time out, his confidence seems to be exuberating back to when he was that dominant rider in youth motocross. That kind of sense about him and aura is back, and I think he really realises that he's got an opportunity here. He finished second in the championship last year, and he has absolutely come out swinging. And I've got to say, he is riding so smooth and fluid and really relaxed.
But second through down to 9th, Jeff, so tight. Jamie Keith obviously had a mare. He was the cause of one of the stoppages up there at Ling. So great to see Jamie. Rode last week and at Oxford Motor Park. He's back today, this weekend, so not going to miss a round of the British other than that one DNF, so good to see him. But yeah, the 422 definitely on a bit of a rip, and it will be interesting to see how he goes, because I kind of have him down as not a specialist sand rider.
And then we got the Jude Morris Under 21 Championship. Great, again, just big up to the whole Jude Morris Foundation, doing great stuff there in Jude's memory, and everybody keeps supporting that, because all that money that comes in, they are investing it back into the sport, and it's a welcome boost. So all in his memory, great stuff. Charlie Heyman, Under 21. In fact, there's pretty much there's not too many riders now in the sharp end of MX2 that are over 21, so it kind of mirrors the MX2 standings.
Yeah, we're missing Tommy Searle from there. Obviously, he's the veteran of the championship. Tommy qualified, I think, in 11th place, so he is not going to be getting to the gate early. But that is your Jude Morris Foundation Under 21 championship standings, and as a result, we've got just have a quick look, see what the qualifying is. We'll run through that in a bit as we get to each of the races. But that's your Jude Morris Under 21s, and then obviously moving on to our Apico Factory MX1.
Yeah, that'll be coming up next. And again, the Apico Apico MX1 title is also it's going to be an absolute barn burner all the way to the final round. You can see it, just 5 points separating the top 3. Ben Watson, Conrad Muse and Oriol Olivier. They were absolutely at it. Obviously, we lost Adam Sterry early doors in this championship, who you would have expected to probably be in that mix and make it a 4-way battle as well. But that's no disrespect to Taylor Hamill, sitting there in 4th, who is knocking on the door of an overall podium, definitely.
He's been impressive on that Dixon Kawasaki. Obviously, Tristan Perlin, he swapped bike this weekend. He's out there on the 772 Kawasaki, so we'll be interested to see how he was. His qualification was actually pretty decent as well. But having a conversation with Charlie in the hospitality earlier on, 25% of the registered riders in MX1 are injured or missing this weekend. So we've had it, obviously we've got Dan Thornhill, Adam Sterry, a couple of other guys as well. So it has been quite a year of attrition so far, but we've still got a really decent quality entry in MX1, and obviously the addition there of the number 98 of Todd Kellett on the SR Moto Blues Honda, who will be making his Honda racing debut here in front of his 2026-2027 beach race campaign. So that'll be interesting to see.
It will be. We're going to try and get Todd in here. We hopefully he's going to come in at some point throughout the day, because he's always good for a chat, and obviously started off in motocross and he's done a few laps around here, I can tell you. So I said to him earlier on, he said he's not the kind of rider that would just go for a little jolly round. That's the thing. So as much as he's just kind of stepping in for a bit of fun, when he gets behind that start gate, he's an out-and-out racer.
He is. So there are our qualifiers. Then there is the red plate of the 418 of Drew Stock, and he is there in pole position. And like I say, we are going live now on FIM FIM-Moto.TV. So shout out to all you guys watching on FIM-Moto.TV. We are right in the, like I say, the southwest corner of the United Kingdom, and ready to rock for our first race of the day. There's the 581 of Harley Marjak.
Yeah, getting a little encouraging hug there from team boss Spencer Briggs there. Encouraging the boys, as we've mentioned before, S Briggs team doing a grand job.
Yeah.
Bringing the British talent through.
Ollie Waters qualified third, so Ollie's on a bit of a rip on that Joe Cox Cranes KTM. Then it was Finley J on the 357. He is there in fourth as they fire up. So if we can get our qualifying up on there, we can run through that. The engine's then up and ready to run. And yeah, a bit of cloud cover, but I think that's going to help us out. And with keeping the track in prime condition. We're going to take a word from all of our sponsors and partners, and we will be back with the first race of the day, which is the RFX 125 Championship Round 4, Race 1.
Everybody look at this venue. It is absolutely looking stunning. All the branding, just the layout, natural layout in a nice rolling valley. The car park is starting to fill up big time with spectators coming in. It's a brilliant venue. I'm glad that we come here every year, and it's obviously great for this region as well, Bill, that we come down here every year and lay on a show.
It is indeed, and one of my favourite places to come and watch motocross, the view of the whole of the circuit from wherever you stand. We've got a nice spectator area up in the centre of the track as well, which you can access between races. So, yeah, you get a feel of being close to the action here at Landrake, but still able to see everything else. The track is coming in an absolute treat. Let's have a look at our qualification times quickly then for our RFX 125. Our top 40 qualifiers, and it was the championship leader Drew Stock that took pole position then with a 2:13. The second clear of Harley Marjack, then Ollie Waters, Finley J, Archie Stapey, Joel Winstanley Dawson, Lucas Moncrief, Fabian Junior Morrison, Alfie Geddes-Green, and the TM of Alfie Heron.
I'm just going to intersect there. If you're wondering who the hell Finley J is, I'm not going to get into the details, but that is actually Finley Pickering, who approached us this morning and saying, can you change my name to Finley J? I'm going to leave it at that. I don't know the reasons why. That's on his request. So if you're a Finley Pickering fan and wondering where the hell he is, that's actually Finley J. Okay, we're not calling his name wrong. That's on request.
Yeah, so Brindley there in 11th, Collins 12th, Harry Hall 13th, Oakley Kettle, Leo Wilson 15th, Ollie Rees-Williams in 16th, Butterfield, Archie Congdon, grandson of Phil, our track owner, in 18th, Charlie Hobden 19th, and Oscar Gillen in 20, and they are all out on their site lap for race 1 here this weekend. Are we going to pick a winner? Right, so we'll go and have a word with our sponsors, and we'll be back with our first gate drop of the day for RFX 125 race 1.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
From the start of the opening RFX 125 Moto, there's Harley Marjack doing his little final prep, his warm-up exercises, obviously get the blood flowing and pumping around his body. There's Finley J, or Finley Pickering. As we said, we just mentioned why he's requested a name change. So there he is, 357. As we work our way down the line, these young men, I want to stress that, obviously they are still, you could say they're still kids, but they're right on the cusp of obviously becoming young adults, and emotions run high, testosterone is all over the place. They're prone to make mistakes, which makes this 125 racing always so good to watch.
Yeah, there's the 531 of Harley Marjack. So he's been pretty decent this year, and we've got Joel Winstanley Dawson in there, the 10 of Alfie Heron. There's Alfie Geddes-Green on the RAS Yamaha, the 111. He's traipsed all the way over from Ling Country, so this is a long way for him to come, but again, it's a national series, and we like to all corners of the globe, metaphorically speaking. We're off to Wales in a month's time at Monster Mountain, so our first trip outside of England for round 5, which will be in July, as these guys start to head to the line. We can see the little feet, the steps that they have hanging off the bars to get so they can put them down on the grate, and just keeps their feet nice and high for the blast off of the gate. Never used them myself, Jeff, and I'm sure that they predate you as well, or you predate them as well.
I wish they were around when I was there. I wish I would have thought it. With my stumpy little ET legs, I definitely needed them. Yeah, I was always a 1 foot on the ground guy, frankly, because I couldn't put 2 feet down. So that's why. Yeah, it's the way it's gone. I mean, some of them now don't even take their feet off the foot pegs and just balance on their toes. I'm still not sure if it's a cool thing or not, but there we go. So they're starting to line up. You'll see, I would guess, favour the majority of riders are going to go as they look up the start straight. They are going to go to the left of the start box. There you can see it behind them, that wooden box. That's what they call it, the doghouse. That's where the starter will stamp on the pedal. If you're new to motocross and you're wondering what all that is about, that's set behind the riders, because obviously some riders had a tendency to look over their shoulder and see the guy stamping on the pedal. That's why they can't see that. So if you're new to the sport, that's called the doghouse, the start doghouse. And from in there, the starter will look through those little slats, look up to the guy or the woman with the 15 5-second board, and then after the 5-second board is turned sideways or flip round, anytime after 5 seconds, that gate will drop.
Yeah, so Drew Stott there on the red plate 4 and 8. He's gone slightly to the right as the doghouse as we look at it. Alan Eves is our starter, a good motocrosser back in the day, and he's been doing all of our starting for quite a long while. So he'll be the man that's in there banging that pedal down. So Stock starting in the middle of the gate. Alfie Heron there next to him. Fabian Junior Morrison on the 259 there on the KTM. The 311 coming to the gate quite late. That is Archie Butcherfield. So he's managed to drop in next to our championship leader. And then there is the 357 of Finley J. And the 457 in there as well. Like I say, it's all that's Leo Wilson. So nobody really. It's not like a lot of tracks where everybody goes down the inside or whatever. Everybody's kind of got, and there will be some of these guys who will have looked. Now the thing that you've got to remember is the start. They go up the right hand side of the start straight during the lap. So if you can get over onto that early, that is going to be harder packed
and drier,
but it's going to be a tighter turn into turn 1. So green flag out the back then, Jeff. We are ready to go. First or MXGB-TV and RFX 125 race 1.
15-second board is up. You can't see that. We're going to focus on the riders and the gate drop here. We can see the 15-second board out of our commentary bus here. It's turn to 5, so here we go. It's engage.
Away they go. Looks like Stock got a decent jump out of the front. Oh, it's the 311. So the man that we were saying, oh, look at him, he's in there next. Stapley does a knack. Is that Stapley 484? I think it is.
Could have been. It was either that or Miles. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was. And Miles Jack was just behind him.
It's Fabian Junior Morrison that leads him away on the 259. A real notch scrub there as well.
Well, that's where he's got the number from.
It is.
One of his heroes, I think. So this is the first time we've seen Fabian out in the lead, I think, ever. Oh, he makes a big mistake.
Nearly down there. Well, the race rest of the pack screaming by the bus here, but Fabian Junior Morrison was at lead, but I think he's gone wide at the bottom. Stock's looked down, maybe he's picked some mud up on the back brake that our race leader then changes, but the whole shot will be the 259 of Fabian Junior Morrison as they come through the waves on the first lap. A few guys running wide. See where our fancied runners are, Jeff.
Well, I can tell you right now, the guy that has been dominating this series is right there again, controlling the pace from the front, and we've seen him certainly in the first 2 rounds just do that so well. He gets out in front, he pulls a gap, he manages the gap, he doesn't try to pull away by a stupid amount, and when anybody's got close to him, he's up the game, with the exception of Ling, where Brian Giles really caught him on the last lap and ultimately had that big incident on the final corner.
Yeah, so here's the Stockman starting to. This is the tricky part of the track. There's been some work between practice and qualifying and race 1. They've just tidied up the few little bits that were still a little bit wet, but this is looking really nice and technical. There'll be guys that are really ready for this weekend. The trick stop on the JK Yamaha, a little bit just there already, Jeff.
That's
I did see
nuts.
Finley J. He came across the line in 32nd place, so he obviously had a tumble between the start and coming across the line for the first quarter of a lap. Oh, and Stock's nearly down.
Going to go face backwards. He's going to lose the race lead, is he?
He is indeed.
Okay, it's Alfie Geddes Green there then. That's in. Was in third, now in second. The rider from up there in East Anglia.
Oh, so that's a big deal for him. The 311 is still there in 4th place. He was the man that looked like he was going to get the whole shot. But Fabian Junior Morrison is going to do what he did today. He's wheeling up the start straight. He's down to be jumping up and down at that one. So here's the rest of them coming through then. Let's have a look and see who we've got.
I saw Drew stop there, just
fancied runners. There's the 454. He's there in about 10th or 11th. You can see how these guys have spread out on the first lap, Jeff. It's a real technical circuit. All their number boards all filled in as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I saw not your Phil,
Yeah.
Drew just adjusting his clutch as he's coming. He seems very calm and relaxed even after that mistake.
Yeah, Joel Winstanley Dawson, he came through in 11, but there is our race leader, the 2:59, and he's already coming under pressure from Alfie Geddes Green. And Green's been, I think Green's been on the podium in this 125 class. But oh, what a beautiful path. This is what technical tracks allow you to do. Just go outside, inside, different lines, and Alfie Geddes Green then on the RAS Yamaha takes the lead.
Yeah,
he didn't race here last year, Jeff. He was defending his centre championship up in his neck of the woods, so missed out on the trip to Landrake. And but he is there on that 111 RAS Yamaha,
and he has got the quickest lap of the race. The Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race is the rider currently on screen on that first complete full lap, and that is Alfie Geddes Green. But of course, let's see. This is, well, I say complete full lap. This will be actually their first full lap after coming off the start. So let's see if that changes. But it looks like Drew's not wasting any time. He's kept composed. He made that mistake. He would have been a bit gutted about that. But at the same time, he's got plenty of time here.
And like I say, not a stranger to hard pack. He's ridden all over the place, AMX Championships and stuff. Oh, nice little line there. See, Jeff, he just managed to pull himself inside the rut and get, leaders down. Looks like Geddes Green has lobbed it at the top. Just looks like he maybe just got knifed the front on the way into the rut. So Alfie Geddes Green on the RAS Yamaha, he tips out of the lead. And it was at this point on the last lap that we saw Drew Stock get all out of shape and lose the lead. And then all of a sudden, he is back into pole position in this first of our RFX 125 races.
What's going to be happening here is these ruts are starting to dry rapidly, and then where there was a little bit of give in them in practice and in qualifying, now they're starting to firm up, and the riders are coming into them, and it's standing the bike up, Phil, isn't it? That's what you can see happening.
There's no give in the track. So that was a shame for Alfie Geddes Green, because he was definitely there. So we've got we've got split times there. We've got split times on our timing here, but it looks like they might be working on there, because obviously Alfie Geddes Green showing as second. He led across the... Oh no, he didn't. He was second across the line last time. So this is the next complete lap after Geddes Green tipped off after taking the lead. We will see how it is. Drew Stock then, Phoenix Tools' fastest lap of the race.
So Harley Marzak is starting to come up to speed. I can see he's starting to get into the groove now as he closes in on Fabian Morrison there. You can see in the background doing his thing. Archie Butterfield still holding strong, made a good start. We haven't seen Archie run this high up the field. He's still there in fourth and looking pretty solid, I have to say. Top three is starting to just gap out a little bit. I can see in the background that Archie was just being, I think, bullied out of the way by, look like Ollie Waters there.
Joel Winstanley Dawson also making some moves, Jeff. He was over the line in sixth. Geddes Green fell to seventh, 9 seconds off the lead, so he's still got a chance of pulling a result out in this one. But 2:13 for Joel Winstanley Dawson on that last lap. So he is a man on the move as they jump down from the top field.
Yeah, the famous Landrake leap, they call that. Lovely
jump as well. Only get used for the British Championship. I don't use it for the club meetings and stuff that they run down here locally.
So here we go, Marzak up to second now. Now, we know from round one, where I wouldn't say a surprise, really, but he was so solid at round one for a debutant in the 125 class at 13 years of age.
Yes, and let's not forget, he is a good bit younger than Drew Stock. Drew Stock is almost a veteran of this class now. Obviously, he came up off a big wheel 85, and I think he was his first year on a 125 last year. But he knows his way around the championship, whereas obviously Marjak, coming from 85 last year, this is his first big bike championship.
Exactly that, yeah, you know. And he's got a real run at it, a real shot. I remember Hayden Statt is out of the championship effectively after an injury, so we won't be seeing him for a while. But Marzak has been really honest, putting it to Stock, and he's doing it again. Look at this, he's actually starting to take back that gap. I don't think Drew is any little bit worried about it. He seems to be so confident in his ability to control the race pace from the front. So I don't think he'll panic, but Marzak is coming on strong.
Yeah, and like I say, as we saw at Ling, Stock losing out on that the double race win from Brian Giles with a formation tip-off on that final corner. But he was pretty pragmatic about that, didn't lose any sleep over it. Yeah, okay, it is what it is. It wasn't a championship threat. But Marzak may well be, when they come down to it. It's not going to take much. Let's not forget that obviously Drew has had a wrist injury that he's been carrying for a couple of rounds as well. So Phoenix Tools' fastest lap is indeed Harley Marzak then. and he's gone fastest with a 2:09.8. Winstanley Dawson is up to 5th, so he's closing in on Ollie Waters on the 4:55.
Going back to what I said earlier when we said the Michelin Academy, Joel Winstanley Dawson was part of that, and he rated, like I asked him to rate the track, how much they like it out of 10. He gave it a 9. So it's one of his more favourable tracks.
This is a bit of him, and he obviously where he practices up there at Abram Motor Park, owned by his granddad Ken Winstanley. That is one of those tracks that is very, very hard pack. He knows his way around blue groove stuff, and whilst I don't think we're going to get that here today, it's certainly not the sand that we've enjoyed for the first 3 rounds. So Marjak doesn't look like he's closing quickly on Drew Stott. So 1.5 seconds across the time last time by on our K-Tech tower there at the side of your screen.
Well, I think he bridged the gap pretty quick, and then Drew's just gone, okay, that's close enough, I'll step it up now. So it'll be interesting to see next lap around. Drew's already gone the quickest rider on track in this first sector on this lap.
Yes.
So, like I said, you haven't got the sector times on your screen, but we've got them here. So Drew stepping up, not by much, but he was the quickest rider we've got just 2 sections around here, but in the second sector it looks like Marzak pegged that back again. This is a straight up battle. They are absolutely riding off into the distance. Look at the gap already in 1.5 laps between since Marzak passed Fabian Morrison and to what it is now.
Yeah, I mean, Fabian Morrison now had a really good start. Obviously gave it his all for the first couple of laps, but he's sitting there in a very, very creditable 3rd place, and if he can hang on to that, he'll be well pleased with that. But these boys then running away a little bit out the front, as Jeff just said, and the track's starting to offer up a few choices, especially down this end of the circuit where we saw the lead change with Alfie Geddes Green. And those boys both running tight into the wave, a little bit of dust kicking up as well. We've got some nice cloud cover here today at the moment, so we will be hoping that we don't get to dry out too much.
Yeah, that should help. Just saw Christopher Brindley way down the field. He's been putting a pretty good championship together so far, but I'm not sure what's happened to him, but he's quite a ways down the list.
Massive moment for Marjak, and Jay, you were looking at the timing. Marjak had a real kicker up that step up there, and he was almost off that. Sort of phased him though. He's still diving in there over that inside hump to miss the big rut on the way outside, and the Brinks Yamaha man is looking like he really fancies a little bit of this. Alfie Geddes Green is back up to 5th, so he's managed to put a pass on Joel Winstanley Dawson on that lap. Dawson was on his way to the front, was closing in on Ollie Waters, but Geddes Green back up to 5th after dropping down to 7th.
Yeah, as the top 2 check out, you can see the gap now is up to 10 seconds between over 3rd place Fabian Morrison, Ollie Waters and Alfie Geddes Green and Joel Winstanley Dawson. Those 4 riders are starting to pinch up, so we will hopefully pick up on that anytime soon. Obviously we will keep an eye on what's going on with these front 2, but the battle for 3rd has suddenly become a 4-way battle. And so Fabian Morrison, I don't think he's ever nailed down a 3rd in the British Championship, so he needs to keep looking forward, because right now he is under pressure from Ollie Waters, Alfie Geddes Green and Joel Winstanley Dawson. Then we've got Archie Butterfield there for 7th, 8th is Leo Wilson, actually Lucas Moncrief for 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Alfie Heron, all the way over from Ireland.
Yeah, Heron then doing well on the tee, and now here is the battle for, as Jeff said, that 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position, and they are all coming. There's Alfie Geddes Green closing in very, very quickly now on the KTM of Ollie Waters. He's already disposed of Joel Winstanley Dawson, who was right in this battle about half a lap ago.
Yeah, so Ollie's already gone past Fabian there, but he's still having a strong ride. Alfie running it a little bit wide. Nearly just hooking up on that bank, and that is going to allow Joel Winstanley Dawson. There's Joel round the outside now. We were on the track walk yesterday for the Michelin Academy, and we were talking about going wide and triple, but looks like Joel hasn't been able to pull that off. Lost a bit of time actually going out there.
And for the joys of where we are here at this beautiful Landrake track, we can see the battle for the lead out the window, and it is starting to stretch out a little bit. Drew Stott just pulling a little bit more time on Harley Marjak, so we will stick with this battle on track between Waters, Morrison, Geddes Green and Winstanley as they come down the Landrake lead.
Such a cool part of the circuit, that, and it kind of pinches up at the bottom, but you can slingshot it around the outside. Look how deep those ruts are, sorting them right out, these riders. It's such a technical. Listen, it might not be a track littered with rollers, modern rollers, and step-ons and step-offs. You don't need it.
Oh, big mistake there, Jeff. That's a mistake for Waters, I think.
No,
Yeah, it's Fabian.
Yeah.
So he just went off the side of the track. Sorry for getting across you there.
No worries. No, he's obviously gone off there, lost another position. So, I mean, he hasn't run in the top 3 from ages, from what I can remember. So, probably just feeling the heat a little bit there, Fabian. But it's still a great ride from him. But yeah, and a bit of a pressure there from Getters Green and Win Stanley. Moncrief now up to 8th and closing in on Butterfield. So obviously Lucas is a member of the ACU Academy, the new academy that they've introduced, along with Hayden Stout, who unfortunately is going to be sitting out a fair chunk of this season with a neck injury.
So Finley J up to 18th. So just a quick story on Fabian Morrison. Back a few years ago when he was on, I'm not sure he was on a small wheel or a big wheel, 85. We were down at Cuss's Gorse. And
He's local.
He pulled a whole shot there. And no word of a lie, he had the whole of that main straight up to the finish lead on the first lap. I've never seen anybody run and hide at the front of a field of that class, because there was a lot of quick laps in that BSMA Championship back then. And it was like Kawasaki, which was not the flavour of the month. I've never seen anything like it. He was gone. So good to see him still being able to pull stuff like that in this RFX 125 Championship. The gap at the front between Stock and Marjak is now almost 4 seconds, but this battle for the resurgent Alfie Geddes Green, who obviously tipped it off on the opening lap, or just after he took the lead on the opening full lap, he is trying to close in on the 4.55 of Ollie Waters on the Jow Cox Cranes KTM.
Yeah, again, Stock just managing the situation. This race has absolutely flown by. I can't believe there's only 5 minutes to go already. The guys will be feeling it more than me and Phil, that's for sure, but they are young, fit men, training to become full-time pros, so that's all part and parcel of it. That's what we need. Motocross is one of the most demanding sports. Walter's getting all cross-rutted and jiggy with it, coming a little bit on his exit point there, got it all wrong, on his entry point, sorry. Good recovery though, because he could have easily panicked there and cut the front end as he went across those ruts.
And also noticed that he didn't look back either, Jeff. He just got on with the job of looking where he needed to go, and that will have given Alfie Geddes Green a little bit of time back. There he is in the background, and is that Win Stanley that's now?
I think it is.
I think that's Joel
although I
Winstanley
look at the timing
on the gas that is coming in. Neither of those bikes are this year's model. I'm talking to Dad Joel. They picked a couple of very low hours ones up for this campaign and got them how they wanted them at the end of last year, and have opted to stay with those bikes. So he's got 2 well sorted 125 gases, and he is closing in quite quickly on Waters and Geddes Green after making a mistake and losing time.
Yeah, he is. You can see Al coming down that hill there, the ruts just are grabbing the bottom of the forks. Literally, this is what the riders have to contend with. It's all very well choosing a rut and picking a rut. As much as your wheels are hitting the ground, you can see how the dirt literally hooks on the foot pegs, hooks on the bottom of the forks. You've really got to carry that nice momentum through those ruts. Drew, again, maybe not such a good lap from him there, but he looks in complete control. He's been having a little look over his shoulder. Again, he does that. Some would argue don't do that, but when you're confident enough to manage a gap and you don't need your pit board, that's fine. I mean, he's done it so many times this year, so I'm not going to pull him up for looking behind him. No. He's in complete control. And again, another short look over to the right, just to check the gap between him and Marzak. He's managing this race perfectly, and I would imagine if that gap came down to like less than 3 seconds, you'd probably see him step it up again.
Yeah, 6 and a bit seconds now the gap, so I don't think Marzak has settled for second. I just think that's as much as he's got. He's fought his way through, and as we've seen Stock do so many times, he's just controlled the race from the front, something that he is very, very good at doing. But here's the battle. So Geddes Green still there in 4th. Waters is just off the front of them. There he is. Where's Waters? And then gets that big hook when Stanley Dawson does the same. So a podium in Moto 1 is as good as these guys are going to get. I'll have the chance to talk to you, Jeff, in a few minutes' time. but it will give them a great opportunity to back it up with the second race and take some decent points.
Well, yes, Joel, you can see there ahead of Geddes Green. So he's made that pass to ignore the timing column, because obviously that only updates every time they come over the finish line, and you can see that Joel Winstanley Dawson has already made that move and gone into fourth and is now hunting down Ollie Waters.
Is that Waters ahead? There's Waters. No, so Waters just gone out of shot. And is that should be Fabian Morrison?
Yeah.
No, Fabian Morrison's a long way off the back.
So I reckon that might have changed altogether.
Yeah.
And that is actually... Is that Ollie at the back of that bunch? Well, we're going to find out.
Yeah, we're going to find out in a second. And like I say, we're trying to do everything that we can to keep up to date with what's going on. We'll watch them over the...
Yeah, it is. Ollie Waters, so it's dropped them. So it's now Joel Winstanley Dawson should be in third. There you go. Geddes Green stayed where he was, but it is still a good, And actually, it was a bad lap for Ollie Waters, dropping from 3 to 5th.
So you look away for a second and it all changes. And Joel Winstanley Dawson, you would have to say he's ridden through and overtaken those guys. So I'll forget his screen. He's probably not going to have a lot for him on this final 1 minute plus 2 that we have left in RFX Moto 1. Now here's Yamaha rider down to the bottom corner of this is the lowest point of the circuit where we pull our water from. Marjak then got the gap back to 5 seconds, but I think that's more our race leader controlling.
So Archie Stapley on the second S-Briggs Yamaha just popped himself back into the top 10. Lucas Moncrief on the free flow Madison Crescent Yamaha must have had he was in running 8th a couple of laps ago, so I think he might have made a mistake and dropped outside the top 10.
Yeah, looks like we did lose Chris Brinley early doors in that one.
Yeah.
Jeff, he's down as only doing 3 laps, so not a good start for him here at Landrake today. But there is Geddes Green, like I say, Winstanley Dawson just out the front of shot there, so this battle then has pretty much blown itself out, and it is going to be... I think Winstanley is going to take a well-deserved 3rd place in this one if he just keeps it on the island. Obviously, they put the post back up there as well because they were looking a little bit flat.
Yeah, they were
early doors.
But that is a solid ride from Joel. He was quite a way down the field, and we do know it's one of his favourite circuits. But still, if he does bring this thing in 3rd, he earned that 3rd place because he was quite a ways back. And he's methodically worked his way up. Obviously, the top 2 at that point, though, have just etched out a massive lead as they cross the line. Marzak goes across the line in front of us. Drew Stock has already gone over that finish line. Ignore the time. I was going to say, it can't be a 2-minute lead. There you go. It's a 6.6. So... our window, it still looks weather-wise, we're okay. We've got that good bit of cloud cover. That's Geddes Green. I thought he was off there. He just managed to keep it upright. His foot dragging on the floor almost kind of sprung him back up, but that was a near miss. And now he's under pressure from Ollie Waters, who is fighting back on that J Cox KTM there. So Walters having a second wind after a pretty shaky last lap around. Winstanley Dawson has cleared them, so the battle really that we're looking for on the track right now, it's going to be 2 laps to go next lap around for Drew Stock because time has elapsed. It's all about this 4th place between Geddes Green and Ollie Waters as they went up Landrake Hill. I could see Elfie Geddes Green, the back end breaking away. He did like he was hanging off the side of it as the rear end broke out, and he is under a lot of pressure now from Ollie Waters.
Yeah, race leader then Drew Stock. He's again the gap seesawing a little bit back up to 6 in a bit
he's got him. Sorry, because you didn't see that off screen. I'm just bringing up the speed. Elfie Geddes Green just temporarily stalled it in a corner, and that puts Ollie Waters up into 4.
Oh, he's having a mare then.
Yeah,
Alfie. But it's a good ride all the same. If you can have as big a mare as that, and you're still battling away there in 5th place, but Winstanley Dawson has checked out from these guys. But here is our race leader then. The 2 lap board is already out as he makes his way round his turn 1, and this has started to ride in nice. We had a little bit of prep here between races, Jeff. Let's not forget these guys were out early doors this morning, and they had the worst track conditions that anybody had in practice, with it being like freshly watered and overnight rain. But Drew Stock comes across the line to take the 1 lap to go board in RFX 125 Moto 1, and he will stamp his authority on that red plate. Nicely cut out of the inside. Another quick glance across to see where Marjak is, and nowhere close enough to be a worry. 10 seconds now, the gap on RFX, on our KTEC Tower, sorry. So Waters comes across the line in 5th, Morrison in 4th, sorry, Geddes Green 5th, Morrison 6th, Butterfield 7th, and it should be Heron, Wilson and Stapley your top 10.
Another very controlled race. Yes, he's got 3/4 of a lap to do, but you just have to sit back and admire the way that Drew Stock is handling this championship campaign. Obviously, the clean sweep, the perfect season is out the window, but still, he is just the dominant rider in this class, and he is going to take some real pegging back. Right now, his confidence is through the roof, injury or not. Imagine, like, he's not even 100%.
Yeah,
with that wrist injury.
I think he's getting close, Jeff, but let's not forget he is certainly on paper. He's got to be the fancied runner for this championship this year. Obviously, with the other two guys that were there, Ryan Waggett and Charlie Richmond moving up to MX2, and also Hayden Stapp being out injured as well. So let's not, the red plate on the front of that bike, the JK Yamaha. He had an absolute stellar season last year. Won himself this ride with JK Yamaha in the AMX for 2026, and so the expectation that he's going to be bringing home race wins is definitely there, but he's handling the pressure well, and looking forward to it. They will be out to I think France next week for the GP out there. The track conditions looking really nice now, and as he makes his way round the outside of number 12 of, I think that's Ruben True, to put him a lap down. And you can see that it's just starting to polish up on these turns. This is where it will be important to move away from what is the race line, but it is a race victory then for the JK Yamaha of Drew Stock on that 418. He comes across the line. A good second place then for Harley Marjak, should be across the line. He gets the applause of the Briggs team, and then in third it will be the 236 of Joel and Stanley Dawson on the gas. Wait for the rest of the riders to come across the line. So Waters comes across the line in 4th. Alfie Geddes Green on the 111 RAS Yamaha. He is there in 5th after briefly leading the race, along with Fabian Morrison, who also took a turn at the front with a whole shot. So good for him. We'll see if he can do that again in Moto number 2. Still waiting for Morrison to come across the line. They've dropped a long way back. But that shows the pace at the front of this race. And there's Morrison across the line now. In fact, he almost got caught on the line by the number 10 on the TM of Alfie Heron. So Morrison, Heron, Butterfield, Leo Wilson and Archie Stapley on the 484 Briggs Yamaha Racing. I think we're going to take a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Ling, obviously, you probably weren't thinking about a perfect season. That's gone away, but another incredibly controlled race. First of all, how are you feeling? What's the track like, and how's the wrist?
Yeah, I feel good, to be fair. Track's good. I really like the track. Not a big fan of this place, but I had a decent start again. Got into the lead early. Made a mistake, really. I shouldn't have really done that.
We saw it.
Yeah, had to come back through again, and then I got a little bit arm pump, really, but I came through and got the win.
Good stuff. So again, it's not your favourite track, but again, if you're winning races on tracks that you don't like particularly enjoy, then that's a good day at the office so far.
Yeah, really good. I like the track today anyway. It's good.
It's easy to say that when you're winning. Right, good luck in the second one. I think we need to get Harley over. If we can get him over, you can go and get prepped for the second moto, mate. Let's bring him in. He wants to come round there. Okay. Here he comes. I'll take this out because I'm hearing myself moaning it. Harley, another solid effort. You had a bit of an issue there in that one. I could see all that. Was it all your rear brake all pushed up and stuff? And you've also whacked your hand.
Yeah. First lap, before the finish, there's a post on the track and I just hit it.
So you were suffering all race. I don't think your hand's shaking there with a little bit of the adrenaline. So hopefully you're going to go and get that checked out. But that said, with a hand injury to tough it out, I mean, again, it's not a race win, which I know you're after, but that was, again, another solid performance for your first year in the class.
Yeah, I was closing up on first and then just made 2 minute mistakes.
Yeah.
Another crash going up the hill.
Well, go and get that sorted out. Hopefully you'll be better in the second one. Then so yeah, he's going to go and get ready. He also had a problem with the, I think, with the rear brake. Let's bring in Joel Winstanley Dawson. Well, I was saying in commentary how I asked Joel what he rated the track out of between 1 and 10, and you said like 8 or 9. And although you didn't win the race, that proved it because you worked hard there for that third, making a lot of moves. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I feel good. I didn't really get the best of starts, but worked my way through and got into third and then finished third.
It was hard, I mean, but you were looking so like we were walking the track yesterday and doing track walk, and we were on about being creative and a lot of creative lines, and you were doing that. You weren't following, and was that the key, really, in kind of making those moves?
Yeah, it was quite one-liney then, but if you get creative, you can pass really.
Yeah, good stuff. Grandad's here watching as well this time. He's not swanning it off in Australia, so he's here to give you a bit of encouragement. Look, good luck in the second motor. Anybody you want to thank?
2W Distribution, MRS, Carl Nissen, Gurns, Plews, and everyone else who's supporting me.
You've got to mention Grandad, he's right there.
I'm a granddad.
There you go. Well, you go and get ready for the second motor. So there you go. That's Joel Winstanley. That's your top three in the RFX 125. We're going to go to a quick ad break. We'll be back with the MX2 Moto first race coming up shortly. See you in a bit.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think. Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try. Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
So welcome back then to Landrake. We've got our MX2 Championship riders out on their sight lap. We've just seen a cracking RFX 125 race 1. The track is coming round really nicely. Drew Stock saying that the track was good there, Jeff, when I heard in the interview. So these boys out there on track, and we're going to get a chance to have a look at our top 10 qualifiers quickly.
Yeah, Drew saying he liked the track's coming good, but not one of his favourites. So if you're winning races on a track you don't particularly enjoy, you're in a pretty good spot, I would say.
And I think that when people say it's not one of their favourites, there are tracks that you enjoy riding round, and this one is hard work. It's a proper motocross track. So here are our top 10 qualifiers then. It was a pole position for Joe Brooks on the nationwide signs. Honda now transferred over to the red bike after the last round at Ling, and he qualified fastest from our championship leader, Charlie Heyman, by 1.8 seconds this morning in what can only be described as a gloopy practice and qualifying session. Gendunson there in third. Freddie Bartlett, a really, really good fourth position then on the absolute KTM. Fifth place, Jamie Keith. Sixth, Billy Askew. Seventh place, Ben Musto, who won a race here last year. Eighth, Charlie Richmond. Ninth, Josh Vale. 10th, Joel Rizzi. And then Tommy Sill there in 11th. Liam Garland, 12th. Coleman 13th, Hopkins 14th, Glenn McCormack 15th on the Chambers KTM, then Josh Coleman, Liam Knight, local man Zane Stevens, and Harrison Greenoff on the 250 Yamaha 19th, with Max Harris taking doing the top 20. So the riders then making their way back to the holding area. We're going to take another quick break to hear from our sponsors, and we will be back with Moto 1 of our MX2 and Jude Morris Racing Foundation under 21 MX2 race. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Okay, here we are back at Landrake, getting ready for the opening moto of the MX2 and Jude Morris Racing Foundation under 21. First world problems for me and Phil. We're debating which biscuits to have. The riders down there are contemplating, which lines they're going to take, all those kind of things,
Yeah, we've got our official Southern biscuit supplier, Mr. Phil Congdon of Landrake. We've got Michael Smith of MX Generations, our Northern biscuit supplier. So we've definitely got both ends of the country now down. We just need to sort the bit out in the middle now. We'll see what we get when we go to Wales.
We get our regular fans tuning in. A big shout out to Mel Pelcock Senior as well. He's watching from Cyprus. Mel obviously supplying the start gates for a lot of these races that we go to, MGP Steel. So Mel, hope you're enjoying it over there in Cyprus.
Yeah, I'm sure that the weather's nice. There's Josh Coleman going through. So 912 Joel Rizzi. Where did Joel ended up? He ended up in 10th. He's been decent on that Kawasaki this year. There's the 30th Charlie Richmond finding his feet nicely on that Crendon True 7 Honda, having moved up from the RFX 125. Billy Askew, again another young rider who's they've yet to put together the consistency of two top motos. Everybody's all a little bit scattergun. apart from our red plate holder of Charlie Heyman, who has been so consistent.
There's Dad, Jason Keith, former BMX champion.
Yes.
European, I think.
I did not know that until we spoke to him at Link. So,
he doesn't like to talk about it much, though.
No.
No, that's a joke. He doesn't, but I'm pulling him up on it. Pulling him out on air. Was it European or could have been world champion? I don't know, but either way.
He was a decent lad.
I think he said European.
He was a decent lad at it, and he was as good at that as his lad is at this, I think.
Yeah.
So that's good. But there is the surprise, the 419, the nationwide signs, Honda now of... the 419 of Joe Brooks, and chatting to Mechanic Gary yesterday, and he was just saying that they just got to a point where they felt that they needed to make a change, and Honda was the way that they wanted to go. Really, really pleased with the bike, and you can't do anything better than jumping on a new rider and putting it on pole position.
Well, no.
Against what is a quality field, let's not forget. These boys are running at the front of AMX as well. Brooks is slated to do the French GP. I think they're going to do a couple of GPs and stuff. We're going to see Billy Askew in an MX2 round as well. So all of these guys making the steps that they need to make. But this MX2 championship is very, very tight speed-wise. I just think that Heyman has made hay while the sun shines. And let's say Jamie Keith had a DNF after coming out Hawkston Park and blowing everybody's doors off him.
Exactly that. And that's why this championship still, a long way to go. Heyman is in a really good position. And as I mentioned earlier on, and I think last time out at Ling, he just seems a different person this year, just supremely confident. His qualifying, although he didn't set the quickest lap, every lap that he did was so silky smooth. He was absolutely on it.
Yeah, so riders coming to the gate then, Jeff. It will be interesting to see, based on whether they would have watched the 125 boys go off the line or not, where are they going to go? So Brooks looks like he wants to sweep round the outside, and what that will mean is that he's not going to hit that rut right on the inside in the top of the turn. So he is going down to obviously the right hand end of the gate as we look at it from the end of the start straight. There's the car park. Look, we're almost full to bursting, and I think they've got one out, another backup one outside that they've started putting people in.
Yeah, which is encouraging for those Tommy Searle fans. I'm not sure if Phil mentioned it. Apologies if he did, but yeah, outside the top 10 in qualifying this time. 11th. He's kind of making noises in his sort of rhetoric that this could be the final year of competitive professional racing for him. He's finding the balance between being a pro athlete and a father of two young lads that obviously want to follow in his footsteps, all getting maybe a little bit too much for him.
But then he'll win a race and
I know, that's the thing, isn't it? You cannot rule him out of winning races. Obviously the championship at this point, he's still in it, but he needs to start being at the sharp end regularly, because as we said, Heyman is not a runaway leader, but he's edging that gap out.
It is 32 points as it stands at the moment, Jeff, from Guillaume Dunson there. The 574 on the Gabriel SS24 KTM Factory Juniors KTM, then Ollie Coleman next to him on the 456. On the Chambers KTM, there's the 184 of Jamie Keith, and then the 441 of Billy Askew. Freddie Bartlett, great qualifying for him on the Absolute KTM. Mark McCann team, and the 592 dropped down from MX1. He's still only a youngster, still 15 or 16, I think, Freddie. So he's there. The 24, another veteran of the class, Liam Garland on the Garland Power Sports KTM, and then the 337 at Glenn McCormack, another one of the Chambers riders. The 479 of Josh Vale, Phoenix Talks Fantic. We've lost the number 2 of John Adamson on the 252 stroke. He
Shame to hear.
had an injury, and John has called it a time on his full-time career, so we wish John well wherever he is. I think I saw him walking around the pits earlier on. I could be wrong, but if you're out there watching, John, congratulations on a great career, and sorry that you ended up how you did, but we've enjoyed everything that you've done for us on track over this past 10 or 12 years or so that I can remember commentating on him, at least, and probably longer than that.
Just want to highlight Freddie Bartlett, by the way, stepping in, on that Absolute KTM Mark McCann machine. I mean, credit to him, the youngster, but also this is very much one of his hometown circuits. Basically, his father is from this part of the world, his mother is Swedish, so that's why they've lived in Sweden, done a lot of Swedish stuff. But Freddie knows his way around this place from being a kid, and it showed in qualifying. He was up there, finishing in the top 4th, basically, looking very fast. So, yeah, keep an eye out for Bartlett at this one.
So everybody then on the gate, they're all ready to go. Now we're looking up the hill to the 15-second board, and we'll be underway with our first MX2 race of the day. Interesting to see that our championship leader went inside of our pole position man. Away they go. Oh, it's an even break.
Heyman again.
Man from the outside, though. Who was that?
Richmond trying to slingshot it all the way around the outside. Is that Searle or Askew there in second? It's one of the Dirt Store triumphs.
I think it's Tommy. It looks like Tommy.
It looks like Tommy's style. You see, the old dog is still fighting for this. I love it. It's brilliant. You cannot rule him out, ever. But again, Heyman in the driving seat. What's that? That's 3 whole shots. Back to back, could even be 4.
Confidence is riding high in that SC Sport Homes Husqvarna squad at the moment. Chatting to Neil Prince, and he was just saying that, obviously he had a race win, or we got a couple of riders down at the back there on the other screen. But he was saying that the win that he got at Preston Docks, because he didn't feel like he got the checkered flag, it was a count-back win. It just didn't feel the same. But he came out at Ling, all guns blazing, fastest qualifier, fastest lap of both races, and a 1-1 for the overall.
Okay, so there we go. Tristan Daru, our guest rider from South Africa, has just passed the finish line, so I'm not sure what happened there. He must have crashed, I think, on turn 2. Yeah. So baptism of fire here at Landrake for his first experience, and he finds himself way down the field.
Yeah, Askew running around the outside there. He's there in about 7th or 8th. There's a lot of red bikes in there, so that's got to be Brooks and Richmond. Well, that's a lovely move around the outside. Or Askew making
Keith. Did Jamie just throw his hand up, Jamie Keith? No,
not sure. Yeah, so Keith was in there as well. So all of our Honda mounted boys are inside the top 10. There's a number 4, George Hopkins on the Triumph. So I think is he from this neck of the woods?
He is down from the southwest. Yeah.
So
God, I thought that was Jamie Keith rear end breaking away, and I thought he was going to clean out the riders around him.
No, that was Askew. Were you watching Askew?
No, Keith did it as well.
Oh, right, so Askew was the wrong side of the berm, almost.
Jamie Keith got jiggy with it behind him as well.
Oh, Hopkins makes a mistake. There's so much to watch here. There's Doonson in there, the 337 of McCormack, Holmer. All of these lads then battling for the top 10. The race leaders are already gone. They're through, but there we go. Askew streaming up the hill. There's Rizzy on the 912. But
yeah, that coming up that hill, I've got to say as well, I've ridden here a few times in my career. The roost is not the nicest, I'll tell you that. You don't want to be roosted by this hard dirt. It stings as you go up that start straight on the power, but that's the advantage of being out in front. And yet again, that's exactly where Charlie Heyman finds himself.
Yeah, Heyman then across the line in the lead from Tommy Searle. It's Ben Mustoe, race winner here last year. He took the first moto victory. He's there in 3rd. He was my tip for the win in my kind of circle of who do you think's going to win groups. Brooks there in 4th. There's Brooks on the back of Mustoe, and then it's this battle here as Askew comes in to try and put a pass on Charlie Richmond. But there's your race leader, the 422 red plate of Charlie Heyman.
Searle is not such a good lap here because he is getting pegged back by Mustoe and Brooks. Meanwhile, Heyman is starting to check out. I would imagine when we cross the stripe next time around, the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race will go to Charlie Heyman because he is now starting to make a break for it with a clear track. Such a huge advantage.
Oh, did you see that there, Tommy Searle? Feet up round that berm, showing all of his years of experience on that Dirt Store Triumph. That team, just nipping inside the rut there. Perfectly legit, just using the flat bit of the track. But he got everything he could handle off Ben Mustoe last year. And I'll say this was where we just saw Askew have an almighty moment. Doonson's there in 9th now, Jeff, so he's not had a great start.
There is a brilliant battle going on. Ignore the K-Tech timing tower because that's not that's all going to change next lap around, because Charlie Richmond is having an absolute ripper of a battle with Jamie Keith, the 2 youngsters, both Honda mounted, sat there behind Billy Askew. We'll maybe pick up on them in a minute. They are literally bar to bar and almost already looking like they're taking chunks out of each other. So that's all going to change.
So Searle then holding the tight line. Brooks now makes a pass on Mustoe. So Mustoe, after challenging or being close to challenging Tommy Searle, is now been pushed back by the 419 Nationwide Science Honda of Joe Brooks, who will be wanting to put 2 good motos together here at Landrake this weekend. Nice feet up riding around the inside of that berm in the past the signalling area.
Yeah, again, setting the quickest time. What a great debut for his debut ride on a Honda. He came out swinging, top qualifying, looked really good. I will go on record right now saying, right, Charlie Heyman is his throttle control. I've been watching out of the bus, the top deck of top bus, and God, he is just being so light and delicate with that throttle compared with all the other riders I've seen going through the section in front of us.
Does that Brooks just had a tip off in that corner? No, it's not.
No.
It was just the camera change. It
was another rider.
Like he was going particularly quick there, but there is Brooks closing in on Tommy Searle. There is the reigning champion being closed by the youngster on the Honda, though not so young. He's 22. He's still the MX250, so he's not aged out as yet. But and again, fucked his way through. This is where sometimes you just have to be brave and start a new rut. And again,
he struggled around that whole section there, didn't he? He's lost half a second or more.
Wheel stopped
and
dead
again,
there. Yeah.
I think that's probably just catching them out where this track dries. And as we said, you start off here and there's give in the ruts, and then as the track dries, all that soil that's been turned up and over like a dirt wave just goes rock hard, and it snags the bottom of your forks if you're not on the right lean angle.
Yeah, so that's cost him a lot of time, and he's now coming backwards towards the man that he just passed, Ben Musto, on the AC United Gas. Like I say, man who took race victory here last year in the opening moto, only to crash in the waves and break a wrist, which was so disappointing for him. He deserved to take the overall victory that weekend. And one of the number of people who took a win last year for the first time, Brooks being one of them as well. So Brooks just needs to steady the ship a little bit. He's already pulled away from Musto a little. Then it's Askew, Richmond, Jamie Keith, Doomson, McCormack and Hopkins there on the number 4 Triumph, still there in 10th. Look on the K-Tech Tower. Our fastest lap of the race. No surprise then for our Phoenix Tools fastest lap is Charlie Heyman. And, he is obviously the team will be like, well, he's not on the camera, he's away with this. 6.7 seconds with 17 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, that's trials and tribulations of being a team manager when your rider's that successful. Sometimes you don't get the TV time. Yeah. He is just riding off into the distance, and if it stays like this, don't worry, fellas, you're going to get your moment in winner's circle if he carries on like that.
Musto put the pass on Brooks there as well while we were looking away at the timing screens, Jeff. So
yeah, it was a bad lap for Brooks. He needs to regroup because he made a lot of mistakes on that lap. I don't know if he's maybe just feeling a little bit arm pump, not quite where he wants to be, what was maybe forcing those mistakes, you just don't know, but it wasn't a good lap.
But let's not forget, this is his first gate drop on this Honda.
Yeah, true.
Although I'm not sure whether he was out at Oxford Motor Park on it last weekend, not sure, but anyway, certainly his first British Championship race on it, and Ben Musto is he is good round here, so it's no they're already starting to close back in on the reigning champion, the number 100 Dirt Store Triumph of Tommy Searle, and he will be very conscious of the fact that these boys are getting close.
Yeah, they are, but meanwhile, like we said, I'm just watching Heyman out of our top deck window here, and I think that gap's going to go out further this lap because he is still going round on rails. I have to say, I haven't seen him even dab his foot at any one point. You know, I've seen others struggling through ruts like we saw Brooks the lap prior, but your race leader is doing an impeccable job right now. He's off your screen. He's going to cross the finish line now, so we're going to see what time he's banged in there. I think that gap will go out a bit further. Well, yeah, it was another pretty stonking lap with 2:07.51. I think that gap will go up. Let's see. Yeah, another second added to his race advantage, race lead advantage. So Heyman pulling away at the front on the SC Sports owned Husqvarna and looking mighty fine.
Oh, lovely scrub over the top of there by the ace of gas of Ben Musto. He has taken a lot of time out of Tommy Searle on that lap. The gap between them on the K-Tech Tower then 1.4 seconds.
Right, we're going to try something different. I'm going to whiz down into pit lane here, Phil,
yeah,
and see if I can grab some mechanics and whatnot, and we'll try and see if we can do that. They might not want to talk to me mid-moto, but we'll give it a go.
Yeah. So Musto then up the hill. And there's Askew round the outside, or trying to get round the outside of Brooks on the Nationwide Science Triumph. But yeah, Askew keeps trying that high, wide and handsome line. It was a good bet on the first lap, but it's certainly not paying dividends. Oh, Musto off the track there. He's gone a bit wide there as well. I don't think there was any real advantage gained. He was closing in on Tommy and the gap has gone out to probably 4 or 5 bike lengths as a result of that. So nice run round there for Tommy Searle. I'll say this uphill doesn't look that steep, but 250Fs breathing hard to get to the top of that. Can't fall to bursting point now as we're just into our second race of the day. But Tommy Searle, say old age and treachery, both started to drop Joe Brooks just a little bit on that last lap. And the man on the Nationwide Science Honda obviously riding himself into that bike, but still a good performance for him. He'll be happy with being fastest qualifier. This was where we saw a nice scrum from Musto last time. So Musto then almost 2 and a bit seconds up the track from... So we're going to go down to Jeff in pit lane and see who he's got down there.
You can see actually, we've only got the event commentator Ben Rumbold there doing his thing. He is obviously keeping everybody up to speed with the track side here. There we actually have the timing screens. We've actually got the live stream going out, which is kind of cool for all the riders. Josh, if you just spin round, we're trying to speak to some riders, but you can get here. This is the classic. This is Gary, Joe Brooks mechanic there. Let's see what he's actually writing on the board. The classic. Be strong. As soon as he puts the board out, I'll have a quick word with Gary. He's over there. Let's just very quickly. Obviously, your boy is switched to Honda. You've had a lot of work to do this week. How's it going? He's all over the back. Made a few mistakes last lap around. So what are you advising him?
We're just really trying to settle into the Honda at the minute, so he's still learning the bike. So really, I just want him to stay calm, bring it home, and we'll just push on from there.
Yeah, good stuff. Good week putting it all together as well. There you go. So that's a new change of thing. We'll walk up through here. Again, it's always so cool to see what they're putting on the board. We'll just do a little bit of that. I'll let Josh carry on just filming the pit boards. I won't speak to any more mechanics. I'm going to go back and join Phil back in the booth. But that's a little insight of what goes on down here in pit lane. A lot of nervous riders and mechanics more than riders. I'm going to go back to the booth and join Phil. We'll finish this race off.
Cheers, Jeff. So, yeah, Gary doing all he can to keep Joe's head on straight. But we're looking for Ben Musto. He was almost on the back of Tommy Searle a few corners ago, but the old man has eked out another little bit of a gap. It's still 7 seconds from Tommy Searle to our race leader, Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husky. Here comes, is a pass? Yeah, it is. Musto up the inside. Tommy gave him that. Be interesting to see what Tommy has to say on the podium, should he manage to hold himself there in third place, because he has got Joe Brooks, whose mechanic he just spoke to, closing in as well. But the 163 AC United gas of Ben Musto then up to second place in this opening 250 moto. You're back already, Jeff?
Yeah, well, it's nice because the pit lane is right next to where we're working. Always great to get a bit of insight. Gary's had always a total professional, but he's had a busy couple of weeks as they made the transition over from Triumph to Honda.
So while you're away, Jeff, Musto made the pass just on the exit of the Wade section on Tommy Searle, moved up to second, and he is now. I don't think he's going to have anything at all for Charlie Heyman. He's just going to want to gap out, but I think he's got this. He's he'll be hoping now that, if I can put a good race, to get a good start in the first one, in the next one rather, I might be able to get the overall if Heyman doesn't win. But Tommy Searle then coming under pressure from Brooks. ACU still there in the background in 5th, Jeff, so he's having a decent run as well.
Yeah, and I've got to give a shout out to Charlie Richmond. He has hung tough in there. He was actually battling really hard with Jamie Keith early doors, but he's weathered that storm, and actually Guillaume Dusson has now got between the 2 Honda riders there in 7th.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Guillaume Dusson, MX250, KTM Factory Juniors, he's expected to be at the front of this race, so that's a really, really good ride for Charlie Richmond. Jamie Keith there in 8th, McCormack 9th, and his teammate Ollie Colmer in 10th. So Chambers boys then 9th and 10th at the moment. Here on Liam Garland there in 13th, so it's Rizzy, Bartlett in 12th.
Well, Ben Mustoe, whilst making moves past Tommy Searle, has also pegged back Heyman a fraction. It was, about 7.5, or it was getting close to that point. So Mustoe also taking a little bit of time on his way past Searle out of the race leader. So let's see next lap around if Heyman's going to get the hurry up, or if he's just going to do what Drew Stock's been doing for the best part of the year and just managing the race from the front. But visually, I would say Mustoe is closing him.
Yeah, I mean, there's, like I say, 9 minutes plus 2 to go, and it's going to need a real big chunk of change to come out of it this lap for it to be what I consider to be on.
He's hauling, though, I can tell you that. Like, we're following this battle here between Searle and Brooks, but out of the window, yes, absolutely, Mustoe is throwing everything at it as this race starts to unwind. 8 minutes to go. He's got to go now if he's going to do it, but is he going to blow himself out of path as they cruise up the straight? We're watching this battle here. I just saw Charlie Heyman take a long check over his left shoulder to see who now is in second and if they're closing. So Heyman is acutely aware now of who's in second, the gap between him and Mustoe. Let's see if he actually picks up the pace here next lap around.
And he'll know that Ben won a race here last year, so he'll know that it's a bit of him, so to speak. See, the track is drying out so much, Jeff. I looked at the track this morning after that. We had quite a lot of heavy rain. You said like 4 o'clock this morning. I was dead to the world then. I didn't hear it at all. But I always come here and think, oh, it's going to be wet, and look at it.
Yeah, I know. It's a deceiving track in that sense. It dries out so quick. But the team here, Phil Congdon and the team, his son Justin, everybody involved with Landrake Motor Park, do such an amazing job. And they've gone up a level this year with the big red bus. I have to say, I wasn't expecting that when we rocked up.
No, it's excellent and nice for us to have a view of the circuit as well, which I say we never usually manage. So Searle then getting a little bit of pressure. The gap at the front, 4.5, Jeff.
Yeah, like I said, he's hauling. He's taken, you could see it, not just out on the timing charts, out of the window. You could see how fast Mustoe is charging up and down those hills, particularly on the downhills. Last 2 laps around, he has been so quick down Landrake Hill, off that leap and down there. He is just basically letting it all hang out now with a clear track, trying to close in, and he is categorically closing in on Heyman. Heyman, let's get back on him, because he's starting to make, that's the first time he's off screen, but I've just seen him make his first genuine mistake of the day. His feet came off going up Landrake Hill. I think he's starting to feel the pressure. I would have said Mustoe has taken another 1.5 seconds. So we're going to try and get back to the leaders here, because the gap is coming down rapidly.
It is, and this race from Mustoe will move him, I think, Jeff, will move him up to second in the points.
So there's Tommy footing his way round the inside, but that is so slick coming out of there. You can see how hard it is to get on the power. So Brooks still doing his thing, trying to chase down Searle. All the while, though, Mustoe has gone. He is pulled away as the leaders go up. There is your race leader, and coming into view shortly will be Ben Mustoe, number 163 on the AC United Gas. He is closing the gap. He should be just coming to view. Heyman has got the message now. Let's see if he can step it up. He's going to have to, because if Ben Mustoe keeps taking that kind of time out of him within a couple of laps, he's going to be there sniffing the exhaust fumes of Charlie Heyman.
He needs to stop the rot this lap, Jeff.
Yes, he does.
And we'll wait for Musto to come across the line. We'll see what the gap is this time by. And there is your race leader, looking very, very comfortable.
Oh, he's responded
He
that
has.
last lap around. But he looked a little bit more wild doing it. It's the first time I've seen him get a bit more aggressive. But again, looks like he's supremely confident. Musto there he is, just entering the wave. So Heyman got the message, got the memo.
Can't even see him now, Jeff. So that's, I think that may well have, that lap might be the killer for Ben Musto.
Well,
he could see himself closing in, and obviously all of a sudden the gap has gone out another second.
It's that pendulum swing again, in it, Phil. It suddenly swings the other way. Not only obviously it lights a fire under Heyman, but it also demoralises Musto, who was closing, and then just like that, the race leader can get the gap back out again. So it's a quality controlled performance right now from the rider on your screens, number 422, Charlie Heyman.
Yeah, so Musto is 9 points adrift of Gern Doonson in the championship at the moment, currently running second. Doonson's moved up to 6, so that might make it a little bit tighter. But is Musto going to want to risk it all for one moto when he's got a good point score already, pretty much guaranteed? And again, this is the kind of track you cannot.
Well, you can't override it.
You can't switch off for a second.
No,
it's not just racing the other riders. You're racing the track, and it is really, really difficult. Heyman down the inside now and dropping in.
He does hold the quickest lap of the race, Heyman. He did it on lap 5, by the way, 2:05.486.
So 3 and a bit, or 3:40 and 2 to go. And, that was nice. Oh, it was nice till it wasn't. Just caught a footrest there.
And that's the thing, Phil, isn't it? That's what you're saying, that you got to stay switched on this track. We said it looks open. Doesn't look like there's too many obstacles that can catch a rider out. Well, you don't need obstacles when terra firma is that technical. When the actual ground you're riding is that... Look at the ruts through there, and the whole track is like that. You've got to be so switched on the whole time round Landrake. But you can also... You can't override this place. The minute you try to sort of get a little bit on it too much, it stands the bike up in the ruts. You've got to get that nice medium of going quick but stay relaxed.
So the K-Tech Tower tells the story of that lap. 7 seconds now for Charlie Heyman. So that's it. Musto is, I would say, he's keeping his powder dry for race 2. A great performance though, because he went backwards before he went forwards. He dropped back a little bit.
Here comes Tommy next. Looks like he has probably taken the sting out of Brooks quite a bit, because the gap's up to 5 seconds. So Joe just maybe starting to, I wouldn't say fatigue, because obviously he's a fit bloke. But maybe remember this is his first competitive race on the Honda.
Yes.
And sometimes when you change bike, you're not used to going the distance on that bike, and some things are slightly different. So maybe he's just going, okay, fourth on the Honda first time out, we'll settle for that. But he can't settle too much, because Billy Askew is only 1 second behind, 1.5.
Yeah, decent ride from Billy, and Doonson is closing in as well. So again, Doonson having to have what would be described as a fairly steady start to the race, has suddenly got his finger out, and you can see him there.
I can tell you now, Doonson is making moves, or trying to make moves.
Brooks is getting caught up with this lap traffic as
well.
He is. So there's going to be the battle. So Doonson, there we go.
This is a brilliant battle. Billy Askew and Doonson are at it. Doonson just overtook him temporarily.
Yeah.
So just behind the rider you're seeing on screen, Joe Brooks, is a brilliant battle shaping up between number 441, Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph, and Gern Doonson there on the SS24 Gabriel KTM. They are at it. So let's try and lock in on that as they come down to it. There's Askew, and then Doonson is just right behind him. Askew in the pink.
I think Doonson got done over a little bit by one of the slower riders there, Jeff. So there we go, and there's Askew in the background, and he's broken away from Gern Doonson by quite a few bike lengths. So the Dutchman on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors KTM, who, let's be honest, we expected, he's a sandboy. We would expect that this would not be his cup of tea under normal circumstances. He's still having a pretty decent run of it. As Searle comes across the line, there's Askew, and then Doonson then having to go wide and handsome. He's took a long
he's not happy with that. He's throws his hand up in the air. Unlike the AMA, I don't think he's going to get penalised for that.
But in that rider's defence, where do you expect him to go? He can't jump off the track That was Archie Hicks in that bit of the circuit that he's on. It's one line, and if you go off that line, you've got the chance of going down. So Colmer puts 8 past on Jamie Keith, so he has moved up to 8th, and the Cormac down to 12th.
Dunson nearly tucked the front end there, though, because that corner, but after the rollers or the free jumps there, double, it's just starting to break up, and he nearly washed the front end. But he's coming back to ACU again. He's got the pace.
He's got a nicer line going up the hill, Jeff. He goes one up further out.
Right, this is last time, Phil, where he got really close. In fact, he temporarily made a move on the hairpin after this corner.
Yeah.
But then he messed the rut up. Look how quickly he's coming down, trying to nudge through. Now, this is where he got past Billy last time and then messed up, and Billy got him back. Again, he tries his outside line. It's so technical round there. This time I think he's going to make it stick, but he's got the inside in the next corner.
Oh, Billy's going to come back at him. No. Oh, Dunson, that was a nice pass. Like you say, Jeff, he worked on that for 4 corners.
Yeah.
And finally gets that KTM up into 5th place. So Sean Simpson, and we'll be very pleased with that. That's a chance to have a nice chat with him in the pub last night, so that was cool. And his charge then moving his way up through the field. We've got yellow flag there at the back end of the circuit, so I'm not sure whether we've lost somebody out of our
well, maybe
top
I can hear our track commentator Ben Rumbold screaming his head off, so maybe something has happened out of our view, but
it's
no.
not Charlie Hayden, because he's just come across the line to take the 2 laps to go board.
No, he is checked out now. I mean, that gap's gone
and
seriously out now.
Second place has gone across the line as well. So
okay, so no change there. That's good. Top 2 staying as they are. Searle in a comfortable 3rd now. He's got movement. No, as soon as I say that, utter nonsense, because Brooks comes over the line right on Tommy's rear wheel. So we've now got a battle for 3rd going off as well.
Oh, we're going to struggle to keep up with all of this stuff.
Yeah.
So Dunson then closing in on Brooks.
Brooks has definitely had a second wind. He is putting pressure and heat on Tommy Searle for 3rd. We'll try and pick up on that, because the top 2, there's no racing going on there. They're just bringing it in. Nobody's getting near Heyman now with a lap and a half to go. It's all about the battle for 3rd between number 100, Tommy Searle, as they go down to the lowest point of the circuit. They're going to work their way up Landrake Hill. We'll try and get on them, because Brooks is now breathing every bit of exhaust fumes from Tommy Searle as they go up there at the very top of Landrake Hill. Here they coming into view. There we go. Look at that. Tommy launching off Landrake, and you'll see Joe Brooks. There he is. Let's stick with this. This is the closest battle on track, certainly within the top 10, as we wind this down with a lap and a half to go.
Bit of a mistake for Tommy, and also a bit of a mistake for Brooks as well. With 2 to go, is the Honda man going to put one across the Dirt Store Triumph? Tommy Searle.
Well, yeah, Brooks making a big mistake there. Tommy getting away, but he's chucking everything at it.
Tommy knows how to deal with things in this situation. He's been around a long time, and Brooks is going to have to get pretty close to him, I think, on the uphill. He's fighting his way through the ruts. Another little bit of a catch there for Tommy in that rut, and Brooks moves closer. It was only it was less than a second across the line last time, so I think that's actually a little bit further out. Brooks takes a different line.
That was a better lap from Tommy. He got away, because when they crossed the line, honestly, Brooks, was literally, they almost scrubbed the finish line jump together. Tommy responding like Tommy does. He knows how to handle pressure. He's openly said a few times this year he's getting more anxious as a racer, struggling a little bit more with anxiety coming into the races.
Yeah,
but
there we go.
Put him on the bike and the crash helmet on, I'm sure the anxiety goes. And
but it's having the realisation that you can't just keep putting the helmet on to make that go away. He's got a lot of other stuff going on, but he's still a top performer. Always gives his best, especially at Motocross of Nations. So, back marker went down in front of him there,
no,
Jeff.
What, in front of Brooks?
In front of Tommy.
Oh, there you go. So Brooks
right
is
on him.
Don't know where to look. This is good stuff, but here's Heyman on his final lap, bringing it home. He has got plenty to work with. 8 seconds. He could really roll off the throttle here and just bring it in. This is what it's about. This battle for 3rd. Brooks slingshotting around the outside. He's going to have the inside.
Not quite.
Yeah, Tommy hanging tough, just like he does. Again, Harrison Greenoff gets the blue flag here. Try and stay out of the way, I'm sure.
He's a bit limited where to go.
He has. He's struggling here.
Brooks has followed him.
And he probably doesn't realise that Brooks has got good work, Harrison, moving safely off the track, way out of the way.
Yeah, he did. He went off the track properly there just to get out of the way of these two guys.
So it looks, I'd say from here, it's going to be a big ask for Brooks. I think his best bet is probably slingshotting round the outside of the first corner at this point, but he's got to make sure he's right on Tommy's rear wheel.
He's run around the outside there, Jeff, he's right on him.
As they go up round that section, because from here it's all a bit... That would be my bet.
Tommy spun up a bit. They've got different lines down here. Brooks is going down the inside, Tommy's down the...
He's gone off track.
Yeah, he's got filled in. I think that's it.
That's it. No advantage gained there either, by the way, in case you're wondering. He didn't rejoin. Straight back on the track. He won't get pulled up for that, I'm sure. So that's it. Game over, I think. Meanwhile, Charlie Heyman, here he comes. He's coming round to the finish line right now. He's going to take the checkered flag. A good old fist pump there, you see. Another confident win for Charlie Heyman, stretching out his championship lead by at least another 3 points.
Yeah. Now you've been needing to go and talk to him.
Yeah, I suppose I should really have a chat with him. I'm getting more as much as relaxed as he is these days.
Yeah, Ben Mustoe comes across the line in an excellent second. There is Tommy Searle taking third. Joe Brooks comes across the line in fourth. Then it will be Gian Doonson does get the better of Billy Askew. So Askew back down to sixth. Richmond will be seventh. Colmer in eighth. Jamie Keith ninth. And a good result then for Freddie Bartlett on the absolute KTM heat should come across the line in 10th. We're going to take a quick word with from our partners, and we will be back with Jeff down in Victory Lane.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Right, here we are down here in Winner's Circle again. The riders just having their kind of debrief, not in any rush to get to us at Winner's Circle. Don't they realise we've got adverts to play and partners to hear from? Let's bring Charlie in. Charlie, come on over. I'm a supremely confident Charlie Heyman right now. Well, look at this. You're racking them up now, aren't you? Again, that was another silky smooth performance there, mate. We were saying in there was midway, 3/4 of the way for that moto. Ben got into second, put a charge on, but you were keeping an eye on him, and then you just responded seemingly like that.
Yeah, I kind of seen what was going on, like halfway, seen Ben get the pass, and then I think he dropped the hammer for a couple of laps, but I kind of was sat in a place where I could deal with it, so I just kind of opened the gap up a bit again and then relaxed. But no, it was a really good ride. Like, I learnt a lot again up front, things that I should be doing, things that I need to be doing in the next one. So no, it's really good, really happy.
So over the last 2 rounds, I finally saw you make a mistake in that race just once. Going up the hill, I think your foot slid off the foot peg. But other than that, mate, you just seem to be so relaxed and so supremely confident right now. I mean, that clearly is the case. It's the Charlie Heyman that I saw coming through you, Franks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, made a couple of mistakes there, and I was kind of, when I got out front, I was like, let's make a gap, and kind of the ruts are deep, so if you're keeping your feet on the pegs, you're going to catch your feet. But little few mistakes, and I tidied myself back up, and I felt a lot better again. So yeah, it was a really good race.
Well, good luck for the second one. Another whole shot as well, getting them dialed as well. But good luck in the second one. I hope it all goes well.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so there's Charlie taking the race win. Second, I think, if he's here, should be Ben Mustoe. Let's bring him in. Ben, another solid performance. This is one of your favourite tracks. You've had success here before, race wins and all that, and that was a good old solid charge, but just obviously probably left it a little bit late to get into second and put the heat on Charlie out front.
Yeah, no, I definitely got caught up at the start. I had a solid start in about third or fourth, and then stuck behind Tommy for a bit. I was just trying to figure out the track a bit, and then when I got by Tommy, then I just figured the track out. Was catching Charlie a bit, but the gap was just too big by then. So for next race, I'm hoping to just get out front and then do what he did and just get lost.
Get lost indeed. This track is it's a real technical one. It changes so much throughout the day. How's it currently riding at the minute?
Yeah, spot on at the minute. There's some really, really deep ruts out there that can swallow you up. But yeah, it's good. It's got compared to last year, there's a few more lines in every corner, so it's going to be good for passing hopefully, and yeah, hopefully it stays wet and not drying up.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you coming out swinging second moto, because that's one thing I like is an angry Ben Musto. I like to see that. Good luck in the second one. Okay, let's bring in Tommy. He should be round here. Yeah, he is. He's midway through another vlog, and endless vlogs for Tommy, either his own or something else. He loves his media secretly. Another strong performance, like you said. Look, we know that this gig's not getting easier. It's a tough old sport, but another podium finish, battling with those youngsters and holding them off.
Yeah, but that's the problem. All I was trying to do is hold them off. I've struggled the last 6 weeks. I hurt something in my hand, and it's hard for me to ride with it. I feel like I've got, don't know, something's rock hard up the side of my arm, and I have no feeling with the bar. So as soon as I get off the start, even lap one, it's it fires up and I can't ride around the track. So normally I would love that out there. I was almost thinking, fuck, I just wish I felt good, but something wrong with it, and it does get better as the day goes on. But it's just frustrating because it's annoying me all week and then all weekend, and don't know. Sometimes I feel too old to do it.
Mate, it's no fun. It's no fun getting old.
No, it's not, because I didn't even do nothing to it in the first place. I just woke up one day and there it was. But it's how it is. I still obviously brilliant to get a third, and those boys in front of me, fair play to them. But I just didn't feel very good, and yeah, hopefully I can get this sorted. I think after this round I'll take some couple of weeks off and then try not riding for a bit. Maybe that will do the trick.
Well, look, I don't know what you can do with it now, but good luck with it for the rest of the day. Tommy's going to go and try and get that sorted out. So there you go. Not bad for an old man with one arm, still finishing in third. Let's see if he can get that fixed. We're going to go to a quick ad break from all our partners that support this amazing series. We'll be back with the Apico MX1 opening moto coming up right now.
At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Round the clock, my engineer getting paid off. Rock like Ace up, like the weed and take off. So high I cannot see Adolf. Now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat. Cause every time I get up on the mic I come correct. And I learned it from the best. Always dressing something fresh. Looking for a little dime, big button, nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock Guess, but now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex, trying to make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the boy board.
So welcome back everybody to Landrake for round 4 of this Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We've got the camera back. Alongside me in the big red bus is, I won't say unfortunately Josh Gilbert, but we would love to see you out there on track. But obviously Josh, we saw you take that spill at Preston Docks and you've had to have a little bit of surgery and stuff afterwards. So you're going to join us here in the booth to talk through our first MX1 race of the day. How's things going? How's recovery?
It's going okay. I had surgery 3 weeks ago tomorrow, so it's a slow process because it's ligaments. It's a fair old job that I ended up having to have done because it was the second time I dislocated it at Preston. So I was hoping potentially that I could have got through this season and then had it done at the end. However, I gave it a couple of weeks after getting the checks and everything, and the biggest problem was I tore a ligament completely off my humerus.
That's not smart of it.
Yeah, so it really didn't help my strength in the front of my shoulder. So yeah, I sort of bit the bullet and thought, you know what, I need to get it sorted ASAP and move on. Rather than, I could have maybe tried to get it strong, but it would have taken weeks, maybe even months, and all it would have took was one little knock, and I'd have been back to square one again. So it was a tough pill to swallow, but at least now it's fixed and we can move forwards.
Yeah, so obviously Team Boss Dylan Brown, he's 100% supportive of you getting yourself fixed. He's looking at you as a long-term investment for the team.
I hope so.
Yeah, and obviously Martin Barr, big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
So we'll have a quick look at the qualifying for our MX1 from earlier on today. It was, in fact, I'll turn my sheets over. So Oriol Oliver on the KTM Factory Juniors 450 KTM for the Gabriel SS24. He was our fastest man, 2 seconds clear of the 426 of Conrad Muse. Taylor Hamill, a great third on the DRT Kawasaki. Then it was Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph. Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda, your teammate. And then Jason Meara at number 10. He had a good run in 6th. Cameron Duro, the South African, on the Chambers KTM with 7th. Tristan Purdon on the Kawasaki for the first time for 772 Racing. He was 8th. Bobby Bruce on the Team 2579 Honda was in 9th. And Ben Edwards on the Absolute KTM. He came home in 10th. Were you here this morning to watch qualifying? It was a little bit sloppy.
No, I wasn't actually. I didn't want to watch too much of the day because it pains me a little bit.
I can imagine, obviously, if this is your part of the world. Obviously, I used to race with your dad back. I say race with your dad. We raced at the same time. I never saw which way he went any day of the week. But knowing that this is all your part of the world down here, we've got the rest of the top 20 here. We've got Jamie Carpenter, Todd Kellett. So Kellett coming and having a go. His race debut on the SR Moto Blues Honda in 12th. Charlie Cole 13th, Husband 14th, Green 15th, Charlie Putnam 16th, Tom Murphy 17th, Sid Putnam 18th, Travis Steele 19th, and Harvey Cashmore making the switch from MX2 to MX1. He is there in 20th. Yeah, this is your part of the world.
Yeah, I live 30 minutes from here, so
but it's 30 minutes further away, isn't it?
It's 30 minutes down, yeah. A lot of people think this is the end of the planet, but no, there is more.
This is the start of Cornwall. Right, we're just going to take a quick word from our partners, and we will be back with the gate drop of our first Apico Factory Racing MX1 Moto of the day.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
So welcome back, everybody. We are looking at the guys down there in the holding area for Moto 1 of our Apico Factory Racing Race 1 here from Landrake. Round 4 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm here with Josh Gilbert, who's sadly not able to take part this weekend due to injury. It's his local race, and we're going to hopefully use his local knowledge of this circuit to tell us who shall be doing what. But like I say, don't forget to like and subscribe on our socials. Our Facebook is MXGB-TV. Instagram is the same. And like I say, if you like and subscribe and press the button that will remind you when we come on, it helps our algorithm no end. And so our stream here brought to you by Dirt Store. Support the people that support the sport. And do you guys watch this after when you finish racing? Do you get home and watch this?
Yeah, I do actually. Every race, to be fair, it's good to look back, and sometimes, I mean, it's obviously too late at that point to change it for them, but moving forward, you can sometimes learn off of it, and I think the live stream's a game changer for us. It's it opens up doors for people to watch, it opens up for a bigger audience, shall I say, and two, for us, it's. Even when I doing GPs through the day, you're always looking on there because you can't always see the whole track. So it's here we're quite lucky that we can see, like a spectator can see the whole track, or as a rider you can see the whole track. But a lot of the races you can't see the whole parts, and they don't always let you go and view everywhere. So to have the live stream to watch back, it really does help.
So we did see our pole position man, Oriel Oliver, on the SS24 Gabriel Factory Juniors KTM. He was getting a little bit of a pep talk then from Gene Dunson, who's obviously been out in the MX2 race. So we will be telling him, well, watch this, watch that. There's a bit of a hook on this rut or whatever. So where would you be starting in these conditions then, Josh? Where everybody seems to come in and go to the right of the doghouse. Is that condition dependent, or is it just one of them things that you just like, I want to run on the outside? I think this start, it's quite even. However, I feel like it's definitely the left-hand side of the box for me. Anywhere really. Normally I would go roughly where Ben is. Yeah. I think I whole shot both races here last year from just outside the box. So the very, very outside sometimes works, but you got to be committed for the first turn. But I'm actually surprised that Conrad and Taylor have gone further out than expected, actually. Yeah, they have all gone a bit wide there. And there's a 16-year-old teammate, Tom Grimshaw. He's having a decent run this year. He had a good ride at Lingy. I think he bagged 2 fifths. Yeah. From not great starts and came through, so good to see him. And obviously, your ride is... it's been looked after by Tom Murphy while you're out, and he's doing okay with that, because obviously he's part of your kind of a Pico family anyway, so nice for him to get the opportunity to step up. There's Cameron De Rope, the South African, almost took the whole shot, I think, in race 2 at Ling. And like I say, he's there filling in for the injured Adam Sterry. We were saying earlier, a lot of guys in MX1 out on the injured list at the minute. Ben Watson then, championship red plate holder as it stands at the moment, 5 points his advantage over Conrad Muse and Oriel Oliver, who are tied for second. There's Stevie Clark. Stevie Clark on the 511 Stark. The St Blazy motorcycles at Stark Varg. So he missed the first round, becoming a dad. I don't know whether it's for the first time, but definitely he was there with his wife when he had a child. So I think he missed the first round, but he's been out there for the rest of him. We'll see how he goes here. But track conditions now for the first moto, I think this is about exactly how you would want it. Yeah, it kind of frustrates me a little bit to be sat here if I'm looking at the conditions. Phil and that have done a really good job with the track. It's looking like that you can be quite creative out there, because the dirt's like just that right amount of moisture in it that you can sort of create a new line, because the
if it goes a little bit hard, then obviously it's harder to move around on the track. But at the minute, it looks like that you can sort of carve your own lines if needed.
So here we go then, 15-second board is up, 5-second. Oh, somebody went early, that was Sid Putnam trying to get a flyer, I think, on the 91, and it's Conrad Muse, and he's going to take the whole shot from Stevie Clark on the start. In fact, Stevie Clark's going down the inside. Clark is going to lead on the start, Varg. Stephen Clark, the electric motocrosser, fires up. Aurel Oliver drops across the front.
Way.
But Stephen Clark takes the whole shot. That's got to be a first. And Clarkie, former World 85cc champion, he won't mind me saying that he is in the he's in the twilight of his career now as a pro, but what a start. And he knows how to ride. Conrad shows him the wheel up the inside and takes the lead. But that was that's a monumental moment. Ben Watson there, up to second. That was unbelievable. He got that literally in turn 2, didn't he? He came down the inside of him and just put it there.
Todd Kellett is third there. Is Taylor now, I think, moved to fourth?
I think that was Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki. But, well, that was a history moment in the making. The field streaming up the hill for the first time, and it is the 426 Crendon True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse that leads on the first lap from championship leader Ben Watson. Then it looks like it's Kellett. Where was Oliver?
I'm not actually sure if Oliver went down on the...
He did, he's there, he's 28th, you're quite right.
Yeah.
So we called it as, I called it as Oliver, going down the inside, but it wasn't, it was Kellett. So where did Oliver disappear? He was at the back when they came across the line here, so he's got to have gone down. I can't see any yellow flags anywhere, Josh, so he is where he is. We'll see if he
is circulating, I can see him.
Yeah.
Just right at the back.
So loads of stuff happening in this opening lap of the first of our Arapico Factory Racing MX1 races. Now, I would say that out of these two guys, I fancy Conrad Muse will like these conditions more than Ben Watson.
I think so.
But Ben has been a pretty good hardback rider these past few years. His time at GP's definitely improved his game in the hardback. He's good at Trentino on the Yamaha, so whilst it's nothing like this.
Yeah, when you get to this sort of level, you have to be good in all conditions.
Yeah.
But yeah, Conrad's out front. He'll put some good laps in here now, I think.
And he's been riding really well. And comes past our commentary position on the True 7 Honda, right round the outside. Ben's gone the tight line. Ben always tends to be a kind of a tight line guy. He doesn't run high wide and handsome very often.
Yeah, Conrad's not afraid to sort of run a lot bigger, wider lines just to keep the thing flowing. So yeah, it'd be interesting. Like, there's a lot of turns there that all around this section that Ben's gone inside, whereas Conrad's been riding wide until here.
So Hamill up to third now on the DRT Kawasaki. Kellett fourth. Tom Grimshaw, your teammate, then he is there in a good fifth. Purdon in his Kawasaki debut sixth. Stevie Clark still there in seventh on the St Blasey Stark Varg. Then it's Edwards on the KTM. Jason Meeran on the Yamaha, and Jamie Carpenter, the second of the Crendon True 7 Hondas. He is rounding out the top 10. No surprise, fastest lap is Conrad Muse leading at the front. To the next 3 or 4 laps, Josh, I think if Ben can keep him in sight, he'll be happy with that, and then he'll work on him. Late race pace is always the thing for Ben Watson.
Yeah.
In GPs, he always appears in the background and makes it 4 or 5 places in the last 10 minutes. So Conrad is going to have to get a decent gap on him.
Yeah, I also think that Taylor, it'd be interesting to see what Taylor can do, because Taylor's been riding really well this season, and this is a track that suits him far more than what the last couple of rounds have suited him. So he's definitely prefers the hard pack, and yeah, I think maybe he could potentially go with the top 2. Yeah, it'll also be interesting. I'm glad to see Tom having a good ride after he's put, like you said, Ling, he's put in a couple strong rides, and here he had a good qualifying, and he's running 5th now, which it's nice to see, especially after the circumstances at the start of the season for him. It was tragic, really.
So Tom Grimshaw there in 5th, and he's definitely, like I say, backing up his form from the previous rounds. But there's the battle then. So let's see if we can see. Aurel Oliver then currently running in 18th position, and there is the 16th of Tom Grimshaw, with Purdon then closing in. Maybe we'll see what the gap is next time by. So do you guys get much chance to train together, or does it just geography keep you do your thing, he does his?
We have a couple times, but like so far, no, we haven't rode a lot together. I went down to Spain in pre-season, and Tom didn't, so I didn't actually see him then. We did ride a couple times once I got back, but no, Tom kind of went off and done his thing, and I done my thing. But it would have been nice to have started to ride together a little bit more now the season has got going, but then obviously I've got injured, so yeah, I think in other circumstances we would have rode together a little bit more, but he also lives quite a lot further away than he's like 6-7 hours away from me, so it's he rides sort of by him, and it makes it a bit more tricky, but yeah, so it would be nice to get out more so with him.
I am absolutely blown away with Stevie Clark on that start, still inside the top 10. So here's Doral putting a little bit of the shoulder then on Aurel Oliver, who is on an absolute rip from coming across the line dead last on the first lap. He's putting all sorts of pressure on the Chambers man, and he dives down. I've been impressed with how he rode the 450 in GPs this year, Josh. He's definitely hit the ground running. He's led a couple of laps, and I think Sean's really pleased to have a rider of his calibre on the team. Yeah. I mean, I've ridden there. I rode there in 24, and they do a good job. I cannot criticise them at all. It's the setup that they've got for like a small team in a trying to do GPs is. Oh, as he just goes down the inside of Carpenter. What they do is really good, and they put 100% effort into it. So. Obviously, again in 24 I had a couple little issues. Well, it was the first time I dislocated my shoulder, funnily enough. So yeah, we had that issue, and it is good to see like Simon and everyone. They're just so keen, and they want to do such a good job. It's in the GPs. Oriel's been doing a really good job. So yeah, it is good to see. And obviously KTM happy with what Sean's doing, giving him the backing to keep a rider of Oriel's stature kind of on the team, because obviously it was originally set up. He came to the team as a result of his own team folding, and it suddenly became a three-man effort, and we all wondered whether they would step up to 450, and I'm really pleased for Sean to the fact that they do, because obviously, like you say, he runs a nice tight ship there, and having a rider that can put his sponsors and his team sponsors up there at the front end at World Championship level, certainly something that he can sell on, and he is closing in. So he's closing in on the back of Mira Edwards and the 579 of Bobby Bruce. I think he's already found his way past Steve Clark, who's now he's down to 15th. But look, Clark, he's not a full-time pro anymore. He's just out there. He's an enjoyment rider, not riding full-time. So he had his moments of glory. They will take away, and I think we've got his team boss coming in at some point during the day, so he'll be well happy with that. Yeah, nice pass by Oliver there. It will be really interesting to see how far he can climb here, but I feel fourth or fifth is definitely a potential here. Yeah, so Muse currently out the front by 5 seconds from Ben Watson, with Taylor Hamill in third, and it's a long gap back to Kelly in fourth on that number 8 98 SR Moto Blues Honda. So you're not missing any battles at the front. Tom Grimshaw he's there in fifth, and it's Purdon, Mira, Ben Edwards. Oriel Oliver has already made his way past Bobby Bruce, so we're hopefully going to be following Oriel's progress through this next few laps. He's going to be catching the back of the Irishman on the motorcycle Yamaha, and he just picks that burn, that rut on the inside, and he will drop down across the top of him. That always looks a really iffy corner, especially with the lack of visibility because of the banner at the back of the start straight. And you're just going down there. I just get the feeling that it's just an unnerving thing to be having to go down there and ride around what is effectively the corner of a wall. I think, of course, see the gap between Watson and Taylor now is come down a lot. Yeah, they could be coming into a bit of a battle there for second. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that out the window, and if that crew can pick that up, and if he does, then that will be a big surprise, because I did not see Taylor Hamill having the speed. Yeah, he is. He's there. He's on him, isn't he? So we'll keep watching Oriel Oliver. There we go. So there's Watson and Hamill. Yeah, he's really closed on. Yeah. I did think before even this race started, I thought that this would suit Taylor quite well.
Oh, and already.
Oh, is that the pass? Pass for second. Is he going to be able to close it out? He does.
That come quick.
Well, that was an excellent piece of directorship by our crew. And right on the button, and Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki takes second place. If that's not got Steve Dixon off his settee, I don't know what will. But like I say, he's been and he's got a job. He's going to work tomorrow. So I know whilst he's a pro level athlete in ability and everything, he's working a 9 to 5 and showing just what he is capable of.
Yeah, he works for Meon Valley Garage Doors, who they're a good sponsor of mine also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Darren, he's a really nice guy. Yeah, so I think Taylor can have a couple of days off to go riding here and there. But yeah, he does still go to work on a Monday.
Yeah, but he's been impressive. I was impressed with him last year, and I felt really I felt that he got shortchanged by not getting on the podium at all last year, because he thoroughly deserved it. But he is here and he is running second. He's 8 and a bit seconds behind our race leader Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Honda, and so I don't think he's going to close that gap down. He's certainly doing enough to be able to pull a little bit of a gap on the Dirt Store Tribe of our championship leader Ben Watson. Obviously this will close the championship up quite considerably now, because it means that going into race 2, should it stay as it is at the moment, Conrad and Ben will be tied on points.
Oh, of course, yeah.
A little bit mistake then. The man from Nottingham to just not quite getting out of that rut.
I feel like Ben is, like you say, he's taking a lot of the insides which are cupping out, and then he's losing that like forward momentum in the turns, whereas Taylor just seems to be sort of a bit more, almost smoother and just rolling through the turns, which here you can get. So I've been in both positions where you roll in and everything feels so easily, and then other times you come here and it's like you just push and nothing seems to be going right because you're just burying it in turns, your line choices are slightly wrong, and yeah, I've been on both sides of it, so maybe Ben can regroup for the next one and sort of look to sort of open up the corners a little bit more maybe.
So there's that's what we're talking about, cupping out there. As a almost puts Rory Oliver on his here, but he is closing in at rate now on the number 16 of Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Factory Racing Honda. Let's have a look to see where Tom Murphy, he's out of the points at the minute. He looks like he's been down at some point in this one, so not a great race for him. But to be fair, I think that putting him on the bike is just a chance to get the bike out there and give him the opportunity. I don't think anybody was expecting he was going to jump in and fill your shoes, because obviously you are a top performer, and it's a big ask of anybody to jump on, even though it's the same bike. I think obviously your bike's a lot nicer spec, a little bit more sorted for him maybe, and so good to see him out there on it. But here's Oriel closing in on Tom Grimshaw, and the other two riders there in front, and that is Purden and Kellett, who are just a few seconds up the road. So I think, as you said, Josh, 4th place for Oriel Oliver is going to keep him in the hunt in the championship, and that is that's the big thing. Nobody's away with this one. I mean, even Taylor Hamill's only 27 points adrift, so he's down there in 4th at the moment.
Yeah, it's damage limitation here, I think, for Oliveri. Like you say, if he can get to 4th, then I think that's like a win for him in this race. If that's after a bad start or this is a bad race for him, if he can get to 4th, that's still easily a podium at the end of today, isn't it? So yeah, I think that's what we've just got to keep pushing to the end here.
I will expect that he will try and do a bit of a cutback or something going up the hill.
Down the inside.
Straight down the inside. That was
nice.
Yes.
He was just on the smooth there, I think.
Caught Tom unawares.
Yeah.
Again, it's just nice bit of line. Just starting to get a little bit of dry. It's not dusty, but we're just getting a little bit of dust kicking up out of the bottom of the ruts. Now all of a sudden the battle between Kelly and Grimshaw right there in front of the number 83 Spaniard. Kelly doing everything he can to try and keep the number 41 of Tristan Purden. Like I say, another man that's changed bikes mid-season, and this is his first race on the Kawasaki. He said he's had a day on it and quite likes it. In other words, he said, well, I haven't had a chance to mess with it too much yet, I'm just going to get on and go. So sometimes that is what he needs, and he just makes a really nice pass up the inside of Todd Kellett, who, let's be honest, Todd's here just getting a bit of bike time on that Honda.
Yeah.
His big thing is obviously going to be the World Beach Cross Championship for for that SR Motor Blues Championship team for Joseph Salfranche there, based out of France.
They've done such a nice job to the track, haven't they? There's so many lines.
Over around the inside for Oliver. He just squeezes up the inside.
Yeah, Todd didn't put too much of a fight out there, did he?
Yeah, Todd's not going to make any friends falling off and putting himself out of action for the rest of the season at a race like this. So it is really just a chance to get a run out. Purdon reaches up and pulls the tear off. So gaps at the front then. Muse 9 seconds ahead of Taylor Hamill, with Watson a further 3 seconds adrift, and it's a long way back now, almost 30 seconds, almost, or in fact even a little bit more than that, as you can see on the K-Tech tower. 34 seconds back to this battle between Purdon and Oliver and Todd Kellett. And I think once Oliver's found his way through this, that will be as far as he goes, with 9 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Is there anywhere on this track where you can actually kind of catch a little bit of a break?
Yes, there is. Again, it comes down to line choices, I feel like I said earlier. It's you can be in that position where everything's flowing and it feels easy, so yeah, then you feel like you can take a couple little breaks. I mean, this track doesn't get overly rough as such, but if you're in the main line too much and it's choppy, it can take it out of you a lot more. So yeah, like I say, it's been a bit. I've been on both sides where you can relax in places, and then there's other times where the track just feels like you're using a whole lot of energy.
So Conrad away at the front of this one, but this is the battle that we are watching between Aurel Oliver and Taylor Hamill. And Tristan Purdon. That was stung. That was stung his toes. He's not give it up.
I've clipped these posts before, and they are not nice. I was here last year. I just did a little race leading up to the British Championship here, and on this first turn, I just leant it into one of the ruts and clipped the post and broke my little finger. They're in there. You can see some posts down there now from being clipped.
Yeah, and like I say, when you're leant over as well, even the short ones are suddenly just at the wrong height.
That's it. The ruts get so nice here, and you can lean it over so much that then actually you're hitting your fingers on the post because you're leant over so much.
When Oliver managed to pass on Tristan Purdon, went down to pit lane.
Looking at the timing, Ben is back on to Taylor, only a second.
Yes, he is. So he has closed the gap. As Hamill's made a mistake, because that gap was 7 seconds odd to Conrad Muse. So Ben has closed back in. I think that is going to be a mistake. We'll have to see what the times give us when they come across the line next time.
From what I can see, Ben's actually made the pass.
There's Aurel Oliver. Indeed he has. So whilst that looked like it was something that was going to blow itself out, all of a sudden Ben Watson back up to second place. So I think that Taylor's made a mistake there. Somewhere on the line, Josh. He was a long way
2 or
adrift.
3 seconds on Ben, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Be interesting to see if Taylor can respond now.
Yeah. He's coming out and playing to us. Yeah, you can see all them posts been knocked all over the place.
Phil won't be happy with that.
But Oliver then up to fourth finally. Like I say, put a decent amount of time into our race, into Tristan Purdon. trying to find our race leader.
There he is.
10 seconds over Ben Watson. There he is, the Crendon True 7 Honda. Had some interesting battles that we've been able to follow. So he just pops a lap on the 1:41. That is Nathan Green. But Conrad been absolutely metronomic then, just banging laps in, and not had a challenge since he managed to find his way past Stevie Clark on that opening lap, Josh.
No, he's rode a pretty smooth race so far. He's always good. Well, he's good at every track, but yeah, he's got that little gap and he's just maintained it. It just looks like he's in a nice flow at the minute.
And again, somebody else coming off injury. We had Dave Thorpe message Jeff during the coverage at Ling saying what he'd been through over winter, getting his hips sorted out, stuff like that, in preparation for this season. So he didn't hit the ground running at ground one, and he seemed a little bit disappointed. But he's certainly found his feet now, and expecting that he will carry on the improvement from round to round. Like I say, this will, he would have been leading the championship. Now I think it's going to swing back the way of Ben Watson, because he's managed to find his way past Taylor Hamill. We're going to take a quick pop down to pit lane where Jeff is with somebody. We will find out.
Yeah, here we are, Phil, down here in pit lane, checking in with the Crendon True 7 team. Just, I think Rob's got time for a quick chat. His rider's checking out in front. Rob, I know you're always busy this time of the race, but Conrad, listen, Cat was out of the bag. DT obviously announced the difficulties in the off-season for him. So as a mechanic, you've got to be patient as well as he comes back to fitness. But so far today, he made a great start. In qualifying, he kind of looked a little bit chilled with it all. He kind of rolled over the line on his quickest lap with time to spare. But
no, he was very, very chilled, to be fair. Yeah, he knew in the races where it counts.
But also, this is Conrad country. I mean, this is so similar to his practice track. He loves this kind of going. What do you do as a mechanic, regards to the bike? Do you do anything set up differently for this event?
There's always a difference between like here and Ling, like the sand. Set a bike up differently. Here you got the deep long ruts. Yeah. He's coming through in a second.
I was going to say, I don't want you to miss because you're chatting to me. I don't want that kind of responsibility. I'll let you get on. But Rob, obviously he's been here before. Conrad's won a lot of races. Just seeing who else is around here if we got a bit of time. Let's just work back this way. Mind the Spo there, Josh. I knew you were going to do that. But we can maybe see some of the things getting written on the pit board round here as the guys get ready. Great to see this man here. The guy in the blue there, that is Tim, the ACU chairman, Tim Lightfoot, rocking out to all the events now. So ACU and this whole British Championship is stepping up. We go back to the guys in the booth there. Great insight from Rob, and we'll finish this race off. Can Conrad get it done? Well, right now he's certainly in the driving seat to get in a race win at the opening moto here at Landrake.
Cheers, Jeff, and another lap in the books then for Conrad Muse. And great to get that, like I say, the insight down there, what's going on there, pit lane, just literally at the back end of the bus. It's so nice for us to be next to everything. Doesn't happen at a lot of races. We are where we are. And but Conrad then, 11 seconds, the gap he will take. We will press the button. Our Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. And as a result of that, he's got himself off to a good start this weekend. But as we've seen, Ben Watson, and this was one of the things he said in one of the interviews after Ling, it takes him too long to get going. The one-day format is not a thing that Ben Watson likes. He did say he wanted to go out and ride more on the Saturday before these rounds so that he was coming into Sunday regularly, because all of his top performances have been in Moto2.
Yeah, it's Ben's done, obviously, he's been a long time in GPs, hasn't he? And I prefer the one-day format compared to the 2 days, just because maybe it's because of the British Championship, you just grow up doing that, but I just feel like the GPs are such a long day, a long weekend. You get there on like the Thursday night or the Friday morning, and then you have start practice on the Friday, and then you have qualifying and a qualifying race and everything on the Saturday, and then come Sunday, it's like you're on your third day of riding, which, if Ben's just been doing that for so long and no British Championship, which is one day, then I do get it for him. But yeah, like I said, personally, I actually prefer the one-day format. Like when I went to America and done a few rounds out there a few years ago, it was, even though I had never ridden the tracks before, I just still got on with it. Like Conrad nearly made a mistake there. Even over there, like I've never ridden the tracks before, and you have 2 qualifying, and it's literally from the first lap of the first. You do your out lap, and then the green flag goes, and it's your qualifying.
You've got to go, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. It depends on your person, like how you sort of your mentality and what you prefer. But yeah, I definitely prefer the one-day formats. Like when in COVID we was doing the GPs, the one-day formats. Even then, I preferred it, and I think a lot of other riders actually prefer that. But then obviously you have Ben that he obviously doesn't.
Yeah. Although he did have some really, really good results in that COVID year. I think he almost, I think that was one of his better years on the 450 for certain. But yeah, at the end of the day, how we're watching Conrad now, he's away with this one. But let's not underestimate that Ben Watson always has something he can pull out. He's a clever rider. He'll know he's got nothing for Conrad in this one. So he might be just keeping his powder dry. I'll pass Taylor. Let's see what we can do in Moto 2. Make a few changes to the bike and hit the ground running. And like I say, we've seen that more than once. We're seeing a few little spots of rain on the bus window. So slight change in the weather. That is also going to make things interesting for the second group of races.
That could make a big difference for race 2. That is for sure.
So 2 laps to go then for our race leader, Conrad Muse. It has kind of all stretched out a little bit out the front. No battles really to speak of. Oriol Oliver has made himself a decent run through the pack to 4th to keep his championship points tally ticking along nicely. But everybody else, the top 3 are gone. Muse then leads by 15 seconds almost then from Ben Watson, with Hamill there 25 seconds adrift. And again, once you get to this level, you know in your own mind, yeah, I'm not doing anything else here. I'll take the points. I'm not going to take any risk. Keep your powder dry for the next race or next weekend or whatever. MX2 boys and the 125 riders have got no concept of that at all. They're all absolutely wide open.
Yeah. This is definitely, once you get to MX1 or like you sort of get to that a little bit older, you kind of know how to sort of play the game or what cards you've been dealt with at that point. It's to say, yeah, like you say, with the young. When you're a bit younger, it's just like all out, and then if something goes wrong, you get flustered in the moment. Whereas, like, it just comes with experience, and obviously, like you say, Conrad's got this in the bag with 1 lap to go. He'll be just in cruise mode himself, and Ben's probably in cruise mode, thinking, I'm going to try and save as much energy for the second race as possible. So they're probably both going to go back and maybe both be quietly confident, thinking they'll have slightly different mindset. It could make an interesting second moto.
And of course, we don't know how hard Conrad's trying. He's just, I've got this covered. I don't need to be going any harder. This will do. I'll take the points and I'll save some energy for Moto 2.
I think looking at how he's riding, he's definitely just cruising. Not cruising, but he's in his safe zone.
He's taking no risk, and now you can see that turn in the top field there as they come down the Landrake Leap. It's now loamy there. The ruts that were there this morning have all been blown away, and it's now nice and loose. And this track is going to. So we were expecting a little bit of moisture at some point during the day, and we were just hoping that it wasn't going to come too soon. So now it's dried out a little. It might be seen there is the 23. Of Taylor Hamill, but our race leader then. This always looks a nice bit of the track where it sweeps left and then right round this corner.
Yeah, this is quite an awkward corner though. It's every year. It's never changed. It's always because you're sort of trying to drive up around the turn, but it's also like the turn's sort of falling away from you as you get to the top, and then it always gets so rutty. So keeping like your feet on the pegs right the way around does sort of help, because you're keeping the bike planted. It's actually probably one of the most awkward corners on the track, I would say.
And it is one of those tracks where there's lots and lots of places to make up time, but there's also lots and lots of places to throw it away quite easily.
Yeah, for sure. It's you've got to be inch perfect around here. Because it's hard to sort of gain fractions of a second, but like you say, it's so easy to say stand it up in a turn and lose a second.
So checker flag waves. Conrad Muse takes victory in a Pico Factory Racing MX1 Moto #1. A comfortable victory at the end of the day for the man on the Crendon True 7 Honda. He comes across the line and the gap out to Ben Watson. Well, Ben still not across the line. Here comes the championship leader, the red plate holder, and he will maintain that red plate. We don't swap it between races for obvious reasons, but he will hold on to the championship lead, and we will get to hear from Jeff how his race went, and also the very, very impressive Taylor Hamill. Here comes Taylor. He'll take a well-deserved third place, and he will be looking to maybe back that up in the next one. Aurel Oliver, well, he ran him down quite a lot at the end, but another lap maybe he would have gotten a chance to have a bit of a shot at him, but it's going to be quite a while before we get the rest of the guys coming through, where it should be Purden, Kellett, Tom Grimshaw in 7th, and then it'll be Edwards 8th, Meara 9th, and the South African Cameron Deroe in 10th. There is Purden across the line. Right, Josh Gilbert, thank you very much for your insight. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Hope that your injury gets itself sorted out and we see you back on a bike soon, but not too soon. Get yourself sorted out and come back and maybe come back and win a couple of races at the end of the season.
That would be nice, thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been all right.
You're welcome anytime. Right, we're going to take a word from our partners, and then we will be back with Jeff down in Winner's Circle.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Circle, that sounds nice. I'm sure Conrad, a wire-to-wire win, as we said. DT, let the cat out of the bag at Ling and told us obviously that your difficult off-season, so working your way back to fitness, that was clearly a good race for you. Talk us through it.
Yeah, good. Dialed the start in, exactly like the first race at Ling. Just honestly, the setup we've got at the minute is amazing. If we can get everything right on the start, it's so good, and that was exactly what we done then. So great start, which always helps. Was quite difficult around the first turn with the whole shot device still on. The bike kept sitting up, and it's quite difficult to turn. So a couple of people went by, and then managed to get into the lead on the first lap and put a bit of charge on at the start, and then just settled in really. A couple of the lines went away towards the middle part of the race, and then the last few laps I managed to find some new ones and ready for the second race. But it's nice to get the win under the belt. The job's not done yet. We've still got one more to go. So we'll go back, regroup, and we'll try again for the next one.
What I found quite fascinating at Ling is you said that you got the start in the first one, and you said you kind of felt, you hadn't led a race for a while from the start. You seemed a little bit more relaxed that time and not so a little bit nervy, which is a weird thing to say because you've obviously got a load of good starts previously. So that was obviously nice to get used to being leading from the first lap. Yeah, definitely. The team have worked so hard on the bike, and honestly, it's incredible. And my suspension guys here again this weekend, and honestly, the bike's so nice to ride. It's like a dream. It's effortless. So shout out to them guys, which make my life a lot easier. But yeah, like you said, it was a bit more relaxing that time. It'd be nice if I could get used to these whole shots. But yeah, no, overall a great race, and looking forward to the second one. Well, you said coming into it, the championship's on. It definitely is. More points gained. Good luck in the second one. You go and get yourself ready for that. Let's bring in Ben. Come on in, Ben, as he just spits out his gum shield. looking after those pearly whites there, making sure you don't damage any of them. Ben, obviously, you want to win this thing. It's going to be a big old slugfest to the end between you and Conrad, but you just couldn't quite live with him in that one, it seemed. And then, of course, you had pressure from the back as well with Taylor.
Yeah, obviously, Ariel's kind of one of the three at the moment, especially on these conditions. He can ride really well, so I'll probably say I got a little bit lucky with him crashing there because that was kind of right in front. And then, off the start, you got 30 other riders there, and I think it would have been difficult for him after that. So there was a bit of me and Conrad, and then I just I had a good first few laps, but just tightened up so bad, had a real bad arm pump. And then I couldn't stay with Conrad, so he rode off, and Taylor came past me, and I just needed a few laps, see a few of his lines even, because he was faster than me at that point. And then, once I just settled down and just tried to relax a bit, my arm pump actually eased off a little bit, and then I had some better laps after and could get back by him. So, overall, struggling with the track a little bit, but can't really complain at P2. And we've changed quite a lot with the bike, so still getting used to that. But overall, P2, it's solid.
Very quickly, looking to make any changes with the bike between motos?
I will do, but again, it's a similar story to the previous rounds. My first race has been a bit more of a struggle for me, especially with my arms. I don't really know why that's happening because it's something I've never really suffered with before. But second race I've not suffered with it at all. So we'll go into it with a bit more confidence.
Well, it worked out at Ling all right at second moto. So good luck in the second one. You go and get yourself ready. Let's bring in Taylor Hamill. Great to see Taylor up here, obviously. Taylor, here we are, winner's circle, a step forward. Listen, we know that the top three in this championship, are obviously a tough nut to crack, and you've been knocking on the door. That was a real solid performance. That must have felt good, although obviously Ben got you back towards the end of the motor, but just to be in there, mixing it with those guys.
Yeah, no, it was good first half, and then again, I just started tensing up, and my arms went solid, and I was a bit annoyed, but the first half was good. And to pass Ben, and Conrad was there, and I just wanted to keep doing solid laps, but I just got tight again, which I need to stop doing because it's costing me big. But to run with them three, it's really good. Yeah.
Easier said than done. We always said, as you was growing up, that you were kind of destined to be a 450 rider. It looks like you're really starting to feel like one now and ride like one, really getting to grips with the big KX.
Yeah, I really like it. It's helped being on the same bike last year. So to come into this year, I had a good off season, and then coming in, I feel really good on the bike. So I've been waiting for a hard pack track like this all year, and I thought, bloody hell, this is it, the first few laps. But I just annoyed. But I hopefully got it out of the way that race and then keep it going the next one. Yeah, good luck in the next one, because this could be the weekend where Taylor finally breaks the top three and gets on the podium. Good luck in the second moto. There you go. So that was the first block of racing completed. That was the Apico MX1 opening moto. We're going back to the start now with the RFX 125 second moto. Don't go too far away. They're coming up after this short ad break. We'll see you then.
Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, Black Betty had a child, bam lamb, the damn thing gone wild, bam lamb, she said a word not of mine, bam lamb, the damn thing gone blind, bam lamb.
to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those roses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirm to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready for the second of our blocks of races here at Landrake for round 4 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We've had 3 decent races, Jeff. It's been pretty entertaining.
It's been very good. Track always delivers. Track is in such good shape. They've prepared for all kind of weather. It is just starting to go a little bit colder out there, starting to spit with rain a little bit, but I think we're going to get lucky. I don't think we're going to get any torrential downpour. Famous last words. Now I've said that, it's going to absolutely sheet down, isn't it? But the track will take it anyway. And from what I can gather, talking to a lot of the riders, which I had the opportunity to in between when you had Josh in the booth there, the track is riding really good, probably the best it's been in a long time. So plenty of line choice, plenty of opportunity, a super technical circuit sorting them out, and it's a genuine, like we said, old school motocross track, off canvas. You know, like I said, it's not littered with loads of big rollers or, you know, massive tabletops and all that kind of stuff. But I tell you what, it's one of the most challenging circuits on the tour. Yeah, and lots of guys out there making mistakes. But somebody who didn't make a mistake in that one was Drew Stock. His championship total now 172 points. This is after Moto 1 today. This is our up-to-date standings after like 3.5 rounds. So Drew then 32 points ahead of Harley Marjak, who is stamping his authority on second place in the championship. Joel Winstanley Dawson also doing the same in third. He's a further 30 points down. And then it's Stapley Waters, Alfie Geddes-Green, who had a decent run in that one despite a couple of hiccups. Alfie Heron, the man on the TM. Lucas Moncrief, the three-throw Madison Yamaha rider, in 8th. Chris Brindley 9th, despite a DNF in that last race. And Leo Wilson, the 457, he is there in 10th. He is carrying an injury, speaking to his dad in the pits on Friday. And on Saturday, he is actually carrying an injury as well. So that's not bad for him. But yeah, the RFX 125 race then. Moto 2, so we're not expecting anybody to challenge Drew Stock. Over the course of this, I think he's the favourite to win. But I think Ali Marjak. Now you did say, and I'll call that on the interview. But I say over the course of the season, I think Drew is it's his third year in his 125 as
Michael Smith pointed out to me. Thanks for the message, Michael. It's his third year in 125, and it's Harley's first year. So on paper, Drew's the man of the class. But Marjak was going well in that one, but you say he hit a post?
He had two issues, yeah. First of all, he hit his hand on a post. Looked pretty sore. It didn't look broken to me, but then I'm no doctor. But normally, when it swells up pretty quickly. But you could clearly see the wrap on the knuckles. And he also had a problem with his rear brake. The brake pedal got mashed up and bent back, and all clubbed with mud as well. So he had two issues to deal with there, and still got a solid second.
Okay, so maybe then.
Yeah,
maybe he's got something to say for the overall here today. We will find out. And the Briggs Yamaha rider certainly has he definitely has the 1 lap speed. We will see what he can do. And again, this is all part of the learning about being a pro motocrosser. When you dive into deep ruts hard, stuff gets bent. Now, it's easy to say that to these kids that you shouldn't be doing this, but if you remember back to the Swiss GP, where half a dozen of the best riders in the world
derailed the chain,
all derailed the chain because they're hitting a massive, deep monster rut. It's something that you learn the hard way.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier. It's a deceptive circuit. It looks wide open and fast, but when it's prepped like this to perfection, then you get all these technical elements to it. You've got to caress the bike round there. You can't just go gung-ho. Like I said earlier on in the broadcast, you cannot override Landrake. Sometimes if you try and push it and be too aggressive, which some circuits allow you to do that, light it up, get the rear end sliding, all that kind of stuff, you can't. You've got to be more precise around here. So hold that thought, and when we come back to the racing, you can keep a watchful eye on some of these riders to see how they're coping with that. We're going to go to a quick commercial break to our incredible partners that make all this happen. So don't go too far away. The second RFX Moto 125 Moto coming up next.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
So welcome back then to Landrake here in the wonderful county of Cornwall. We are here for round 4 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship with a sight lap for our RFX 125 Moto 2. You look out across the lush green hillsides. If we turn the other way, you can just about see the top of the lights of the Tamar Bridge and Plymouth there in the background. But yeah, it's a busy old day, Jeff. A lot of riders and a lot of spectators in. Just talking to Phil Congdon a minute ago, who's up here in his ivory. This is an ivory tower. It's a red tower, and his double-decker bus. It's surveying his territory. But he's saying, yeah, he says it's really busy. He says it's packed, loads of people. So if he's saying it's busy, he's the man that should know. So a great turnout down this end of the country, and good on him for it. But I'm still not sure whether for those of a certain generation, I'm still not sure whether to call Phil Blakey or Neil Irwin Blakey at this point on the buses, because our brilliant new big red bus, a new feature to Landrake. Yeah. Fair play. I mean, Phil's put some effort in. It's all got graphics on the opposite side. Yeah. It's like his private number plate, because it is road legal. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, love it. Like I say, it's the 30th anniversary of this track as well. So, a nice... well, there's, I think that's his grandson there. Yeah. Yeah. I think that could be Archie there, Congdon, his grandson, with the Landrake Motor Park hoodie on. Yeah. There you go, look at it. I mean, that looks really cool. Not us, obviously. I mean, look at the other screen, for goodness sake. So it's just gone quite a bit cold. We've just shut a few windows here in the bus, and it's just chilled out a little bit. There's a little bit of rain in the air, but it's kind of looks like it's blown itself away. The rain spots that were on the windows have gone. So We're hopeful that we can get in. We pulled the schedule forward a little bit because there was kind of a bit of rumble of rain later on this afternoon, and just a few other things. But we'll get it done and get it away early. These guys are going to get a good second race with the track in nice condition. Are you changing tyres for this, Jeff? Are you thinking that the second race I'm going to need something a bit different, maybe something a little bit scoopy this morning and a little bit more hardback this afternoon? Or
if I had been running a scoop in the first moto, I would have been looking to change it now because it has dried out enough. Certainly within the ruts, it's gone more tacky, and a scoop's not going to gain any advantage. Having said that, there's the start straight for the best part that doesn't get ridden over again and again. So if you want, of course, a good start is crucial. So if you want to make that compromise, which some riders do, they go right, just get
the race for the sake of a start.
For the sake of a good start.
It's one of my biggest bugbears with MXGP that they plough the start straight that deep that you've got to start with a scoop. And then you just spend the rest of the race trying not to end up as part of the scenery. But obviously, we can see different places. The upslope of the jump that we're looking directly out over the top of as they jump back down into the centre of the valley. That's lots of stones and stuff there. The Tristan Doral, the other South African rider that's in MX2, he slid off there and went down. But there's our 1-2-5 guys then. There's Joel Winstanley Dawson. His dad Delk stood there behind him. They took that Winstanley Racing Gas to third place in that first one, Jeff. And that was a good motor through because he was like top 10 on the first lap and he made some good passes.
Yeah, it was. And as I spoke to Joel in the winner's circle coming in third, it was a well-earned third, and it is one of his favourite tracks. So he likes it out there. Like I said, very similar to what he's been brought up on, learnt to ride. Grandad Ken's track is very much hard pack and similar to this. So Joel feels right at home. He just needs to get that better gate drop because if he gets that, I think he's in a genuine battle. Potentially, certainly, he can kind of get closer to those top two. I'd like to see him do that because I'd like to see where he'd sit in the race. Those top two got away early pretty much and then they gapped the field. So yeah, let's see what goes in this one.
He is one of the youngest riders in the field, though, Joel Winstanley Dawson. Come up from big wheels. For a kid of his age, he is a unit, isn't he? But
he reminds me of Carmichael in that sense, because Carmichael was like that as a youngster. He was stocky, he was short, but my God, could he turn some speed? Obviously, went on to be the GOAT, and so
that's a nice comparison to have. But having said that, as Ken said to me, Ken Winstanley's granddad said to me yesterday, he says he's lost a bit of timber and he's grown a few inches, and all of a sudden he's like looking the right kind of size for the 125 now. So that's good to see. So Drew Stock then comes to the line and goes, I think he's maybe one gate over from where he was in Moto 1. But that's almost bone dry down there now, Jeff. There's not a lot of moisture in that ground. Alfie Geddes Green goes the other side of the doghouse. The 357. He goes in there next to the box. Finley Jake. There is Alfie Heron on the TM. Man from Northern. I think he's Northern Ireland. He's there on the TM.
And again, I just want to highlight, if anybody was thinking that we were calling Finley Pickering and we're calling Finley J, and you're thinking, what the hell are you two on about? You're calling his name wrong. That is a request from the rider himself. Okay? So we're not calling it wrong. He actually pulled us to one side this morning and said, could you please call me Finley J and not Finley Pickering? So, as requested, that's what we're doing.
You can't beat a three-letter last name, mate. It's the future.
Well, he never told us how to spell it, so I just assumed that's correct.
So there is the 484 of Archie Staple as well. He's... I think he was... where did he finish in race 1? I'll just have a quick look. He was 10th in race 1 on the Briggs Yamaha. 311. He made a cracking start. We were kind of, he's not done too bad. Archie Butterfield, I think he was in next to Drew Stock on the first start, and he made a real good rip up the start straight. This is the kind of place where you find out who's got a fast 125, Jeff. This start straight finds your bike out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a definite power. It's a long old drag and it's quite deep up the hill. That's what we were just talking about. Choice of tyre. 125s particularly, you'll see it. You got to, as soon as you get over that gate, you have to hunk yourself back towards and get that weight over the rear wheel. Trouble is, going uphill, it gives a tendency to want to lift, so you want to get your balance right. You want to get your rear end over the back, but your torso leaning forward to stop the front lifting. So a little bit of a different technique when they go on an uphill start. Certainly getting the power down on these 125s.
So the 15-second board is up. We can see that out of the window. The rain has started again, Jeff, and the wind has picked up a little bit. So all of a sudden we have a little bit of a squally shower, so choice of goggles is going to be, everybody will be wearing roll-offs because we are a no tear-off championship. So here we go.
All smart film.
All smart film, indeed, yeah. Other things are available. Here we go, wheelie up the inside. Was that Stock's wheelie? I think it was. Stapley's going to be there, and it's, who's that coming around?
I think that's Morrison again, isn't it? With another flyer.
It is.
It could well, or is it Ollie Waters? I think it might be Ollie Waters, actually, because he's got a triple-digit number with a 4 on it. That's Ollie Waters.
Yeah, so Waters then had a great run in the first one, finishing 4th, and he's going to be credited with the whole shot in Moto 2 of this second RFX 125 race.
Nice.
Stock there in second. I think it's Stapley.
We have got Stapley down.
Right.
You can't see this, but he has crashed on the tabletop, the finished tabletop, and incredibly, I don't know how, the majority of the field all jumped over that bike and didn't even touch him. So Stapley is right at the back here. He's just trying to kickstart his bike into life.
He's up and he's up back on the bike, so that's good to see. So it's obviously his teammate. So it was Jay then that was the second of those, or maybe it was Marjak. So it might have been Marjak that was the
No, that was definitely Archie. Oh, so what you're saying,
we saw. So they came across the ring. So it's Finley Jake. Marjak was there in third. So there is Stock already.
Classic.
Way to the front.
Classic British weather, springtime weather.
Yeah, sun's out.
Just a minute it was raining, and now the sun's out, and it's glorious.
So Ollie Waters then. Moment of glory, but he was fast in race 1. He'll stick with Drew Stock reasonably well, I think. Might even get a chance to have a pop back at him if he can make some good line choices. These inner lines then starting to wear out quite quickly. These 125 boys would do well to stay out of the deeper 450 ruts. Oh, that's a nice then note. So doing the step up nicely, and that means that he gets a better run down over the jump.
But Drew just running those tight lines to begin with, protecting those inside lines, doing his thing until he can get a bit of an opportunity to gap away. And this is what he's been doing all year, pretty much leading from the front for the best part. He's led certainly the majority of opening laps in the championship.
We've yet to see him really make a fluff of any of the starts, Jeff, and it'll be interesting. One of the things that we haven't seen him have to come from a bad start or a crash or anything.
Lovely line from Ollie. Textbook. That was absolutely brilliant inside out, and that's also brilliant course design, I want to point out as well.
The course gives you the opportunity. You're making the guy in the front cover the inside, and you can go wherever you want. This is where my well-known worn-out phrase, ruts are not lines, comes into view. He's managed to find a nice line there, cut across the back, drop down, and managed to put a pass on Drew. Drew's going to come straight down the inside of the J.L. Cox Cranes KTM and say, you're not having that one, son. But he'll know he's been in a race.
Definitely. That was Drew. I thought Drew was going to wait a little bit longer to just get back into it and pick him off there. But that was like, all right, look, you've had your moment. Fun's over. But look at this. You can see Marzak in the background starting to close in. So we'll hopefully get the K-Tech timing tower up for you pretty shortly. Now they've done the first flying complete lap, but we can tell you it's Drew Stock leading the way ahead of Ollie Waters and then Harley Marzak, and then have we got in fourth Fabian Morrison making another flyer. So as they cruise downhill, there you go, the gaps, that's the top 10 right there. Waters, Stock, Marzak, Morrison, Jay. Win Stanley again making it. He's going to have to work through Moncrief, Chris Brindle, and then Alfie Heron, and then Archie Butterfield making another pretty solid start. It's been a good day for him so far. Certainly the most we've seen him, highest up we've seen him.
So the red plate holder then not away with this one, but Marzak needs to be making the move on Ollie Waters if he wants to make a play for the win in this second of our RFX 125 races.
But this looks to me like Drew has gone, right, okay, that's my sort of one complete lap, maybe lap and a half, just to find where I'm going on the track, the lines, the speed, and yeah, he's looking good.
So 15 minutes plus 2 to go in this one, and the sun is out. Yeah, 15 plus 2 to go. And the sun is out. So joined in the booth by the man who we just think made history while leading a British Championship race on an electric bike. It's Steve Clark.
Yeah, how we doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. That was cool.
Yeah, the first quarter of a lap was mega. I wish you would have just stopped there.
Look, we made the comments on comms that, look, you're not a pro rider now, you're a family man doing all sorts of other things, and you're out there helping develop the bike and do all that kind of stuff as well. So, and the thing was, it wasn't a whole shot. You actually passed for the lead in turn 2.
Yeah.
Which was, we saw that you were up there. The thing ripped up the hill, and there we are, look. And, you made the most out of that, and I'm on into the top 10 for about 3 or 4 laps, I think.
Yeah, it was good. First one in history in England, at least, in the British Championship to get a whole shot. And it'll probably be one of the only times I'll ever pass Conrad Muse, especially at this point in my career. But no, it was wicked. Track shaped up mega today, so hopefully this rain can hold off so we can have another go in the second one.
Yeah, and like I say, getting a good start always helps at this level. Obviously, you're no stranger to the small bikes, former 85cc world champion back in the day, and spent your time on ridden pretty much everything since then. Yeah. But I don't think there was a 125 championship at this kind of level when you were racing British Championship.
No, there wasn't. It was, we just pretty much, I went straight from a big wheel to a 250F, so I'm actually enjoying my 125 racing now. I did a sister championship in the Bridgestone on a 125.
Yeah, I've seen you in the results there as well. And so you're thoroughly enjoying, we'll say, the dotage of your career. You can still spin the laps, mate, and you've still got some pace, but much like Tommy Searle, you're getting to the point where these pesky kids are making it hard for you all the time.
Yeah, well, just like you said, being a family man, I've just started a business. I haven't really got the time. Well, I'm at the bottom of the list. Motocross is slightly above me on my totem pole of things that are important, but I just wish I had a bit more time to put some training in and some suspension testing with Bailout Motor 33. We're going to make some adjustments for the second one, and hopefully that'll help me keep the arm pump at bay.
And of course, it is every time you're going out, it's a new experience where you know the way that you've got to ride the bike and what you're learning to do. So it is going to take a little bit of time. But these 125 races, have you been following this through this season?
Yeah. Honestly, this is the next generation. I always keep my eye on these guys, and I think, to go back to the start, it is in the very early stages of its life, and these young kids are going to see the development of them coming into the professional ranks, and it's something that these guys are going to have to look at in the future. And young Drew Stock absolutely walking away with this one again. It's just been mega to watch them, the speed that these guys are at now compared to when I was their age.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, you always look at it as if like, well, were we ever that fast? Obviously, when I was racing, the guys who were the fastest guys in the country, they'd have been the guys that were at the front of this. I think that what's happened is the tracks have changed and the bikes have changed, and the speed of these guys relative to the top guys in MX1 is a lot closer than it ever has been, and that's where you kind of get the feeling. But Drew Stock away at the front of this one then, but not by a massive amount. 1.8 across the line last time from Drew Stock. Marjak then not able to do anything in third. We were hoping that he was going to do something. Joel with Stanley Dawson then, he's going to be there in fourth position. He's a long way adrift though. He's 11 seconds back, so he's going to have to. He will probably end up off the podium if Waters stays where he is. The track conditions for your first moto pretty much perfect, yeah?
Couldn't have been any better if they tried, honestly. When I drove in this morning, saw them watering it, and then saw those grey clouds, I thought, oh no, like, what are we doing? But obviously the language guys know what they're doing down here, and look at, I mean, people who are watching this can see this is the kind of track that you want to come and have a go at.
Yeah.
And when Steve asked me, he said, look, we're going to do the British Championship, and I saw Landrake on the cards, I was like, yep, get me there.
And so, and we're going to see you at Monster Mountain. And that's good.
Yeah, I'm going to continue on through the championship. I missed the first couple. It was the birth of my child, and
congrats on that.
Thank you. Yeah, so I did have to miss the first two. Luckily, Steve at St Blasey were very understanding of it. He's a family man himself. But yeah, we're in it now, so it's only going to just get progressively better for me. Each race I do, more laps under my belt. you know, as a rider, you just build.
Right, Finley J then just high-sided in the rut there, just got in a little bit quick. And as Jeff pointed out, that these front wheels get snagged by these hard ruts, and out the front door, out the side door he went. So that's going to let Fabian Morrison off the hook, and who shot the first one. But our Phoenix Talks fastest lap of the race then is our race leader, Drew Stock. No surprises there, but Ollie Waters still hanging on, with Marjak there in third.
Got a big 3-second gap. That's an eternity in this race.
But Marjak had a few problems in the first one, smacked a post and then had a rear brake issue. So Jeff and I were kind of hoping that we maybe get a bit more of a battle in this one. But I think Drew Stock, like I say, he's the experienced campaigner. He had an absolute stellar season last year, going to the States and doing all the things he did, and bagging this JK Yamaha ride as well. So the expectation that he's going to do this is there, and that brings pressure of its own. So he certainly doesn't want to be having a first-year rider stepping up and beating him. So, but did you see the second race finish last week at Ling when they both tipped up in the final corner?
Yeah,
that was unbelievable.
You can't write it, can you?
No, it was really cool. But yeah, so there is Fabian Morrison then on the 2:59. He is currently there in fifth. Finley J then came across the line in sixth but went down. So that will move Lucas Moncrief on the Madison free flow Yamaha up to sixth position. Right, we've got another guest landed with us. So I think, are we going to do a swap out, Jeff?
Yeah. Mr. Sandman's in the building.
He is, yeah. So we're just.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, Stevie, great. That was a moment that I hope you'll save it for a long while.
Oh, my dad's been grinning from ear to ear. I was upset with the way the race went. You know, obviously dropping back as far as I did, and I came in expecting to get like the good old Black Country backhand, and honestly, my dad was doing cartwheels through the paddock. So
it's good to see, mate.
Same again in this one.
Yeah. So cheers down, Steve Clark. So a brilliant ride from him. Right. So I'm going to step aside and let Jeff take our next guest.
Yeah, well, they're coming in thick and fast now. It's like just like the bus reference, isn't it? It's literally like the bus reference. You don't get any guest, and all of a sudden.
Does that make Steve thick?
Because all of a sudden you get two at once. Meanwhile, as we said, Drew Stock gapping out the field here, so we keep an eye on that as we bring in our next guest. And we had to get this man in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just get him on air, get him all set up. He's done this before, Mr. Todd Kellett. Todd, obviously this is a bit out of the ordinary, always for you these days, turning up doing a motocross race. The beach racing couldn't have gone any better, really, let's be honest. But hometown's now Plymouth, so what do you do on a Sunday on your weekend off? I know, I'll come and race a British Championship.
Yeah, no, I've had a phenomenal season in the stand. Couldn't have gone any better, really. Couldn't have gone any better. And then, obviously, with the big change to the Honda, I tried to put a couple of laps in with Conrad recently, and I thought, not going too bad here, you know. And realised Landrake was coming up. It's the first time I've raced the British Championship and slept in my own bed.
Is it really? Yeah,
lovely.
Perfect. Yeah, but how much sleep are you getting? Because you're now a father. You got a little baby girl. So how's that going?
Yeah, all good. All good. It's all at once, you know. New bike, new baby. Yeah, definitely a big change. But no, I'm really enjoying it. Really enjoying the bike. Really enjoying the baby. It's I'm getting older, unfortunately.
Oh, that happens to us all. I was talking to Tommy Searle. Now, listen, I said to you yesterday, you kind of loosely suggested, we're keeping an eye on the racing here, folks, by the way, if anything happens, we'll call you on that. But I said to you yesterday, you kind of loosely went, well, yeah, give it a go, bit of fun. I know you well enough to know that the minute that you get behind that start gate, no matter how much you say you're going to have a bit of fun, and early doors, like you were there, Matt, but those top three are setting some serious pace, and to jump into it must be...
Yeah, absolutely. Those top three are completely, they're marching, you know, they're really marching in. As much as my racing is, you know, it's long duration, it's intense, blah, 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 there's nothing like intensity of this. And the biggest thing I'm suffering with, I went out in qualifying, I was just like a huge shock to me, was how precise I need to be, how precise, you know, the tracks I race are so big and so fast, and the margin for error, you know, you can be a metre apart from one lap to another lap, and it doesn't matter where here we're talking inches ultimately. But no, I really enjoyed it. It was a great start.
Yes, it was.
I'm not renowned for my starts when I used to race motocross.
No, you were terrible at them, truth be told, particularly coming through you. That's probably made you the beach racer that is, because you've been so used in your youth career to picking off riders.
Yeah, well, I dropped the clutch and I went, wow, okay, here we go. This is now we're in. So no, that definitely made the race easier. Unfortunately, it's really suffering with the arm pump.
Yeah,
I think it's just I'm just not comfortable. Ultimately, I'm just not comfortable on the terrain. And then I got a couple of stomach cramps, so I let the couple of guys through, and then sort of found a second wind later on there.
You did. I saw you shaking your arms down and out. Going back to your youth career, you said, you were going pretty good there in the Kawasaki days, 57 days, all those kind of things. You've ridden this track enough times, but it's been a long while, like you say, since you've ridden stuff like this. Stepping out of the sport, kind of like you have, I know you keep an eye on it, but now coming back in, what's your view on the current crop of riders that we've got? And have you seen a difference in your time away from the sport in potentially how they're maybe a bit more professional and stuff like that? Have you noticed that at all?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's such a pity that I was racing 250X. What we're watching now, these 125 riders, it's just the perfect... it's the perfect introduction, and if you can ride a 125 good, there's no doubt you can ride a 250F, 450 good well. I'm sad that I didn't get to take part in that, and ultimately I feel like if I was racing a 125, potentially I would have raced EMX 125 at the same time, and that could have been really beneficial because I went into EMX 250 so green, literally that was my first experience. And when we were racing EMX 250, we had the no age limit, so we had some really big guys in there. Stephen was racing there, Mel Pocock, Jose Boutron, some really big top flight guys. So no, the sport in the UK certainly it's in a good spot. I think this 125 series and also having just the one major championship now, I think everyone can focus on what we're doing here today.
Yeah, talking of focus, we are seeing the battle for second on track here. This is Ollie Waters on the JL Cox KTM trying to fend off Harley Marzak. Two young riders. As I said, Harley first year into the class. I think Ollie second year because he didn't have he had an injury last year. But two youngsters here, I think sort of 13, 14 years of age, absolutely going at it. Now, I remember Todd Kellett as a 13, 14 years of age rider, throwing it all out there. In fact, there's one time in particular. I'm going to name and shame another rider here, Alex Snow, if you're watching. I remember at Henstridge one day practicing and it was absolutely chucking with rain. This is when I knew that Todd Kellett will go the distance in a race. Him and Lewis Trickett went out, did a few laps, came in, went, we're not interested in that. And you stayed out there till you run the bike dry of fuel on a little RM80. Put them to shame.
Yeah, well,
85.
I guess Dad had paid the money, so we had to get on with it.
Yeah, but I mean, that kind of set you in good stead. I mean, the beach racing, let's be honest, I mean, you've still got a great career ahead of you. You've still got championships to win and that, whatever. But now, as a multiple the 2K beach race winner, world sand cross champion, Western beach race numerous times, I mean, you wish for things, but honestly, when you make the transition over beach racing, you shoot for the stars, but it's gone pretty bloody good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think everyone thought it was a plan that I had for many years, but ultimately I really fell into it by accident. I was racing European Championship Motocross and really wanting to make the cut in MX2 or MX1, but through one thing or another, an injury or an opportunity, it just didn't really happen, and I had to diversify it into the sand. But from the moment I started in the sand, I dedicated myself to winning Le Touquet, and I was working towards winning one Le Touquet. If I could win one Le Touquet, I was happy. And then to sit here now with four, it's absolutely incredible. And also, I'm really proud that where the sand racing is currently, with the FIM World Championship, we're going in the right direction. It is a niche sport in other countries other than France.
Yeah, I know, it's massive in France.
In France, it's a really big deal,
And I mean, that is also, like we were talking earlier, this transition to Yamaha, from Yamaha to Honda, because in France and in beach racing in particular, they are the big two. There's a massive rivalry between it. So this is a big move from you to go from Yamaha to effectively not just the rival brand, but the two teams are like, they're at it. They really want to outdo each other. So that's a big move.
Certainly with our small discipline, this is one of the biggest transfers of the decade.
Yeah.
A lot of guys stay blue or stay red, and ultimately a lot of French guys are a blue fan or a red fan.
Yeah.
There's nothing in between. So I've got a lot of new fans, and I've lost a lot of fans. But that's the way it goes, and I'm excited. It's a new motivation for me, definitely a new motivation.
Yeah, and sometimes you need that. I mean, because you're on such a roll and whatever, to give you that fresh impetus to go again for another X number of years. You did say to me you still feel like you got plenty in the tank, and beyond that, I'm guessing as well. That the relationship with Honda might open future doors beyond sand racing and beach racing.
Yeah, I mean, my dream was always to race the Dakar, and when the Yamaha had the project going, I kind of felt like, okay, I'll do this sand racing for a couple of years and then raise my hand.
Sorry, just about in there, so Ollie Waters has just thrown away second place. That's allowed Marzak through. He was under constant pressure, as you can see there, from Ollie, from Harley Marzak. So Harley moving up into second after that little mistake from Ollie. That's going to probably not affect too much regard to the overall. We're on the final lap, I think. Just going to get 2 lap to go board now. So yeah, as you were just saying about
the Yamaha project for the Dakar was canned, and I sort of thought, okay, no problem. And as every year went by, I kind of felt like, oh, maybe the Dakar isn't for me. It didn't seem like an easy option. And then signing with Honda, I spoke to Roger Harvey. So, you could ride our rally bike. Oh, Jesus! I'd kind of closed that door, but I can tell you it swung back open quite quickly.
Yeah, I bet it did. Okay, so that's basically a kind of dream of yours, like the 2K was. So if things go to plan, then we could potentially see you out there.
Potentially.
You're not gonna...
Ultimately, I need to try the bike, understand it, and see if it's a piece of me. I might do one day testing and say no, I'm out. It is a very, very unique beast. However, to go from the sand racing to Dakar is an option. It's a proper transfer. You're racing here today to go and race the Dakar tomorrow. It's a big ask.
Oh yeah, I mean there's all the navigation and all that. It's not just like, because when you're beach racing, you're just full tapped.
Yeah.
You know where the course is mapped out in front of you, and you're weaving between all those slower riders and whatnot. I mean, it's an absolute dream and pleasure to watch you do that. But I mean, so overall, we're wrapping up this moto one to go. So I've got to jump out and do that. I'll hand back to Phil. But so far, stepping back into ACU British Motocross, have you enjoyed your day at this point? I mean, not just the riding, catching up with people you haven't seen for a while?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, qualifying was definitely a wake-up call. First moto was great. I think it's quite... There's an awful lot of lines out there, but it is surprisingly challenging to pass. So hopefully in the second moto, some other bits will dry out and some other lines will come in. So that should be exciting. But no, I'm having a good time for sure, and I've only got 5 minutes to go home.
That's the no view. Like you say, unlike your sand racing where you can just cut through the sand anywhere because it's all really loose, you can't just suddenly change your direction out there like you would in a beach race.
I've been so spoilt that I can pass wherever I want, whenever I want, and now to try and tee it up, it's like going back to racing 85s.
Mind you, I've seen Todd Kellett make some pretty aggressive moves around this place, so I can maybe see that again in the second moto. Todd, stay where you are. I'm going to step out. Phil's going to jump in and he'll sign it off. I'm going to go down there for the winner's circle. Good to chat to you again, mate.
For sure.
Cheers, Jeff. Then, so Drew Stock showing clean pair of heels to everybody. Marzak making the pass on Ollie Waters. We lost Joel Winstanley Dawson about 3 or 4 laps ago. Looks like he's had a mechanical there over the far side of the circuit. But interesting then, Todd, listening to what you were saying with the Dakar thing. What's it going to be like riding the bike and not having old fat men like me reversing up the track at you at 900 mile an hour? Because watching all of the French Beach Championship races, obviously we get to watch a lot of them on YouTube, and we watch the 2K live and stuff. The thing for me is just the threading of the needle from literally like minute 10 when you start to catch the guys at the back of the pack till the end. There's no let up, and then the solace of just being able to get on a bike and ride and just only have to worry about scenery and not other riders.
Well, I mean, often the fastest man on the day doesn't win Le 2K.
No.
The fastest man in the traffic wins Le 2K.
Yes.
And ultimately, it's a craft that I've worked on for so long, and it interestingly, somebody said to me back along, it's not reaction. Nobody can react quick enough.
No,
it's anticipation.
It's understanding where and what might happen, and doing all of that maths in your head, thinking, he's going to do this. And when you obviously, I don't know how much of the races you watch back, but when you're watching it live, you're just like, you knew that guy was going to do that before he knew he was going to do that.
Yeah, interestingly, actually, often after Latuka I can't sleep, so I'll just watch the race straight away in the middle of the night. And I know the result, I know the outcome, I've got the trophy sat next to me, and I'm even watching, oh Jesus.
I can believe that, I can't believe that.
But I'm sure from the handlebars it feels, for the majority, it feels better.
Yeah, it's one of those things that like you think, you watch it back and you're like, God, do I really do this? But obviously 125 championship, then the RFX 125. Drew Stock been absolutely spot on all season, apart from his little tip off at the end of race 1 last weekend. He comes over and takes another well deserved victory, 1-1 on the day. Marjak will take second, and that will give him second overall, and Ollie Waters will come home third, and that should give him third overall on the day. So just listen to what you're saying to Jeff. Obviously you're enjoying the day, big different for you, but obviously a big change going to Honda. Obviously Honda have been they've been mopping up a few decent people this last 12 months, haven't they? So that Erling's bloke, and
it definitely seems that way, that when Honda want to win, they're gonna go to every extent to win,
and they have certainly made that push. And obviously when I saw the news, I mean, I'm not connected well enough to hear whispers of what's going on, and then you see the announcement and you're just like, yeah, that's a big deal. And like you were saying, France's red or blue, isn't it? And it's such a, I mean, I've been to Le Touquet only the once. I crewed for Ben Watson when he won the 18 the junior race, and unless you go, you have absolutely no idea just how massive the whole thing is.
It's a crazy event. It's absolutely crazy. I think over one weekend it's like 600,000 spectators. And how are the French with you now? Do they treat you as one of their own, or are you do they stop? They always want the French guy to win, and which is fine. I'm happy with that. But it's like you can always feel like, that must really irk them that you keep like mopping up. Yeah, no, I mean, I think we're ultimately it's a French championship, but we're growing into more of an international riders. You know, a Belgian rider, a Norwegian rider, an English rider. You know, it is diversifying, and the fans. I've been there a long time.
You have, and like I say, you deserve the points you've got. Right, Todd Kellett, thank you very much for popping up and seeing us. Best of luck in the second moto. Hope that goes all right for you, and you just come away in one piece and enjoy the day. We're going to take a quick word from our partners, and we'll be back. We'll wrap up the result of the RFX 125 top 10 when we come back. We'll be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
Thank you very much.
Is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Right, we're down here in the winner's circle yet again. We are officially at the halfway stage of this RFX 125 championship, and it's fair to say, Drew, that you've got a pretty good grip on it right now. Another solid day at the office.
Yeah, another solid day at the office. Good start again. Didn't get the whole shot, which I would have liked. But no, good start. Got into the lead and just managed the race, really. I could see where they were and done what I needed to do, and I weren't looking around as much as I don't think this weekend, was I?
No, you're still looking around a lot, but I said in commentary, that's okay if you're that confident, and sometimes obviously people rely on a pit board, but you're not kind of looking behind, you're looking over, that's a different thing. So, but every time you seem so confident in managing the race. Am I right in saying that? You never seem to be sort of flustered, even when somebody does find their way past you. You just kind of take your that time you got past early doors, and this time you went, well, I'm not having that, and went straight back and made a nice move to go back into the lead down there. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I don't make many mistakes, touch wood, I don't. I think I was in control there. I left the door open, I went too wide in the first corner, like second lap, I don't know, I think maybe. And he passed me and I got him back pretty soon and then just managed it really, it was pretty good.
Like I said, from my getting to know you a little bit last year with all the Blue Crew thing or whatever, you seem to really like matured as a racer. Like you just seem to be so straight down the middle. Like you don't get too high when things are going good, don't get too low. And is that really helping? You seem to have like a different mental approach this year. And is that just part of growing up, do you think? Or have you actually worked really hard to sort of be that guy?
Maybe, yeah, I do the mental thing. And I think I'm a bit, I am more confident this year. Yeah,
it just comes with, obviously looking like you're going to get it done. Obviously still a long way to go, but you've got a good team of people behind just to give them a shout out, because obviously it's not just all you make it happen, but you've got a good team of people that give you the opportunity to make it happen.
Yeah, thanks to JK Racing Yamaha, K-Tech suspension, got it serviced up yesterday, which was nice, and then clipped me up before the race, got it dialed. Reeford's Transport, APC, ATEX Premier Cleaning, I can't remember, the Butcher's Block, the meat, thanks.
I knew you had to mention the transport because they're right there watching.
Yeah, thanks to everyone who helps out.
Okay, good luck. Well done, mate. Good luck on the next track. There you go, your winner in the RFX 125. Let's bring in Harley Marzak, rocking the Jude Morris Sunflowers on the crash helmet. Just to hold that up there, Harley, because that's pretty cool. As we said, this under 21 and the Jude Morris Foundation. Good shout out. Nice personal touch there. Got to ask, how was the hand, that one?
It's getting on my nerves. It keeps on rubbing on my glove.
So, did you go and get it checked out?
Yeah.
And what was the synopsis?
Said it might be broken, it might not be, so.
But toughing it out.
Yeah.
That was a hard-fought battle. Drew got away, but you was having a really good battle with Ollie, and I think in the end there, although you didn't make a move on him, I think the pressure, you was applying a lot of pressure, that one.
Yeah, fair play to Ollie and Drew, and then...
He's just complete. No worries. Look, it was another solid performance. As we said, the reality is, your first year in the class. Drew's probably in his last year in the class, so things are boding well. What do you kind of hope for the second part of the year? I mean, it stands to reason. I'm sure you want to try and get a race win. So, what do you think you've got to do to make that happen?
Whole shot.
Whole shot would help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably first couple of laps. Not trying to get in other people's lines and stick to my own race.
So there you go. You've got to go away and work on that. Congratulations on another good weekend. There you go. Harley Marzak finishing second in that one. Let's bring in Ollie Waters here from the JL Cox Racing team. Ollie, it's great to see you up here. As I sort of highlighted in commentary, your kind of first year in the class, you're coming back off a difficult year last year to just try and find a momentum. That was solid, although you got a lot of pressure throughout that race.
Yeah, I got off to a good start, whole shot, and then passed Drew back on the second lap, but unfortunately with back lappers stopped in my rut and I just went over. So nothing I could do about it, but lots of positives to take away from it. So I'm very happy.
I'm going to mention it because, you've got a good team behind you. So now you're kind of finding your feet in this class. We're at the halfway stage. What are your expectations for the second part of the year? I'm assuming, obviously, you'd want to be here more often. Do you think you got the means to get a race win?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I'm still coming back off injury. I hurt my knee the other week as well, so I haven't been training in the gym for the last 2 weeks, and I was poorly as well. So to do that with no training, really, it's quite good. So if I can get the training underway, everything heals up, hopefully I get a race win.
Well, I've got to say, from a fan standpoint, it's good to see you back gaining momentum after a difficult time, with the injuries and whatever. So well done on that. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Carl Jones, Jack Cox, TDR, Royal Apparel, TWS and everyone else that helps.
Good stuff. You go and get yourself scrubbed up. We'll maybe see you back here at the podium. So there you go. That was the top three in the RFX 125 class. A real good bunch of lads trying to make the grade to be pro racers. It's always entertaining to watch. Again, we've got 2 races to go. We've got the MX2 coming up next. That's going to be another ripper. And then, of course, we finish with the Apico MX1. 2 to go. You've been with us all this time. Don't go too far away. Second Lock Moto's coming up next.
Perfect.
still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think. Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle.
Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win.
Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second Jude Morris Foundation under 21 race and MX2 class. We've had a fantastic afternoon of racing so far. Sun's out, Jeff, it's looking decent. We had a brilliant 1-2-5 race in that one. Drew Stock going 1-1 again. We'll just round up the results on that one because we went away just before we got a chance to get the top 10 over the line. So it was a win for Drew Stock, with Harley Marjak in second and Ollie Waters in third. They will be your podium. Alfie Heron had a really, really good career, best in fourth on the TM, so hat tip to him. He rode through and got himself up to fourth. Fabian Morrison fifth. Lucas Moncrief in sixth. Seventh place Chris Brindley. Eighth Finley J. Ninth Harry Hall. And 10th Archie Sapley. Noticeable DNFs in that one. Joel Wynn, Stanley Dawson and Alfie Geddes Green both going out, both pushed in with mechanical, so that will hamper their championship, no doubt. But we are on to M2.
Yeah, that's definitely going to affect their championship. Bunch of points lost there because it's tightly contested. Well, we'll actually bring up the current standings of MX2 we're on to now. So this is after the first race today. Quickly came and went.
Yep. But Heyman then extended his championship lead with that win, and as a result, he's a level of confidence, Jeff, that we've not seen from the man from Nottinghamshire. He's quite a shy and unassuming kind of guy. There we go. So at 156, a 41-point lead. It was, and Musto then also. We were on about chewing on the back of Gian Dunson for second, but he's only a point ahead of Tommy Searle in third, and then obviously Searle, Brooks. All those top four, second through fifth, really tight. Richmond, Askew, Vale, Rizzy. It's all, there's so much going on. But Charlie Heyman, 41 points up.
Yeah, and I just want you to appreciate that top 10 there, the names in that top 10, the talent that we've got in British motocross in MX2. Because there are some unbelievably good motorcycle racers in that top 10.
And we're seeing them doing their thing at EMX. They're going to, like I say, we're going to see Joe Brooks and Billy Askew at the French GP from what we're hearing, so that will be good to see where they stack up in the big scheme of things for world motocross. But we've got a beautiful afternoon of weather for this second MX2 race. We had a little bit of spot and a rain towards the end of our MX1 moto. There is Joe Brooks, a man, like I say, qualified on pole position on the new to him Honda from the Nationwide Signs Honda after switching from Triumph in the between rounds. There is our championship leader, the 422 SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. looking very, very, switched
calm
on
and relaxed. Absolutely, yeah. He's looking particularly good.
Yeah, Charlie Heyman looking mint. Ken Doonson, he came through at the end of that. I think he had a ridiculously bad start and just had to work too hard early in the race, and he struggled. Freddie Bartlett qualified well. I think he finished about. Where did Freddie finish in the first one? Was it 9th? I think. Yeah, he was 10th in that first one. He will want better in this next one, no doubt. There's Billy Askew and his Dirt Store Triumph team, and there's the 184 of Jamie Keith, the man who took a shock race win in the first moto at Hawkston on the Goswell Honda. We're going to go take a quick word from our partners, and when we come back, we'll be loading the gate for Moto 2 of our MX2 Race 2.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
So gate being loaded then, Joe Brooks, our pole sitter, goes a bit further over the gate. I think he's watched the previous races and seen where the whole shots have come from, and he's disappeared off it. He's exited screen. Right, there he is.
Yeah, interestingly, Phil, I think it's not just about what's happening at the actual start straight. I think they're starting to consider, because they're only grading around a sort of halfway round the first corner. No, it looks like... No, maybe they've had a bit more this time. So what I'm saying is that if you're far on the left, when you come out of the corner, you're going to be avoiding a lot of the bigger ruts. So maybe they're starting to consider that.
So whatever they're doing, they've got a better... And obviously, don't forget, they've all been out on a sight lap, and they will have seen what we can't see here down in our wonderful double-decker bus. I'm all over this. When I saw it, I was just like, oh, that's going to be hard work. But it's been absolutely great. We've got biscuits. We've got a fridge. It's just... Well, we're in 7th heaven here, Jeff. It's excellent.
Here's something I never thought I'd hear myself say. I think I want a double-decker bus.
I know, we had this conversation earlier, didn't we? Everybody, you mock people, you see them on the internet. Oh, I bought a double-decker bus, and now you're in one. You think, oh, God, this would be cool. But anyway, we digress. There is Billy Askew, separated from his teammate Tommy Searle, who said he had a few issues with arm pump and stuff. We've got a problem with his hands.
No, beyond arm pump. He can't. He said he's having an issue with his right arm. Can't get to the bottom of it. It kind of goes numb throughout the race. He doesn't get any feeling through his hand. And he said it just kind of like it gets better as the day goes on. But it's been a problem he's had for a few weeks now, and they can't seem to work out what it is.
Okay, so he's performing against. A little bit of a, not so much of an injury, but a niggle that is definitely not something that you would want to be dealing with.
I hope he won't take offence to it, but I signed off the last winner's circle saying, well, he just got a third, not bad for an old man with one arm. So,
yeah,
hopefully he won't take too much offence to that. But again, it just highlights how good Tommy is and how strong he is, even riding through adversity to get on a podium against these youngsters.
So, what do we want to see? You see, I'm still on the Ben Musto train here. He deserved the win.
You committed early.
I committed early. Me and Michael Smith we had our banter midweek, and I said to him, I'm going to go for Musto for the win in MX2. Based off his performance here last year, I don't think that was a bad call, and based off his performance here in Moto 1, I don't think that was a bad call again. If he can get out the gate, has Charlie Heyman got something for him? And of course, what we've seen with Heyman, and he's managing to get the starts and run away at the front, which is something we didn't manage to do last year. So 15-second board is up, and as the clouds start to roll in, it's still a bright sunny day. It's a lot brighter looking from where we are than the direction that the camera's looking. 5-second board is up. Gates down. Alan drops the gate, and they'll start straight they go, and it is
Heyman again, that's 4 for 4.
Brooks is there as well, so's Billy Askew, so's Tommy. And there's a Katie, there's Musto. Yeah. Oh, he's gone backwards, so yeah, all of a sudden.
He went from first to fourth.
Yeah, he went wide,
Okay.
so it's Askew that leads then.
Oh, I thought him and Brooks were going to get together over that one. So Charlie, he made the gate and then ran it wide, and he's let 3 riders up the inside of him. Okay, game on.
Oh, this is what
game on.
This is what we want to see. We want to see the bloke who's been winning not win, and then come back and win. We just want to see excitement. And Billy Askew
is making a proper boat for it.
He is, isn't he?
He's really, this is the first time in a long time that Askew has made a good whole shot clean track. Let's see what he can do with it, because he's been having to come through the pack.
Yes. Let's see what speed he can manage. Looks like still a youngster. Fire their way up this step. Always looks like you should be able to go faster up here, but it's so steep compared to how it looks on screen. There's Tommy in second, Musto's third, Heyman there in fourth. This is Musto's chance. If he can get his way past Tommy quickly and make Charlie Heyman work for it. There's a Honda there in the background, which looks like it's Brooks, Jeff. So the Nationwide Honda rider fires his way down the inside and pushes Heyman out.
Yeah.
Rizzy there on the Kawasaki in what will be 6th or 7th position.
Right, that's it. Yeah, this is going to be good. This is a genuine case now. We're coming up to the halfway stage of this championship. Let's see who's got what, because Heyman's been on a bit of a run. Now he finds himself with a bit of work to do. He's won all these races, the last 3 from the front.
He has. And all of these jumps just starting to cup out a little bit on the top. The rut, big mistake there from Brooks, runs wide. Heyman's going to chop across the top of him. No, he's not. Yes, he is.
Slingshot round the outside. Look how chopsy that is up the inside.
Brooks holds on.
Yeah, he's not going to get quite close enough. I tell you what, you've got to be so careful now. You can't overcook it.
I thought that did Musto go down then?
No, he hung out. No.
So Musto has broken away from these two. Heyman back up the inside of the Honda man. So Heyman pushes his way past Joe Brooks on the Nationwide Honda. He won't be panicking though, Jeff. He knows he's got the speed on these guys. He knows Brooks was fast in practice over 1 lap. And he knows he gapped the field in Moto 1. He doesn't need to hit the panic button.
No, and at this point as well, you are starting. I don't care what anybody says. He might say he's not, but you will think championship to a degree, because he's got a nice little buffer at the front of the championship, so he doesn't have to go like a header and go Bansai here and try and get it done early doors. He's got a little bit of leeway.
Yeah,
we're talking about Heyman here, obviously. Yeah. Meanwhile, Askew, understandably, will set the quickest lap of the race.
3.5 seconds at over his teammate at the top of the order, so that's a good result for him. Jamie Keith in there closing in on Brooks as well, so a nice ride for the man from the northeast. Doonson down there in 9th, so he's behind teammate Coleman. He's sandwiched in between Coleman and McCormack, so the Chambers guys in 8th, 9th and 10th at the moment. And Doonson is the man who's second in points, so again Heyman will be extending his championship lead. As it stands at the minute, it's 2 motos, and we're only 3.5 rounds, or at the end of this one we will be at halfway point in the championship. And he's got a basically a race day lead in the points as it runs on track at the moment.
I'm going to go out on a little bit of a limb here. Early days, I'm saying hypothetically, if Heyman pulls through and wins this one, that is a real statement. That's a real statement ride at this point, because it will show, like, look, no, I'm taking control of this championship. Obviously, that's hypothetical. Let's see if he can do it. He's currently in 4th.
So Doonson trying to put the pass on his teammate down the inside there, but Coleman having none of that. Rizzy there putting pressure on the 184 of Jamie Keith. Looks like they've dropped off the back of Brooks just a tad. Unless Brooks is I don't know, we'll see when they go around the back of the start. Brooks should be coming up the start straight. There's Brooks there. So Brooks has gapped out from Jamie Keith, and then Rizzy.
What I will say, maybe I'll get our cameras on it, because the battle for second, Tommy Searle now is coming under some severe heat. Ignore the time on your K-Tech time tower. It is not 2 seconds. Musto is now all on the back of number 100 in second place, and Heyman is starting to close in on him as well. So we're going to try and get eyes on that for you guys, because Askew's running away with it. He's gone out to 4-7, so with a clear track, he's making it count. But the battle for second between number 100, Tommy Searle on the Dirt Store Triumph, and Ben Mustoe, 163.
Oh, massive moment for Coleman there. How did he save that?
Yeah, so Coleman using his big old body to pull that thing back in line. As they closing in on Keith. In fact, it looks like Rizzy's going to go round the outside of Jamie. Jamie taking a look at him, saying, no way, Jose. Or is it? Looks like he's got the inside, Rizzy. And I thought he's off the bike there, but not quite. Okay, so those two are dicing. Looks like Rizzy's got the ching. Oh, Jamie Keith slides out. You can see a pile of dust there.
Oh, yes, and when he's back out into the middle of the track. Oh, that was dicey. He's done it. He's got himself off track there. That was smart thinking then from the 184.
Yeah.
He was limited in what he could do in that situation, but he spun himself back round. So there's Heyman.
So the battle's just ahead of Heyman. Up the track, there it is. There's Mustoe and Searle just ahead of him.
Well, we've got too much to watch here, Jeff. Our boys are looking everywhere to try and catch the battles, and they're all over the track. This is Heyman getting put under pressure from the Honda of Joe Brooks, the Nationwide Honda.
The thing of what's happening here, Phil, I think, is that Tommy is obviously just sort of stemming Mustoe's charge, and that is allowing Heyman to get on the back of him a little bit, because Ben needs to find a way past, particularly with the overall on the cards. Remember, Ben had a second in the opening moto, and Heyman took the race win, and Tommy was third. So
so Mustoe needs to make the pass on Tommy for the overall. Here it is. This is Searle and Ben Mustoe coming down to the bottom end of the circuit here. They're going to come up there. Tommy takes a look over his shoulder.
Because realistically, I'm not saying it won't happen, but you have to say a 6th place finish in the opening moto for Billy Askew. It's a big ask for him to win the overall.
He's not going to cut the mustard with a 6-1, is he? But that just shows how tight this championship is. And the thing is, on any given day, any rider can go 6-1.
Yeah.
It just is what it is. Coleman then up to 7th, Doonson 8th, Richmond up to 9th now, and Jamie Keith obviously lost a bunch of places. But Tommy Searle still doing what Tommy Searle things at the sharp end of this second MX2 race.
Here comes Heyman. He's started to close, and as we said, if he can pick these two off, whether he catches Askew or not, that's a bit of a marker laid in the sand at the halfway point.
Yeah, Charlie is still in this one, Jeff. They came across the line. The gap then was 6 seconds. 6.9 to the race leader for Heyman. Mustoe is 2 seconds in front of him, and he's right on the back of Tommy Searle. And whether Mustoe can make the move. The Dirt Store Triumph rider then, years of experience, and he's not going to hang it out and put himself at risk, but he's not going to give any of this up like he didn't last year. Mustoe and Searle had a brilliant battle last year, Jeff, and it looks like it's been the swords have been drawn again. But the man on the Dirt Store Triumph, the sponsor of this MXGB-TV live stream that you are enjoying for free, courtesy of all of our partners, bringing us some fantastic action. Do not forget to like and subscribe and set the notification bell. It helps our algorithm massively. Follow us on Facebook at MXGB-TV. The same on Instagram. And then on YouTube, MXGB-TV, as Mustoe does it. High, wide and handsome, but he's going to struggle to put a move on Tommy like that. There's a move there, though, Jeff.
Oh, yeah, look, he's down the inside. He's going to get him.
Beautiful. He squared him off in that turn. He set that up 3 turns ago. Right, now Mustoe needs to check out and hope that Charlie Heyman doesn't get an easy time off Tommy Searle.
He's in good shape right now, Mustoe. Remember, he finished 2nd in the opening moto. He's now 2nd in this one. Yeah. Heyman is currently on a 1-4.
Yeah, so there's still going to be a point in it for the overall, though. Because Heyman on a 1-4 is going to be 43 points, and a 2-2 is going to be 44. So there's a point in it at the moment in the favour of the 163 AC United Gas of Ben Mustoe, the man we are looking at on screen now. Searle is doing a decent job, and to be fair to Ben Mustoe, they are catching Billy Askew. There is Askew. So all of a sudden, Mustoe has the race leader in his sights. There he is. There's the race leader, Askew. There is Ben Musto, 163, on the AC United gas. So all of a sudden it is in Musto's hands if he can find a way past Askew and hold Heyman at bay himself. It doesn't matter what Heyman does behind him. Musto will take the overall with a 2-1. But still 14 plus 2 laps to go, 14-13, a mistake from the man from Cheltenham. But he is on a rip. He was so good here last year. Like I say, took his debut British Championship win and then crashed out of race 2 when he looked like he was going to be somewhere near. But there they are. Look at that, the top 5 all in the same shot. This is what we come to motocross for. But it's Musto running down the 441. Oh, another mistake, but he's pushing on. He's on the back of Askew. Askew will have got +3 on the last lap. And Musto does exactly the same move that he did on his teammate. And here he goes for the lead. Oh, we've got a race stoppage. So, that's not great. We've got 15 minutes or 14 minutes +2 left to go, so we will have to wait and see what the upshot of that is. It will be whether it will be a restart across the gate like we saw from at Preston Docks. We did an Indian file one, but they will start across the gate. Right, so until we find out what's going on, we will take him. Yeah. So, I think we're just trying to find out what is going on here. Yes, right, so just hearing in my ears that it is going to be a restart. Yeah, we're going to go and have a quick... We're trying to see what's going on here and see what's happening with all the riders. They're all coming back to the area. So I'm going to say we're going to go to something that'll either be a word from our sponsors or it will be Jeff down in pit lane.
As you can imagine, a red flag always brings those situations. I don't know where we're at with the ruling right now, how far of the race we actually got through. As the riders come in, they're just sorting out. They obviously go back to where their qualifying positions were. Now, at this point, I don't know how much of the race has gone, and I think it's in my ear. I believe it's going to be a restart. So it's going to be a complete restart. But let's walk down. I'm not going to talk to any of the riders because obviously they're in that position where adrenaline's pumping. They have to refocus on going again. But we might be able to speak to some of the pit crew. Keep on coming down. So you can see it's difficult times. This is where basically riders now they'll have to cut their heart rate back down. They're going to look for maybe a change of goggles again, fresh gloves, that kind of thing. So let's go and try and further down, right down to the top few and see what we can find out what's going on. Don't know who the fallen rider is. I'm not going to speculate either. But let's just keep walking on down. Can maybe speak to one of the team managers. I mean, they're going to be offering plenty of advice to the riders and stuff at this point. Let's have a very quick chat with Neil Prince, obviously team manager of the SC Sports home team. I mean, that race was shaping up to be something special there. I don't know exactly what happened. You were keeping a watchful eye on Charlie. Let's just talk about that first and foremost. We're reaching the halfway stage of the championship. I mean, for you guys, it's going really well right now.
Yeah, it is, but it's tricky as well. So just every race, all the time.
I mean, you've won a 125 British Championship, so what advice are you giving him on a regular basis?
Just ride like you can every time, like a practice day. That's all he can do, really.
Just keep the pressure off. Great advice. I'm going to let you carry on, do what you got to do, Neil, because he's got top up of the fuel here, by the way. That's the other thing to consider. You'll see race fuel going in because we are going to go for a restart. And, of course, some of these tanks are not designed to go for like 40 minutes or so anymore. So you can see there, they're topping up the fuel. Josh, if you want to just spin around and film that, you can see they're putting the fuel in. Okay, so a top up of a race fuel for Heyman. Let's just see if Charlie is up for a very, very quick word. Charlie, obviously that was shaping up. You made a great start, but then just run it a little bit wide and lost 4 positions. But you then started to settle down and you were on the move. Shame the flag come out, but still confidence for you because you were gaining on them fast.
Yeah, it was nice. Like, I was just kind of getting into it, but I really let myself down on the first turn. I had the whole shot, then blown wide. I don't know where I thought I was going, but no, I think the speed was there. Like, I was just getting into a good rhythm. We was catching the front boys, so it was a good race. So.
It was a good race. Well, we're hoping for your sake and everybody else we get the same with that with the restart. I'm going to sign off down here, let the riders focus on what they've got to do. We're going to go back to the booth, either to adverts or back to Phil. We get settled in for this restart. Don't go too far away.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
So I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
So welcome back then to Landrake. We're under a race stoppage at the moment, just waiting to get the news of when the second of our MX2 races will get underway, and just going through the start procedure and I think they're getting everybody lined up in the correct order, Jeff thinks, so we can go back. It will be a staggered start, which we've not we kind
done
of
one, didn't we? Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly.
So it will be a staggered start across the front of the gate, where the start positions will be the positions that were at the lap prior to the race being stopped.
That's
they're
correct.
probably just working out at the moment. And then we will be running the remainder of the race, which will be 14 minutes and 14 seconds plus 2 laps. Oh, mate, that was turning out to be a barn burner of a race. We got the top 5 guys all in shot at the same time, the kind of stuff we dream about. But look, motocross is a tough sport, and these things happen. So I think the rider that was injured is kind of up and okay, but he was just in a really, really awkward blind spot on the track. I believe he went down behind the start, similar to where Tristan Purden did in 2025. So quite rightly, the medics having the shout as to what they need to do to be able to get to that fallen rider. And to do that safely, they did need the track to be clear. So red flag was waved, and everybody now down there in pit lane. There's Ashley Wild, one of the rider trainers, with his back towards us, and there's the track, Jeff. That is...
It's like I said, it's really good. It can catch you out. I just want to use this opportunity to first and foremost thank our incredible medical team. We got the guys heavily involved this year. More infrastructure with all that. We got the two guys that come to every round, and we've actually had them come into the Michelin Academy and talk about rider safety and the understanding of yellow flags and all the flags and everything like that. So first and foremost, obviously in any sport, particularly motorsport, our key thing here is rider safety. So we're not going to speculate too much on who the rider is at this point, but we wish them obviously a good, healthy recovery to whatever injuries they've picked up. But yeah, as Phil said, we're going to go back at it. It's going to be a sprint effectively, because we still had enough time on the clock of this one to run to still pick that drama back up. I mean, hopefully with the staggered start, that's the beauty of it.
Well, yeah, it's going to carry on.
It should carry on.
We're not going to have a gate drop. We're going to have it carrying on as it was. Give or take, there might be a couple of riders in reverse position. So, so what it means is that as Billy Askew starts to make his way to the track on the other hand, we can see that that's going. So here we go. Yeah, Billy Askew makes his way across the track. So he's going to go all the way down to the inside on that Dirt Store Triumph.
So that's effectively how we're going to do it. And you've seen this in like AMA and other championships. So what's happened? We say staggered start. It's not like where they've changed it where they used to have them in a line, but now we do it so they're on the start line. Our flag marshal, which I think might be the MXGB race director, John Blythe, I guess he might be the man responsible with the green flag. Now, John, please don't trip up when you do this. For goodness sake.
There's no pressure on. There's only like 200,000 people watching. Or is it going to be Paul Irwin, our series director? He's the man there with the blue flag. He's the man who is the head of the championship. We all answer to Paul.
And to the right of Billy Askew there is track owner Phil Congdon. Just checking what's going down, checking out their track positions. Phil, such a character, a proper Cornish character. He does a great job down here. So credit to him and his team. So there's Tommy lining up. So yeah, remember, this is not necessarily how they finished when the actual flag come back out. We always do a 1 lap count back because something might have happened on that lap. Yeah. So pretty much there or thereabouts though. Heyman and Searle having a bit of a chin wag.
And so they'll all want to get away from... they don't want to be spinning up on the gate, but Musto will feel that this is his opportunity, and he's been really good. But Charlie running the scoop, Jeff. He's got a blue scoop on there.
Yeah, look at the others. They've all got
all
good
hard packed tyres.
Interesting to see Mark Carter there, who does the Prox pit pass, just pressing go on Ben's GoPro again. So it looks like maybe for the Prox pit pass we're going to get some good onboard footage with Musto.
So the heart rates will be getting quite high now, and obviously Billy Askew under pressure at the front. He had a little bit of a lead, and that evaporated fairly quickly as soon as Musto found his way past Tommy Searle. So,
but then they were all closing.
They were all closing up. Charlie Heyman, look at that! Look, Heyman, Rizzi. So Brooks, Rizzi. Doonson, Colmert, Doonson, Richmond.
I tell you who's probably the most nervous right now. It's whoever's got to do the run all over.
Whoever's got to do the run along.
Whoever's got to do the run across the start line. I tell you, if I had that gig, I'd be really nervous now. Please do not trip up.
Because they do it for the GNCC stuff, and they ride across on a quad, and you're just like, that'd do me. I just do not want the pressure of.
Because it's quite bumpy and knobbly down through there with all the ruts.
You've got to run over all those ruts. So, John, this is on you, sir.
Well, we think it's John doing it. Paul's got the blue flag.
That's Paul.
No, you do it. No, I'll do it. I don't want to do it. You do it.
They've rock, paper, scissors for it, I think.
Okay, it's going to be exciting no matter what, because this is going to be a 14-lap, 14-minute sprint. They've got enough energy in the tank to go at it flat out for 14 minutes now with that little bit of a break.
Right, our cameraman needs to get off the track.
Well, that would be... Goodness me, yes. We don't need that.
Yeah, our cameraman needs to be getting off the track here, guys. Oh, fucking hell. Right, so they're away.
This is a brave scenario.
Somebody wasn't in gear there. Somebody was not in gear there.
Well, we are taking... Not only is John taking a risk, our cameraman Josh.
Mate, that's something that you'll never... Oh, wow, that was unbelievable.
I'm going to give a little rip of applause to Josh there, because he ran backwards.
Oh, he did. And it is Askew then that leads him over the thing.
Okay, so... ignore the timing clock on the screen at the minute. We're going to reset that. That's all going to change. But here we go then. Game on. Askew made it obviously a clean jump. Is he going to try and gap the field? He's gained a little bit of an advantage. But Heyman will be looking to strike early on Searle here. Not get held up too much. So he's going to push him to the outside.
But Askew's made a little bit of a rabbit run at the start, hasn't he? He's gone.
Yeah, because you just get, when you're the first away, I mean, you can just sort of time it that little bit better. You still got to wait for the guy who's got a bit more of an advantage. Who was that Tommy slingshot and trying to protect that inside?
Yeah. So there's Tommy at the top of the hill. Musto.
Oh, it's still on, isn't it? It's exactly like it is. It's gonna tie it up again. They're gonna give him another lap to get it back in their groove.
Askew's running ahead at the front of this one, but everybody else is there. It looks like, was that Jamie Keith coming through, trying to put a pass on Rizzy in the background. Oh, big moment there for Heyman.
This is so difficult. Well, you know, it's not. I mean, it's basically a restart, so they should be used to it. But the thing is, their heart rate would have spiked, come back down a little bit.
Yeah.
So somewhere in the middle, that's the point. They would have been still up more amped than they would have normally been for a regular start.
So Rizzy is trying to put a pass on Colmer. The rest of the riders coming through, but this is crazy stuff. There's Tommy Searle then on the Dirt Store Triumph, currently in third. Musto has already started to check out on the number 100, but there is your race leader, Billy Askew. Musto in second on the AC United Gas, the 163. Then it's the 100 of Tommy Searle.
I saw Brooks turning his face away as he was getting absolutely roosted by Heyman. Heyman trying to get out of that rut that comes back onto the start straight pretty early and get into that good dirt.
So this is where Tommy got passed by Musto in the first one, and it was where Musto was shaping up to pass Billy Askew for the lead. Oh, that was nice by Billy.
That was very nice. Yeah, he was, so for a minute there, he kept hold of that. I thought the front was going to tuck, but he had confidence in himself to stay stood up all the way round.
But he'll have had a bit of a reset. Team will have had a chance to have a chat. You need to use this line here and that line there. And looks like he was fast at the beginning, but Musto was starting to close him down. 2.3 the gap at the front on the K-Tech Tower then, with 4.2 back to Searle, and more importantly, 5 seconds back to Charlie Heyman, who's getting pressure from Joe Brooks. That's the nice line up the inside that we saw Jamie Keith spin out on. Where is Jamie Keith, by the way? Let's see. Jamie Keith's in 20th, so I think he's gone down somewhere.
Well, no, remember he crashed, didn't he? So he was restart.
But did he go back that far?
I think it was 2 laps before the red flag came out. I think he was. That's where he started from. But again. So just a quick reset reminder. Remember, Askew took a 6th in the opening moto. So regardless of trying to win the overall here, the actual win the event, it's still a big ask, even if he stays out in front. So really, you're looking at Musto, Heyman or Searle, any one of those three, I would say.
As it stands at the minute, Jeff, by my rudimentary maths, a 2-2 will give Ben Musto 44 points, and a 1-4 will give 43 points to Charlie Heyman.
Yeah, Heyman needs to make moves on Searle.
Yes. But if...
There's no two ways about it. A 1-3 beats a 2-2.
But if Musto finds his way to the front, no matter what happens,
yeah, well, that's
wins.
changed again. Exactly that. So let's see. So, and I'm sure Ben will realise that. There's Charlie Heyman. Where's he down on your leaderboard? That's not Charlie Heyman, sorry.
Charlie Richmond.
Yeah, I'm getting the two Charlies mixed up there. Apologies.
We have more Charlies in this championship than any other name.
Is that the most common name?
It is the most common name in the British Championship across all three classes. I think there was 6 or 7. But anyway, that is, there's Glenn McCormack on the one of the Chambers KTM. He's just there in behind teammate Ian Doonson, who again did not get the best of starts in Moto 1. There's Richmond.
No, starts are suffering for Doonson.
Bartlett there on the absolute Mark McCann KTM. Taking that seat over from Davey Pooges. And Ben Edwards running in that team now. And he's been decent, going back to an MX2 bike.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, and like I said, this is a track he knows well. And he's making moves, because I think Richmond... Charlie not giving it up, fighting all the way. And look at that. Meanwhile, was that Doonson coming up on the outside of them? Yeah, so good little three-way battle there.
Doonson trying to make a move, and he does need to make moves. The man on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors KTM needs to get... He's second in the championship and hemorrhaging more points to Charlie Heyman by the race.
Those three are absolutely having a belter amongst themselves to a degree, and and that's just inside the top 10. Again, just showing the depth of this championship in the MX2. There he is, though. But like I said, Doonson is hemorrhaging points here to Charlie Heyman. Heyman looks to me like he is starting to again find his groove, and they started to tighten up, didn't they, before the flag came out? So right, okay. Well,
yellow flag there. Who's gone down?
Yeah, well, I can see it. It's at the end of the straight. It's KTM rider. It's one of the top few.
Is that Musto? I don't think.
No, I don't think. Well, I say it's not.
Whoever it is, they are back up. Not quite sure who that is. Right, we'll see when they come across the line anyway, Jeff. So
I think it was Coleman.
Oh, it's a shame for Ollie.
I mean, don't quote me on that, but
it's a KTM.
It could be Brooks. Could be Brooks, actually.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
I think it's Brooks on the Honda. Yeah, I've suddenly, because Ollie's so tall, and when he stood up, I realised actually that's not Colmer.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's Brooks going out. There's Colmer going through now. So it is absolutely Joe Brooks that has taken a tumble here.
He will fall down the order, and he is. So it was Joe Brooks on the Nationwide Signs Honda. He had a cracking qualifying and a brilliant Moto 1, but he's taken a tumble. He's up and back and running, so he's back in the race.
He looked some discomfort though, Phil, when he got up.
Yeah, I think he rung his bell a little bit or took a bit of a digger. Liam Garland there in 12th on the Garland Motorsports KTM, the veteran, having a good run as well. But this is a brilliant battle at the front. Askew is 2.5 seconds away at the front at the minute from Ben Musto, with Searle 2.5 seconds behind him and Heyman 2.5 seconds behind him. So we're concentrating on this absolute drag-out battle between all the rest of them that are there battling for this 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th.
Well, it hangs in the balance right now, definitely, because, again, there's going to have to be moves to be made. Well, there's not going to have to be, but Charlie Heyman, as Phil's pointed out, if he can get past Searle, that's going to give him the nod on the overall and extend his championship even further. But, of course, even if he does get Searle, if Musto then does make a move on Askew, it makes no odds, because, he's going to win it. Musto would win it with a 2-1.
Phoenix Tools
and he's getting closer.
Yeah, Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race is, I think, Billy Askew so far in this restart. So we'll give him the nod for our Phoenix Tools fastest lap. Not forget Phoenix Tools, then, local tool supplier down here in the West Country. I was on their website the other day looking for building materials, believe it or not.
Stuff. I'm just wondering what the pit crew for Musto will do here and what advice they give him. Obviously, if he's feeling good, because out right now he's in the driving seat with a 2-2, But he is starting to close in on Askew, and obviously if you go for the race win and get it done, that's just a clincher no matter what happens. You're in control of your own destiny then, and he is definitely caught the leader this lap around. Let's see the times. They're crossing the finish line now. It was 2.4. I guess it's down under 2 seconds now. It must be.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. That's just the times. The lap times they did. Let's get the time. Well, he only took a little bit out of him.
1.1.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, or 2.01. So, so it's a little bit, but it's enough, and it's going in the right direction.
Yeah, he is starting to get amp it up. Oh yeah, he's taking chunks out of Askew now in this first quarter of this lap.
Yeah.
So the battle is on at the front. They are starting to drop Searle and Heyman.
Yeah.
As they go weave their way up Landrake Hill. They're going to be right up the top of Landrake. They'll be launched off Landrake anytime soon, up past the Cornish flag flying high and proud.
There it is. There's Billy Askew right on cue, and there's Ben Mustoe, the man from Cheltenham, closing in as he did in the first of our runs of this race earlier on this afternoon before it was red flagged in the interest of safety. And Askew he's riding a good race though, Jeff, and he
is, yeah.
You know, he's again another rider, young rider early on in his career, and here he is leading a really, really good MX2 field. And there's Mustoe in the background. We nearly saw Askew have a massive one down there in race one where he got the back wheel the wrong side of the bank on that drop off, and he did so well to save it. I think it was more luck than judgment, to be honest. It was momentum and fitness that held on for him.
Well, it always gets a nasty little kicker off that jump. It always has done for as long as I've been coming here. And the guys are trying to now just go to the outside of it to good effect. But yeah, if you hit that wrong, it's a naughty one.
How hard does Billy Askew try to retain this win? He needs 2 motos. A 6-1 or 6-2, as it may turn out to be, is a decent day at the office for him. This was where Mustoe made the pass on Tommy last time. Not going to be on this time because he's taken the wider line. But
it's not 2 seconds.
Yeah, 6-2 would be a nice consistent day. I'm not sure that it's going to get him on the podium in third. It won't, because I think Tommy will be third with 2/3.
Well, he's taken a second out of him there, that field.
Yeah.
So yeah, we don't need you to tell you that though, because you can physically see it. This will be the deal clincher if he goes into the lead. It doesn't matter what Heyman does behind him then.
That bit of the track, they all look so slow around there, but it's really tricky. It's rutted out.
It is one of the longest. That corner from when you land off that uphill tabletop. That corner just goes on and on and on all the way round to the first. The first.
It's 4 corners in one.
It is effectively.
But here comes Mustoe then closing in at rate. Now a bit of a mistake there, a bit of a bounce from Askew.
Well, they've dropped the battle for third and fourth. That's a big old gap now. I can't see with 2 to go that any change there. So it will all hinge. If Heyman is still 2 seconds behind Searle, Heyman at this point needs to overtake Tommy Searle to win the overall.
But does a man with a potentially 46-point championship lead need to risk anything, Jeff? I would say no. Neil Prince will have whispered in his ear, mate, with 40-odd points up, don't do anything daft.
Yeah.
Because, let's be honest, yes, it'd be nice to take the overall and you'll take the wins when you can, but if he's not quite feeling it and he hasn't quite got the speed, the risk, especially around somewhere like this where you only need to be a little bit out of shape to end up on the ground, and we've seen that already today, he just needs to concentrate on what he's doing.
I mean, effectively, if it stays as it is, he's going to be giving up, I think, 1 point to Ben Mustoe.
Well, he's going to be giving up to a point to Ben Mustoe, and his nearest challenger is Guillaume Dudson.
So that's what I mean. So he's still pulling away from.
Yeah, he's championship
Dudson.
lead.
The only person that's going to gain any points on him is Ben Mustoe, and he's only going to gain 1 point.
Yeah, well, Mustoe's 41 adrift in the standings.
There you go.
It's well, it doesn't bear taking risk for.
Nearly, and that just goes to show, this track can reach up and grab you. Those ruts literally can be like glue and just pull you down to the ground. A good race from Askew. A race win will do his confidence. A power of good. He knows he's capable of it. Everybody in this paddock and in British Motocross knows he's capable of it in this class, but he's got to start, pegging it back and doing it on a regular basis.
So Musto, the tight line into the waves. They're going to get.
That's a much better line.
Oh, here they are. They're going to catch a slower rider down the hill. I did see a blue flag, I think. Musto makes a nice pass. He's just there, sitting, waiting now. The AC United Gas rider closing in. That's a nice line up there. Finds a nice bit of smooth track. So Coleman now up to 5th, and he's a long way adrift of Heyman, but Heyman 4 seconds back from
lovely.
Tommy Searle.
Now this is where he has been quick. He's changed his line there, Musto.
Yeah.
He's been coming down, as you look at the hill from the bottom up, he's been coming down on the left. So he's mixing it up, he's trying to, and that's a good thing as well. You don't want to follow at the same time. You want to make the rider ahead think a little bit of where the other rider behind you is on track. Just trying to get in Billy's head a little bit here, I should imagine.
It's going to be 2 to go next time round, Jeff, because the clock's just gone to 0. So we're forgetting this is a short race, and it's almost over. And Billy Askew is, I wouldn't say he's hanging on at the front because that does him an injustice. He's riding a good race. Musto was absolutely flying here last year, and Billy is doing good things.
I think, Phil, this has turned into a pride thing. I mean, Ben must know at this point. He must know that he's got the overall.
Oh, that was lovely. That was lovely. Back round the outside, pulls up and takes a roll off.
Well, that's the definite clincher.
That's it then. So Musto.
Oh, every time he's got confidence in his front wheel
tire
through there. He just lets it slide until it hits that little wall of dirt. I mean,
so
that is confidence.
2-lap board goes out then this time by. It says last lap there on the thing, but it is actually 2 laps. There we go. Cheers, guys. So 2 laps to go. Is Askew going to come back and have a go? Is he going to want to put one across the man on the gas? I think that, well, it looks like it, Jeff. He looks like he's not giving it up. We've got to stay with this one.
I mean, a race win. I mean, Billy really wants one. Obviously, he's had them before, but you know, he wants to pick one. Look at Searle is closing in on the pair of them.
He is, isn't he? Heyman's 9 seconds away. He's done, so he's not going to figure in this one at all.
Bigger picture going on in his head.
Yeah. Look, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that at all. He's going to take the points. His nearest championship contender is not having the best of days, stuck down there, 24 seconds adrift in 9th. Looks like we lost. Who did we lose out of there? McCormack? No, it hasn't. Coleman's motored on in front of Doomson. That's what's happened. So nice. That corner looks so easy to get wrong.
I'm glad you added the get wrong bit on it, because literally I thought you was going to stop at that corner looked so easy, and I was going to give you a dry slap for saying that.
I know something that I would fall off at for fun when I see it, and that is it. Nice there from Musto. He's finding all the grit. Here's Tommy Searle in the background.
He is.
Is Tommy Searle going to try and mug his teammate?
His younger teammate.
Yeah. And go 2-3.
He is. I tell you what a career. I mean, we all wished and hoped, and Tommy no more than himself wished he'd actually won a world title, but what he has delivered for British Motocross, he has been our standout rider, obviously, of the last decade or more.
It isn't going to make a lot of difference to Tommy if he passes Billy in this one, I don't think. He will still end up 3rd on the podium, because I'm still seeing that 43 points is going to be what Heyman is going to have, and Tommy with a 3-3 is going to be with a 2-3 will be on 42. But you never know what's going to happen. Last lap board is out then for our race leader, Ben Musto, on the AC United Gas. There is Askew in 2nd, and Tommy Searle closing in. And the fact that he's caught these guys means that whatever issue he's got with his arm, he's not plaguing him quite as badly in this race as it did in Moto 1, Jeff.
I will say this, he said it is my right arm. Maybe his right arm's gone so numb he doesn't even know he's holding the bike flat out. You know, so maybe it's a good thing, because he's twisting it more than what he probably normally would. I don't know, but what an amazing ride, still showing that he's got the fitness to push on. And even with those tribulations, you know, he has genuinely got, and Tommy's not one to stand there and make any kind of excuse.
No.
Clearly he's having this real issue with his right arm, lack of feeling in it. It goes numb throughout the race, but it's not holding him back. He's right on Askew. Now, this might have implications on the overall result, because obviously if he goes past Askew, then he'll probably pick Heyman off for second
I don't
overall.
think so. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, even if he gets it,
it's 42. I think it's 42 if he passes him, and that's still only going to be good enough for third overall.
I heard you early on.
Mate, my maths have been known to be wrong. But so there's the race leader then. Askew still there, but not close enough. That 1.6 will be good enough for fourth overall behind his teammate Tommy Searle. So Musto will be screaming at this Honda rider just to give him a little bit of track. He looks over his shoulder and then pulls over, and Musto fires by. Askew's not done, Jeff.
He's not, but Ben had that. He's going to use the same line.
Yeah.
Oh, no, didn't quite nail it,
No,
though.
Tommy's done. Tommy's not going to get past him.
No.
Up the start straight for the final time then. It's going to be a couple of three corners and a couple of jumps. And Ben Askew, Ben Musto is going to get redemption, or is he going to get redemption for last year? Askew's still there, but Musto lands it off the jump. He's got one turn to do, and he's going to come over the tabletop, and he's going to take victory and the overall redemption for what should have been a win for him last year here at this Landrake circuit. And Ben Musto, the man who I picked, let's not forget, for the win. That's fantastic to see, a brilliant ride from him. Billy Askew then a great second place, Tommy Searle third, Charlie Heyman will come across the line fourth. He will take second overall and extend his championship lead. A very smart ride for the man from Nottinghamshire to take fourth. Colmer fifth, Rizzy sixth, Richmond seventh, Freddie Bartlett in eighth, and then Doonson ninth, and the Fantic of Josh Vale, the Phoenix Tools Fantic, the local team to this Landrake circuit. He will come across the line in 10th, and there will be McCormick, Garland, Hopkins, Harrison Greenoff and Max Harris, your top 15. That was a cracking race. Congratulations to Ben Musto, his second British Championship win and his first overall with a 2-1, which will mean that he will get 47 points. Charlie Heyman will be second, and on my rudimentary mathematics, Tommy Searle will be third. We are going to go and have a quick word from our partners, and we will be back with Jeff down in Victory Lane.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, we are back down here in the winner's circle. Ben Musto, winner. There you are, race win and, pro victory overall. Ecstatic. Saw lots of hugs and celebrations over there. How does that feel?
Yeah, it definitely feels great. I hadn't had a podium up until Ling 2 weeks ago, and now two's come. This one's better than the last one, to be fair. But, happy with that. We put a lot of work in. I believed I could do it just because of last year. I think that's what helped me do it this year, is just that belief that I've done it before, so I can do it again, and came out top.
Yeah, race wins are one thing, but overalls, obviously that's another big milestone. The team have stuck behind you. But you've put a work in. You're kind of like the lone wolf up there with that team, and Lee and everybody put so much effort in as you do. It's got to feel good, not only for you, but for also to deliver for the team and everybody helping you, like Saudi and your dad and everybody like that.
Yeah, when you have the bad days or the races that you crash, it makes you feel a bit bad. Everyone's putting a lot of effort in, and then you just mess it up. But yeah, this is good. Just to repay them. Linus has been good, Lee's been good. Lee's backed me for 4 years now, which I really appreciate that. I had a couple of new sponsors come on board who believed in me, and happy to just give back to them.
It's awesome to see it, being a small part of your journey, so it's great. Well done, congratulations, good stuff. We're going to see him later. There we go. Yeah, go bring him in. Let's bring in Billy Askew. He's just sat on his bike, kind of slumped over it a little bit. I think a little bit dejected, but we'll find out from him when he gets here. Billy just casually strolling over it, working wonders with his hair. I can say that with genuine hair envy, not even any sweat on him. Billy, obviously the first part of that race, they kind of closed down on you, but you didn't control, and then you really pushed on in that one. I can see that you are disappointed because race wins mean a lot to all of you riders. Just talk us through what happened there.
Yeah, well, in the before the restart, I felt pretty good. Like, even though they was behind me, I felt like I could control what they was doing. The lines, I had good lines, I thought. So, yeah, I was confident. I felt good, and bike was feeling great, and yeah, I was happy. And then that red flag. Stayed calm. We knew at first we thought it was going to be a full restart, but luckily for me it was a staggered start. I just thought, right, 15 minutes of my best now. Ben was riding really good on me the whole time, so fair play to him. But yeah, I just couldn't hold him off. To be honest, I thought I had one more lap left because I was in a 2-lap, and then I was going to try and make a brave pass for it. But yeah, I'm gutted, but also happy because we're making good races now, and that was another good start. So it's all positives, but still not a race win, so it's still
not a race win. But I was going to highlight that. But you've got to feel good that you're little by little getting there.
Yeah, definitely. I know what I'm capable of, so it's hard sometimes to take it like this. But now I'm happy. Ben rode well, and it was a good fun race. Still got work to do to get them race wins.
Well, you go away, get the work in. You've got the second part of the season to do that. We wish you the best of luck with that. Good stuff there. Billy Askew, a good solid ride for him. Let's bring in Tommy. Again, still suffering from this arm issue. I can clearly see that. It's a little bit better. Okay, so again, we've said, that was a massive push there again, mate. I thought you was going to get in there with a couple to go.
Yeah, I am. Problem, if I go too fast, I get tired. So sometimes I get to the end and I thought, well, I'll have a couple of... Might as well leave it all out there on track. And I have a little push. But those boys riding brilliant. Ben got his first win. It's always nice to see the youngsters get there. He won here last year, didn't he? And then he had a crash to come here this year and then obviously go 2-1 and get his overall. It's nice to see. So well done to Ben and Bill. To see him at the sharp end's also nice. And it was the first race when me and Bill come round Dirtstall 1-2, I was just like, that's a trick, because I knew Nick would be watching at home to come round 1-2. I think I even get a little one hand up because I wasn't even in the lead. I was still pumped because we was 1-2. But I felt better then, sort of relaxed and got into it. This is my type of track, but it was good. The boys here do a great job, and to get on the podium, I think gutted for little Bill because he just missed it. But I'm happy to be on the podium. It's nice to do it in front of the kids as well. They take a lot of notice of it nowadays. So to get a little board to take home, they're chuffed. So happy days. And that's all, really.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got plenty. You've still got podiums and you've still got race winning in you. We get that. So from a championship point of view, I know you'll be coy and you'll just like play it round by round. But I know you're not just going to roll over and give up on any kind of championship. You're going to go all the way to the end.
Yeah, I always do my best, whatever race you see. Even if I'm third and it looks unlikely, I still try my best to the very end of the race. It's the same at Ling. That's just something inside of me that I will never give up when I'm on the track, and I don't plan on doing that this year. And anything can happen. Last year I was out front, broke my back, missed a round, wheel collapse, missed a race. I give up 75 points. I don't know what I am back, 40 odd. But yeah, it's a big gap, but whatever, things happen, don't they? You just keep on keeping on.
Charging to the end. He's not packing it in just yet. So good work. We'll see you at the next round, halfway stage. There we go. So there's Tommy. You can never rule him out. Obviously, he's been just a shining ambassador for British motocross for so long. So we've got one more race to go here, the Apico MX1 class. Can Conrad make it 1-1? We're about to find out. Last race of the day. Lock in. Let's get it done. Let's get it on. Don't go too far away.
At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Here we go. Buckle in your comfy armchair. It's one more moto to go. It's not done yet. Conrad Muse took the victory in the Apico MX1 class, but as proven at other rounds, just because you win the first moto doesn't mean you got it in the bag, as Ben Watson proved and came out swinging at Ling last time out. Auriel Olivier will need a much better moto here. He's probably out of the overall equation, but he needs to bounce back. Taylor Hamill, is he finally going to get his shot at getting on the podium?
Well, he still needs to beat Auriel Olivier in this one. He can't finish fourth, and Olivier finishing third, else he's off the box yet again, Jeff. But he's still been really, really strong and good value for money on that DRT Kawasaki. So it's all tight at the top of the championship, and we can have a look at those championship points And there we are, look. Ben Watson currently on 154. This is as it runs after Moto 1 here at Lyng this afternoon. MX1 Apico Factory Racing Championship. Ben Watson leads, still red plate holder, 154 points, 2 points ahead of Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Honda. Then it's Oriol Oliver on the Gabriel SS24 Factory Juniors KTM. He is a further 9 points back. Then 29 back to Taylor Hamill on the Kawasaki, on the DRT Kawasaki. And Tristan Purdon then up to 5th place in the championship. He is now on the 772 Kawasaki.
Yeah, making a good performance in the opening Moto.
It was decent. Then it's Ben Edwards on the Ultimate KTM, Jamie Carpenter on the Crendon True 7 Honda, Bobby Bruce on the 20 Team 579 Honda, Tom Grimshaw in 9th on the number 16 Apico Factory Racing Honda, and then Adam Sterry currently out injured, of course. And if you're watching, Adam, we wish you a speedy recovery back to the track, the Chambers KTM man.
I actually, at this point, looking at that leaderboard currently, as we're just very close to the halfway stage in the championship, Ben Edwards, fair play to him on the absolute MX KTM Mark McCann team, because the rider from Scotland has been just there, just chipping away, becoming like a regular top 10 guy, and he's now edging on towards the top 5, and he's such a likeable dude as well. Makes that trip down from Scotland all the time. And it's a long old way.
He's not Scotland, he's very Scotland.
He's Scotland.
He's right up there.
He's up there. He's at the very top end. So credit to him and the team there. The absolute MX guys putting a good program together, and Ben, and he warrants that ride. He needed that extra level of support to get to that next level.
It was so much work just for him to get here.
Yeah, brilliant.
And so good to see. He was one of the few men last year. Was it 2025 to take a moto off of Conrad Muse at British Championship.
There he is, going through the screen, number 33.
So there we are, and there's the 184 of Jamie Carpenter. So we're going to go and take a quick word from our partners, and we will be back for the gate drop of our final moto of the day, Moto 2 of the Apico Factory Racing MX1 Race 2.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Look at that, Phil. Look at that. And doesn't that look fabulous? I mean, you know, rolling green countryside. I mean, some of the purists out there, motocross people particularly, would love it. Other people go, oh, look at that scar on the countryside. Not us. That's what countryside should look like.
That's what it should like. Love nice full car park in the background as well.
Yeah.
Phil Conlon, the owner of the circuit, was telling us earlier on that he was well happy with how busy it was, and if he says it's busy, then it's busy. There we are in the big red bus. We're in the top of that, the Landrake Motor Park.
On a summer holiday.
On a summer holiday, yeah.
Cliff!
The track looking prime. It's dried out a treat. Like I say, we were so unsure of what the weather was going to be today. We were expecting a little bit of rain midway through the afternoon. You don't know what water it to death in the morning. We're going to get a little bit of dust kicking up in this final motor of the day, but I think the track conditions have been absolutely perfect and given us some great racing. That MX2 victory then for Ben Musto. He was well chuffed with that, and I feel that that's ample payback for him for missing out last year. But I'm revved for this final MX1 race of the day. Is Oriol Oliver going to have something up his sleeve? Are we going to see Stevie Clark lead a race not once but twice in a day? He was buzzing about that. And
I lost track of it because obviously I have to jump out and do the winner's circle at the end. Did he brought it home, I assume? Yeah, because obviously the Stark Park, and some of the deeper sand tracks, regards to the power supply to get it across the line. Good on him.
Good stuff. So our overalls then, we could just have a quick look Overalls then confirmation. Then Ben Mustoe did indeed take the victory in MX2 by 4 points in the end from Charlie Heyman, with Tommy Thatseal there in 4th, 5th place overall. Ollie Coleman, that's a good result for Ollie. I think that's his top result of the year. Richmond in 6th, Doonson 7th, Rizzy 8th, Bartlett 9th, and Josh Vale 10th. Joe Brooks a DNF in that one due to a fall. So not great for Joe on the big scheme of things, but showing speed, and he will be hopefully up and in one piece to go to Lacapelle for the GP in 2 weeks' time. Is it 2 weeks' time or a week's time? Next week, isn't it?
It's next week.
So there is Oriol Oliver, the man on the Gabriel SS24 KTM.
I just saw Todd Kellett just wishing his friend Conrad Muse a little bit of a G up and wish him good luck. Obviously, Todd just coming in as a wild card, no championship expectations or anything like that, so you don't have to worry about that. But the two, well, originally Todd's from Langport in Somerset, now moved down to Plymouth. So actually, when they were growing up, didn't live too far away from Conrad, who's in Shepton Mallet.
There's Taylor Hamill again. There's Ben Watson looking pensive. Contract Furniture Group, then personal sponsors of his for quite a while now.
Yeah, long time.
Long time. So good to see that they're still on board with Ben. I'm expecting better things out of Ben in race 2, as we've seen all the year. There is Tom Grimshaw, who's again been really good this year. He's been there or thereabouts and come through and had some top 5, top 6s with not the best of starts. And as we can see, there's just everybody pensive there now. One of the few riders to wear a neck brace as well in the Pico MX1 class. And then
Mira.
Yeah, Jason Mira then on the motorcycle Yamaha. Again, another decent rider. Cameron DeRoe, there's the South African then from Peter Maritzburg. He was here at Ling for the first time, almost took a whole shot in Moto 1, and he's there. Seat warming for Adam Sterry.
And he's next to his countryman there. And I don't think they necessarily get on, do they? Somebody mentioned that to me. I'm not sure if that's true.
I don't know. I mean,
well, maybe they do. Who knows? But
you never know. I mean, Tristan Pernin's a nice enough guy, but he might not be a nice guy if you're banging handlebars with him every week. But yeah, look, a good quality entry in this MX1 class. And as we've seen, he can go anyway. Yeah. And Ben Watson looking like he's ready for it. And
well, there you go.
Yeah, we're in the bus.
Now we're on the real athletes now.
Yeah, we are. We can, shall we just do a quick...
Put the biscuits away, Phil, for goodness sake.
We'll do a quick camera turn round.
Yeah, look, there we go.
Just to prove that we are in a bus. So there you go. We've got that bus there, and we've got that down the other end, look. I can't flick it around and show them, but this is what we have to do to...
oh, dear.
There we go.
Classic. I'm normally sat... my youth sat at the naughty boys on the back of the bus, but this time sat a little bit further up. Yeah.
But props to Phil Condon here at Landrake Motor Park for doing this absolutely bang. We've got a fridge, we've got biscuits, we've got...
It's cool. It's really cool.
After spending so long in a 10B6 trailer, which, to be fair, we've got that sorted out nice, and it's for what we need. It's brilliant. But this is just a level of luxury to look at over this beautiful circuit and see the views that you can see from the camper positions is certainly nice for us. So where will Oriol Oliver go on the start? Will he go left? Yeah, he's going and turning left. So we're seeing that most people are favouring that left-hand side of the gate, right-hand side as we look at it from turn 1. Watson is going to go and slot in. Looks like he's going next to the doghouse. I always feel that if you're going to go in there, you're going next to the doghouse to have that little bit of extra room.
Yes, it does give you that little break. Not much. I mean, obviously, the way they set the gates up now, because the doghouse is set further back.
Yes.
Some gates, they actually put the doghouse actually at the front of the gate.
But there is still a little bit.
But you can still see the gap. Look at the gaps, and then you've got that little bit more leeway with the rider to your right or left.
So Ben's gone further down. He's gone outside of Oriol Oliver and just inside of the 426 of Conrad Muse.
Yeah.
So, we were looking, it was a 2-point swing. So between Conrad and Ben Watson, if Conrad wins this, he will take the red plate irrespective of what Ben does, because it's a 3-point swing to first to second, and there's 2 points in it. So Ben needs to win this race or beat Conrad to retain the red plate. It'll be the first time that it's been off the front of that Triumph this season. There's the 110 of Harvey Cashmore. He come up from an MX2. How did Harvey go in the first one? Just outside the points But this is a deep field, this MX1. I know we've got a few guys out of it there, but there is the man that made history and led on the St Blasey Motorcycle Start Varg in Moto 1. Stephen Clark came in, and nice to have a chat with him. And he still loves his bike riding, but as he said, just don't have the time to put into it. And he would really like. There's Jack Beniston, the man from Colville, on the Honda.
Yeah, both the Putnam brothers in there now with Sid moving up to MX1. There he is, number 19.
Yeah, Sid,
Charlie,
at the gate.
Charlie's number 91.
Yeah.
So the two brothers. Charlie is older brother.
Louis Brooks on the second of the Starks there, and the yellow plates right on the left-hand side of your thing. So 5-second board then is up.
Again, Clarkey's got another flyer, and he timed it at mint, but he didn't quite have the drive up the hill. But he's on the inside. I think that's Travis Steele.
Travis Steele. Oh, Travis Steele's old shot from the 22 Yamaha.
I think it is.
It is Steele's from Stevie Clark, from Watson. And
what a moment.
Oh, yeah, so Ben spins up. Where's Conrad Muse? Somebody there on a KTM's got the front number plate hanging off already.
I think that might be Edwards, maybe.
Is it Edwards or Duro? I'm not sure.
One of the two.
Conrad buried mid-pack by the looks of it.
Oh, okay. Well, look at that. I've got to say, his actual timing for the gate drop, Stephen Clark, was impeccable. But Travis Steele, I mean, live the moment.
Yeah, Watson.
There's Muse, is it? Or is that Carpenter?
I think that was Carpenter. So Watson getting the start that he needed, and with respect to Travis Steele, I'm not expecting him to put up much of a fight, and there he is. He goes to
Conrad. That's Conrad.
Conrad's there in fourth behind Stevie Clark. So we've got a moto on our hands here, Jeff. Can Conrad Muse run down Ben Watson at the front of this one? They've got 25 minutes plus 2 laps, and I think that he might already be up to third.
Well, what do they say? The old saying in the two moto format, a second in the opening moto is as good as a win.
Which is the most ridiculous thing to say.
Not from a points point of view, but it is
true.
Regard to the overall. And of course, that's what Watson had in the opening moto. So again, ridiculously early days. We've still got 23 minutes plus 2 to go. But has he gone and make those bike changes? We've seen Ben Watson retaliate in the second moto, and if he can stay out front, he's got to again win an overall, share the points with Conrad.
So Steele's then back to third, and it is Hamill there in fourth. So where again is the Spaniard Oriol Oliver on the KTM SS24 Factory Juniors bike? Oh,
go on, Travis. What I tell you what, at least you can say
there's Kellett.
Half a lap. There's Kellett in the mix as well.
But I've seen Travis Steele's race down here at BSMA races and stuff. He's a solid rider.
Yeah.
He's quick. So a good start. That Yamaha ripped up there, but here it is, Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph. He has almost a length on the start straight on Conrad Muse at what is 2/3 of the way or 3/4 of the way around the first full lap, and it does look to me like the man from Nottinghamshire is getting his finger out.
He did say, Phil, again, suffered arm pump in that first race, and just like Ling and the round before, it's gone away, come out in the second moto, and he said that he doesn't suffer so much in the second moto because he's still acclimatising from Grand Prix Motocross and the 2-day format. And he says, he genuinely says, I'm still suffering with it. I'm not used to the 1-day thing, to get up to speed. So he's got to start learning fast, though. There's Bobby Bruce, is it? Yep, battling with
with Cameron Duro.
Yep.
So that's a battle there, but it was Watson then 3.4 the gap across the line to Muse with Hamill in third. Travis Steele's in fourth on the Yamaha. Then it's Kellett, Mira, Grinshaw, Cole, Purdon, Bruce and Purdon and Bruce. That is your top 10. And then the 11th place is Duro. Oriol Oliver there in 12th. Jeff, so he's got his work cut out again. He just does not seem able to get that bike off the line.
It's such a shame as well because, by his standards, hardpack is a little bit more of his thing, but he hasn't given himself the opportunity in either of these races to be where he needs to be to challenge Watson or Muse.
Nice from Ben.
Yeah, that was really nice.
He looks different in this race. He looks like he wants a bit of it, and he just has that. I've watched Ben ride since he was a kid, and sometimes he's always fast, but you always know
Purdon off track
that when he's feeling it, and he looks like he's feeling it. So Purdon then he is now back behind the number 6. And where's that dropped in 2? That's a long way down his back wheel on Carlton Husband, so he's almost outside the top 20. Yeah, Carl's not had a great day today. But here's our race leader then, Ben Watson. Red plate resplendent on the front of that Dirt Store Triumph. I think the gap is about the same.
Yeah, I think it's the optical illusion, because I thought when they went down the hill behind the start that Conrad had closed in loads, but
I think he has closed in loads.
He has closed in, yeah, but yeah.
I think this is going to be 2 something.
Yeah, he's definitely closed, but let's see what the gap's down to. I reckon he's taken a good 1.5 seconds out of him. Set the quickest lap of the race. There you go, Phil. So, Conrad Muse on a 2:03.775 is the Phoenix Tools fastest ride lap of the race thus far.
And there we go, Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. So Hamill, Kellett, Grimshaw, Steele's now back to 6th, but that's still decent from him. And the gap was 1.6, so Conrad Muse closing in at the front on the 991 of Ben Watson. 919 of Ben Watson. 991 was Nathan.
Yep, that's right. There's Oriel trying everything. He's using every inch of this track to try and go past riders and get his way to the front. It was a long road to get to 4th in the opening moto, but he got there in the end. But he's going to dive down the inside of Cole. He's making moves pretty quick at this point now. But again, the top few riders, or the top 2 in the championship, who he's battling with, are just sailing away at the front of the field. Kellett there in 4th. Grimshaw still holding tough in 6th. That's solid. Fair play to you, Travis.
Conrad's made the pass, Jeff. We were looking at that other battle, and it's gone from 1.6.
Oh, right, there you go.
So I think Ben's made a mistake somewhere.
Must have. Yeah.
And we missed that.
I mean, I'm saying must have, but I mean, I can't believe Conrad was that quick that he just picked him off that easily without a mistake from Ben.
We'll see. Oh, that's a nice line.
Yeah.
So has Conrad just found that somewhere else, and that's the difference?
Yeah. Well, we don't actually know because we didn't see it, but yeah.
We'll see what the lap time is next time. Obviously, he was the fastest rider, but he was 2 seconds quicker through sector 1 and only 0.1 quicker. So it's 2 seconds as what's cost Ben the lead there, whether he made a mistake or not. But Conrad Muse then to the front. Man on the Crendon True 7 Honda is already, he's turned what was a 2 second deficit at the end of the previous lap. Again, another fastest lap from Conrad Muse.
Yeah, speaking to Conrad in the winner's circle, just felt like he's just turned the corner a little bit. Difficult off-season, as we've discussed at Ling, but also I think there where he's at with the bike, he was really complimentary about the actual bike is right where it wants it to be, the suspension and everything like that. So that's a nice place to be when it all starts to come together, particularly at the halfway stage of a championship when you're trying to chase down that red plate. So yeah, he seems like he's in a good spot.
So Oriol Oliver now up to 6th place. He's made a lot of progress in the last couple of laps, and he's starting to fight his
triple
way
is it? No, not quite.
Todd Kellett.
Tripled in, but had to lay it up, otherwise he'd have jumped straight into the side of Todd Kellett there. Now that is king of the late breakers. Well, that guy went down there hot. It's hard to outbrake Todd Kellett, I'll tell you that. But he did there.
Yeah, so in typical fashion, we're trying to show you everything, and Conrad Muse doing Conrad Muse things where he just masters a pass out of nowhere. So we didn't even see it on the other screen, because we've got a split screen here that we can see the other cameras on. So yeah, fastest lap of the race for Conrad Muse. Let's see what times Oriol Oliver is doing as well, but he's 20 seconds adrift. He's only got to make up 2 or 3 seconds to try and catch Tom Grimshaw, but he's got a long way to go to catch Taylor Hamill. And is Taylor Hamill finally going to get himself and that DRT Kawasaki on the box here at the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship in the Apico MX1 class? I'd really like to watch the starts and see what his issue is.
I don't know, because he's pretty good.
He's whole shot MXGB races. So it's not like he can't start. Is he just getting caught out with the soil off the gate or whatever? Oh
no! Well, that's going to really have a real dent in this championship. He's still got time to maybe get back up there and battle Grimshaw. But the reality is the top 3 has just slid away from him in that one crash. I don't think he's going to get that far back up. You never know, but In fact, he's having issues there with his...
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So just
costly.
Trying to stay inside the ruts and just have the front end wash out. The track is drying out. There is Bobby Bruce. He's having a decent day now. He's up to 6th, which I think is a season's best for the man on the Team 20.
Yeah. He had a good ride in Scotland the other week, getting up there, getting back to speed. Yeah, the 20 club, obviously that is basically 20, right, what they've done it to get support for Bobby this year. Put this program together where you get 20 partners, sponsors that all put in equal amount, and that's why it's called the 20 club.
Yeah.
And those 20 supporters or, sponsors or partners of the team funding Bobby's race and getting him to the races this year. So that's a cool little concept, and well done for everybody of those 20 getting involved.
Yeah, nice way to go racing, and when you're running your own deal with a lot of people helping out, you can kind of make your own decisions and stuff. Sometimes it's better than being on a team that can't always do the things that you want for whatever reason, and it is difficult in the paddock, Jeff, at the minute. Let's not, we all know what world we're living in, and money to go motorbike racing is certainly something that is not a bottomless pit, as lots of people making not much money go a very long way.
On that note, I know they can't hear us, but I want to thank everybody that's come out to Landrake this weekend and supported it. Obviously, all you guys watching at home, fantastic. But credit to everybody, car parks full, that have put fuel in the tank, costly fuel at this day and age, and made the trip down to Landrake to support British Motocross. So thank you for that.
Yeah. As we look at our old shot taker, Travis Steels. Now, so Aurel Oliver is there in behind Charlie Cole, so he dropped to 9th with that one, and he's coming down behind the back of the start straight. But yeah, I'll echo that, Jeff. And as we always say, look, nothing beats being at the track. But you think this action's good here, than what we're bringing you on the Dirt Store MXGB-TV live stream. Nothing beats being at the track on race day. Even when I get the chance to step away from the comms booth and watch the racing live, you see so much more being trackside. And as much as we do everything that we can to bring you all the action, and we thank you all for your comments on the live stream, we do read them all. Nothing beats being at the circuit. So when we visit your part of the country, make the effort to come and see the racing. Our next stop is Monster Mountain in a month's time near Merthyr Tydfil, and looking forward to going there for the first time. Oliver finding his way up the inside of Charlie Cole. No, Cole on the 772 Kawasaki. Oliver making easy work of that, but as it stands at the moment, Hamill is in a comfortable 3rd. Another good 4th place for Tom Grimshaw. He's now in front of Todd Kellett. And Bobby Bruce 6th, Doral 7th. Charlie Cole in a great 8th. I mean, let's not be honest. Cole again, he's a rider that's he's a journeyman pro. He's come through. Never somebody that was I expect him to riding, I think, in EMX 250 at Matterley, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 years ago now, and was really impressed with just how good he looked. But obviously the kit that he was on and the speed that he had. But you thought, yeah, if he's going to be decent. Certainly looked like he belonged on the 450 even back then.
Yeah, in a youth career back in the day, ACU British Youth Championship, and the Pro Nationals back in the day and stuff like that. He was podium and winning rounds.
Yeah.
Again, that transition from youth to pro though, it bites, and when it does bite, it bites hard, and guys sometimes pick up injuries. Then you've got to battle back, and Charlie's been one of those guys. It's a regular occurrence. It's so hard to make the transition from youth motocross to pro.
I think that team's a good fit for him as well. Look like they have
very much so.
Have a nice unit running over there, and obviously got Tristan Purden in under there as well as Joel Rizzi in MX2. But here is Aurel Oliver still trying to chase down.
Yeah, well, he's made that mistake. I mean, he was there, wasn't he? Now he's got to do it all over again.
So Cole has passed Doral by the looks of it. So the man from South Africa is going to be coming under pressure from the man from Spain very shortly, raining on our windows here, Jeff. We did know that there was going to be some weather coming in later on today, and we're trying to hurry up our schedule a little bit as a result. But here we go.
So here's a thought, Phil. Like, with the top two, obviously Sterry would have been in this equation. We'd like to think if he hadn't got injured.
Yeah, Adam would have been there or thereabouts,
there or thereabouts. But the situation now, if it stays like it is, there's still 10 minutes to go. He's going to obviously recuperate some more points here. But this is a damaging weekend for Olivier. Going forward now, you can argue that maybe it'll take the pressure off and he can just relax a little bit because he kind of. But at the same time, the top two are so. They're just that little bit better than everybody else, along with Oriel. It's going to be very difficult to reclaim those points back. He can. A little bit of pressure will come off him.
Yeah, he's just got to ride free. He puts a nice pass there on Grimshaw, on Durao at the top of the hill.
I'm just wondering, whatever happens coming out of here, if he goes, okay, well, so now I've really remaining 4 rounds, I can really roll the dice.
He's got nothing else to lose, has he? If he wants to be British champion, he has to win all of the rest of the races from here on out, and that is going to be a big ask against Ben Watson and Conrad Muse. Like I say, gap at the front, 5 seconds last time by. You see that on the K-Tech Tower as the rain starts to fall here at Landrake. I'd say almost on cue. We were told around 4:30. It's just about 4:45 now. Is the 96 of 98 of Todd Kelly.
Yeah, so as we were kind of hoping for a bit more of a battle between the top two, but when we don't know what happened on that, whether Conrad just absolutely laid the hammer down and made it happen, or whether Ben made a mistake. But either way, it happened off camera, and again, Oriel nearly tucked in the front end.
It's raining
greasy
now, Jeff. It's going to be greasy all of a sudden.
Yeah.
The bits of the track that were just nice are now going to be very slimy. But this will see the red plate move from the front of the Dirt Store Triumph over onto the Crendon True 7 Honda for round 5, Jeff, if it stays as it is at the moment.
Yeah.
And the pressure will be back on Ben Watson to... I don't know which one of those two riders I fancy the most at Monster Mountain, but the 3 sand tracks that you would have said favoured Ben a little more, we've already had those, so we've still got Canada Heights to go. We've still got Duns, we've still got Monster Mountain, and we've still got Blacksall. So
yeah, and all them I wouldn't say even Blacksall and Canada Heights. Well, when they traditionally you could say sand based, but over the years they have become quite hard packed. They're not. I wouldn't have them down as sand circuits. A little bit of Blacksall more, but Canada Heights down the years has become quite hard pack in places. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So Oliver does the rinse and repeat pass there. He did Durao there the lap before, and he now passes Todd Kellett. And, he's got a long way to go to catch Tom Grimshaw.
I will say this as well. It's been so nice to see when Todd occasionally does, and he does occasionally throw in British Championship events between his schedule down the last 4 or 5 years. But it's fantastic to see him. Effectively, we're getting the world debut of him racing on his new Honda, so
the SR Motor Blue.
SR Motor Blues Honda. So
they are kind of the factory Honda team for
very much so,
the French Beach Race Championship, and as he said, the French take it proper serious. And obviously after you stepped out, I asked him the question: what's it going to be like riding a bike when he gets a chance to try the Dakar bike? He said he was going to get a ride. How is it going to be riding a bike and not having people reversing up the track at you at 60 miles an hour?
Mad, isn't it? I hope for a British standpoint, because obviously he said, well, let's ride the bike first and make a decision from there. Obviously he's got to probably put some kind of performance on it behind closed doors if he is going to go down the route of being a Dakar rider. But for British point of view, I hope that all goes well when it comes to that day, and we do see Todd Kellett moving on to Dakar. We've had a lot of obviously success in it with Sam Sunderland and whatever, and just on a personal level, I'd like to see Todd give that a genuine crack, see how he goes.
It's the next step on his career. You see people like Stefan Petterhansel and Adrian Van Beveren and numerous others have all made the move into the long distance events, and I feel that the age that Todd is, he's probably got another 3 or 4 seasons of beach racing.
Yeah, well,
where he can be the man, and then I love that line.
That's great, good line, using the bank. And you even got like Gautier Paul then, is he even out doing that kind of style of riding now?
Yeah, he's doing
with the Yamaha.
Yeah, he's doing the Yamaha, but it's more of a. That's not.
No, it's not. But it's a similar thing. So you do see pro riders, motocross riders, stepping into it.
You see how slick it was coming out of that turn there, Jeff. So the track is starting to slick up a little bit, but the rain has gone.
So
that little bit of a squall that we saw on our windows here. We'll just have a quick look at the 401 of Jack Beniston. There is our race leader. With just under 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go, he's gapped out Ben Watson to the tune of almost 10 seconds. So it's fair to say that whatever Ben was hoping he could find for race 2, which he did look like he was going to, that he'd got up his sleeve after the opening couple of laps. Conrad Muse has clapped back and gone, no, I'm having this one today.
I would also say, of all the rounds that we go to, this is the closest that is so similar conditions to Conrad's private track in Shepton Mallet. He's got his own practice track down there, and it's almost similar dirt, same colour. It ruts up the same. I've been fortunate enough to go there a few times, and so this really probably feels like home for Conrad.
Yeah, and look, every rider's got it. Obviously, where Ben's from in Nottinghamshire, it's very sandy up there. I mean, not so much now, but we used to have so many places we could go and ride in that area that those boys could literally ride sand like three or four different places every week, and never really, get fed up of doing it. But obviously now they do go further afield, and obviously the thing for Ben, of course, this is the first time that he's really been in a situation where he's practicing a lot at home. Obviously they use the track that Tommy Searle uses up there on the Leicestershire-Derbyshire border, just up by East Midlands Airport, as Conrad puts a lap on Stevie Clark. And so yeah, it's a different thing for all of these riders, trying to get to grips with what is their favourite track and spend more time riding the stuff that they don't have the best confidence on. But 12 seconds the gap now to Watson. Shout out to Ben Edwards, he's back up into the top 10. Oliver is now closing in on Grimshaw. In fact, there he is. Oh, that was perfect.
That's quick. I mean, he's going to get there,
I didn't even have to press the button. They were on it. No. That was fantastic.
We kind of knew he was going to get there, but that tipple over on the first corner would have scrapped any chances of chasing down Hamill.
Yeah.
So this is as good as it's going to get unless anything happens. If he makes the move on to Tom Grimshaw, which is looking increasingly likely, Torf is probably going to be about as good as he can get here.
Yeah, again, another good ride from Tom Grimshaw. He won't want to give up that place, but he'll know that in the big scheme of things, Aurel Oliver is a rider that he's on any normal day he's going to be happy to keep up with. And Oliver on a mission. It's going to be a mission to not end up on the podium.
Now, you've got to give props and credit to Tom. He's putting together after a difficult start. Let's be honest, the whole of Pico on the team got off to not the start they wanted at Hawkstone. No. They had all kinds of technical issues, and somebody even crashed scraped the side of the van going out. Everything went wrong that day for Dylan and the team. Since then, obviously, we've lost Josh Gilbert, but Tom has stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, I've dared not talk to Dylan Brown. Because what can you say to the guy? He puts so much into the sport. He's the primary sponsor of this class as well. His business at Pico Factory Racing. We just it's nice to see that they're getting some good results on track. I'm not sure where Tom Murphy currently in points is 17th, so Tom in the points, but nice to see it. Like I say, they're giving him a run as Oriel just slides around the inside of Tom Grimshaw there. But again, not a lot of competition for the place, but Tom accepting that at some point he's going to come by, so you may as well not make a mistake trying to hold the guy off. That is a nice little jump at the top of there, isn't it?
It's a nice feeling that you're the the left-handed corner as you come out, just kind of drops away, and you're on the turn, and your wheels go light. It's nice. Yeah, it's a nice part of the circuit. That
it's one of them things where you feel like you're jumping off the end of the world, and you see a picture, and you're barely off the ground.
Yeah, but they're good. The longs where you go like not very high, but you kind of float for a long distance. They're nice feeling. The track has been just absolutely brilliant today. It's held up to it. I mean, I personally think they could have not got the prep much better. Pretty much bob on considering the conditions, and we had speculation with the weather and everything. And that's always a risk when you're trying to prep a track, because you don't want to overwater it, and then of course then the heavens open, then it is a real quagmire.
Yeah.
They got it absolutely bob on, and credit to Phil, Justin, and the whole Landrake crew for what they've done here this weekend.
Yeah, I echo that. That was so my fears were, yesterday was, well, if it's really going to bucket down the rain, and what are we going to get? And don't get me wrong, sometimes you can't beat a good mud race, but nothing beats proper racing like we've seen today, especially our MX2 class. And to see to see, like I say, in that race where we had 5 guys in the shot coming up here at half distance, that really made it what it is. But
I get your point, Phil, what you said earlier, on about like how, necessarily sometimes ruts don't make racing and you can't get so. But today there's a load of ruts, but they're offering options. That's the point. There's no one obvious choice around the track, and that's when you know you've got a good race
yeah,
circuit.
but you're not paddling in them. There's a few bits down the straights that are a little bit soft like through here, but you can choose, right, I'm going to go wide, I'm going to go in this one, I'm going to cut across. There's a space in between each corner where that rut disappears and you can move around the track. We've seen Conrad going up the bank there and doing all that. There's lots of opportunities. So there is Watson, still 13 seconds adrift of Conrad Muse, and I think he will just know that on today's performance, Conrad was the better man, and he just needs to go, well, I just need to do something a little bit different, a little bit better. Or, like you say, just know that, well, this is Conrad's kind of going. And I've done the next best thing. I've taken 2 second places, and, okay, the red plate ain't going to be on the front of the bike next week. But it could have been worse. He could have overridden and ended up throwing it down the track.
Yeah, but it's marginal. I mean, Ben would obviously like to be leading the championship at this point when we get to the halfway stage, but there's nothing in it really, and so actually it probably pretty much, as we reach the halfway stage, okay, it's on. It's not like Conrad's going into the halfway stage of the championship with like a 20-30 point lead.
No, and a little bit of a moment there for Ben. So the clock is counting down, and we're going to get 2 lap board this time. We are, so 2 laps is out. So Conrad Muse already across the line with 2 to go. He just disappears down the step there, and there's Ben Watson. And then,
going to the championship, it was 2 points coming into this one.
Yeah.
So he's pulled 6. Conrad's pulled 6. So it's still in single figures.
Yes.
At the halfway stage. So we'll take that. That's a pretty good championship battle at the halfway stage, just to be like 4 points between the top 2.
But Hamill's still there in 3rd. Oliver now up to 4th again, and he's not going to catch Taylor Hamill unless.
Taylor. What's happened there? Has Hamill gone down? I think he has, because...
Yeah, there's Oliver, so all of a sudden...
Right, he's either that or a stone has basically ripped his...
No.
Because he's got his goggles off, he's lost his peak.
I heard Ben downstairs and he was getting excited.
Well, he's been off.
He
must have, because he's got his goggles off.
Yeah, 6 seconds across the line then, so it was 25 seconds, so Hamill crashed.
Right, so this is on for that. Taylor desperately wants to just break the top 3 and get on the box, and now he's put himself under incredible pressure with 2 to go. He's clearly made some kind of mistake, but he's got his goggles off, he's fighting hard, but Oriel can sniff blood in the water and is closing in on him.
So 1.5 laps to go. Conrad Muse then round the back of the start straight. We need to show Conrad he's been the class of the field this weekend on the number 426, the Crendon True 7 Honda.
Okay, Phil, while you do that, I am going to keep an eye on the whole Hamill-Oriel situation, and if Oriel gets closer, we'll try and get eyes on that, and I can tell you right now, he is closing in at an alarming rate. Taylor's going to have to dig so deep here. He's hurting, clearly. He's taken a long look behind him.
1 lap
and
to
he
go
now
then.
knows that Oriel's there. This is all in for Taylor Hamill. But right now, we've got to follow this dude home.
Yeah.
Or maybe we don't, because it's getting so close between Hamill and Oriel. We'll follow Conrad for the best we can, but if we can pick this battle up between... You'll be able to see right into the eyes of Taylor Hamill as he comes up the start straight. Number 23 on the Kawasaki is under pressure as they go round the first corner. There they go, just out of sight. So there you go. You've got Oriel chased just ahead of him is Taylor Hamill, and you'll be able to see the pain that Taylor's in. Goggles hanging from his arm. This is for the 3rd spot on the podium. It's that clear cut.
I can't watch this.
And honestly, Taylor,
Taylor's getting a back marker in the way. He's got no goggles on.
He's been tired of being called that guy that just can't.
A mistake from Oriel. And he gets taken wide.
That might help Taylor.
This is going to be something.
Because Taylor, so remember, as they are running right now, this is how they finished the first race. The top four, exactly how they finished the first race.
Oh,
Taylor
Hamill gets the back end squirrely there. This is it.
So, obviously, so Taylor took a third in the first race. Oriel got fourth. If they reverse it here on the second race format, Oriel's going to... Oh, Taylor's going to have to dig so deep here. If he still wants to make that podium, he's going to try the undercut. He tries the nudge.
Oh, mate. That's off. A bit of a wave there from Oliver.
Of course he's going to Of course he's going to roll the dice. Oh, but this thing.
Oh, man. I'm gutted then. I'm gutted for Taylor Hamill. But look, you've got to take your hat off to Oriel Oliver. He's pushed through from two not great starts and then a crash in this one
too. Yeah,
to steal a podium.
Just forget that. He did. And on the other side of the track, that's damaging. There's somebody who's very happy.
There it is. There was Conrad Muse taking the finish. We went with that battle for third because that was for the podium. Cheers for picking that up, guys. That was excellent. Here's Ben Watson in second. And then we're going to be looking for the battle for third to come across the line. And they are going to be a long way adrift. But yeah, that was difficult. Yeah, Taylor Hamill then has given it up. So there's Oriel Oliver on screen. He is going to take third place in this race and third place overall. He doesn't know that he isn't under pressure. Taylor Hamill, obviously, he has a look over the shoulder. So Hamill will come across the line in fourth and he will continue to chase that elusive podium. There is Jack Bennison. So Oliver over the line in third position and Hamill will come home and do 4-4 again. He will be gutted for that, but no shame in that. It's a really difficult track here at Landrake as the rain starts to come down in some... Well, it is... I think the word that we were probably looking for is lashing. So we're going to... we're going to be going down to Jeff in Victory Lane and getting a little bit moist by the looks of it. But Jeff's just making his way down there. But... that is it, a wrap on our Pico Factory Racing MX1 Race 2. A win for Conrad Muse and Ben Watson second, Oriel Oliver third, Hamill fourth, Tom Grimshaw fifth. Sixth place is the 98 of Todd Kellett. Wait for the screen just to ping through. Do the rest of the top 10. So Kellett in 6th, Cameron Jerome 7th, Charlie Kohler-Good 8th, Tristan Pernance 9th and Bobby Bruce in 10th. We will have a word from our partners and then we will go down to Victory Lane where we will join Jeff and our winner Conrad Muse.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, here we are. We've managed to avoid this all day, and now the rain is coming in sideways, as you can probably see. So we've lucked out with regard to that and the track. That would have played a big part. Conrad is just there chatting to family and friends. He's even got his 2 sausage dogs with him as well. He's got his full family out. The sausage dogs are out as well. Mate, I haven't seen you that elated for quite a while when you crossed the line there. I mean, that was genuine emotion. A big old fist pump, and there you go, red plate, back in command.
Yeah, honestly, that was a massive, massive weight lifted off my shoulders. The day I got back on the bike in February after what happened, I honestly didn't think this would be possible this year. I weren't in a good way. I was in a lot of pain, and man, it's so nice to get the first win. You know, Ling was so close, and I was so disappointed with the second race. And yeah, to get the win, I'm not even about the championship. You know, forget about the championship. It's round 4. It's early on. It doesn't matter who's leading now. There's a long way to go, but just to get that first win, you know, it's a massive weight lifted off my shoulders, and I'm so happy. And the riding was great all day. Starts were good. The bike was absolutely fantastic. It was so enjoyable to ride, and so massive shout out to the Crendon True 7 Honda Racing team. Got all my family and friends here today. It's a local one for me, so yeah, I'm really happy. So no, it couldn't have gone better today.
And what that highlights is it's like top level sport. You know, it's easy just to think like you know, it's a tough sport, but how you guys, the stuff you have to go through to get to this, and it's easily to underestimate that, isn't it? You know, and that's, I guess, why obviously the emotion come out, because it's more than just like going for the race wins. It's like recovering from any doubt that you had and the physical pain you've been in the off season. It must be like huge. No wonder it all came out across the line.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I couldn't even control myself across the line. You know, it's just raw emotion, and yeah, like you said, I couldn't even walk out of hospital. So it was for me to get to this point now was a big relief. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here. And like I said, we're getting better and better every weekend. It's shaping up to be a great championship with all 3 of us, and yeah, couldn't have been a better day. And thanks to everyone that helps me.
Go and celebrate. Go and give the sausage dogs a cuddle. Right, there you go. He's got the whole gang out. Let's bring in Ben. Do you want to come on in? Yeah, we've got obviously some people coming round for the podium presentation that will happen in a while. Again, you know, another good run at it. Okay, the red plate is off the bike. Sorry to remind you of that. But you fought hard there. But we actually missed what happened there in the change for the lead. So just talk us through it. Did you make any mistake? Because he seemed to close on you so quick. But we weren't sure if you actually made a mistake.
No, Conrad passed me clean. A little bit unexpected. I didn't realise he was so close. So yeah, I think he came pretty quick, and then I had a good few laps behind him. But then in the waves, I almost high-sided just as soon as that rain started to come down, and from then I lost my rhythm a little bit. But I found it again towards the end. But no, overall that was better. I changed quite a lot with the shock on my bike, and yeah, just still trying to work and fine-tune things, like not 100% comfortable in these conditions, but overall, like, that was a more positive second race for me. So yeah, I think there's one point in the championship, like you say, which after 4 rounds I can be really
not for you, but we love it. We love the fact that obviously, you know, nervy times for you and you have to fight, and obviously the pressure's on, but regards of a championship halfway stage, it's great for us.
Yeah, no, exactly. 1 point after 4 rounds I'm pleased with, and still like a long way to go. So yeah, Conrad's riding really well, so is Oliver. So I think, yeah, this last few rounds is going to be still exciting, so hopefully bring some good racing.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We're going to see you at Monster Mountain. You go and get ready for the podium. Okay, let's bring in 3rd place if he's knocking about. Let's get him over. Can we get Oriel over here? Can we get him over here? He's busy breaking down the event here.
I come back to 4th, but was, you know, with all the riders in front, you lose a lot of time, and was not possible to make it better result. And in the second one, the start was not good, and then I make a crash. Again, these mistakes that you cannot afford, you cannot make it in this championship with how tight it is. But yeah, one of those days that we need to take the points and keep training and keep looking forward. Yeah.
And just in a little bit more detail, you know, you've been pretty good out of the start gate, you know, yeah, but today it just didn't quite happen for you. Any particular reason why you can pinpoint that?
Yeah, first one was okay, just Conrad went across a bit, so, but was good, the first one. The second one, I'm not sure what happened. After the gate, I was not really stable on the bike, but I will rewatch it like always and see what was the problem.
Well, look, congratulations. I know you want to win these things and you want to be obviously leading the championship, all those things, but well done on a hard-earned third place on the podium.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you go. Good performance from him. We're going to bring in Phil and chat about it. We're also going to bring in Tim Lightfoot, the ACU chairman. But Phil, before we speak to Tim,
we've also got Phil Conley.
Oh yes, we've got Phil. Phil, before you come on, right, this is the owner of the bus, the Landrake bus and the circuit. So it only seems fitting, Phil, to embarrass you further. So there you go. To put old Blakey there. We'll come to you in a minute, Phil. Another amazing day's racing here at the British Championship.
Yeah, it's been really, really good. Highlight for me is Ben Mustoe getting redemption for last year, winning the MX2 after coming close last year. Really deserved that, and both of the MX2 races were cracking. But it's been a great day. We've been so lucky with the weather. Track prep was bang on. Got a brilliant crowd in, so it's what motocross is all about.
It's not luck with the weather. That man down the end knows exactly what's going on with the weather down. Let's very quickly talk to you, Phil. Yeah, let's talk to you. I mean, again, thanks for the bus, by the way. A brilliant addition and something to...
Biscuits.
And the biscuits. You've got to be really proud of what you're doing down here, because every time we come here, you put so much effort into this venue, and it shows. I mean, it's such a brilliant venue. When you get this amount of people in the car park, Phil, it must make you very proud.
Yeah, it's nice to have a good crowd, and the most important thing is that the riders have a good ride, which makes for good spectating, doesn't it?
Always.
So the whole thing is to make the whole thing work properly, and it's great when it does. And of course, you've always got to rely on the weather.
Yeah.
So we've been lucky with the weather. So
it's not luck. You know exactly what's going on down here, and every time Phil makes such an effort with all the international flags. Is it you that puts them up every year?
Yeah. I'll take them down in a minute.
He's got this. It's never-ending work. Phil, thanks for your efforts. We really appreciate it. Now let's speak to Tim Lightfoot. Tim, again, talking to being proud of a championship, I'm proud of what we're doing and everything else. You must be stepping in, ACU chairman. We seem to just be elevating it a little bit every time, and the championship's in good shape.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're super proud of the direction of travel with the championship. Second year under the new organisational team. It's great to see so many people coming out and enjoying motocross. The racing is just absolutely first class, and a fantastic trip to the southwest. So thank you, Phil, very much for hosting us.
And not only that, obviously you want to continue to grow the ACU, and I guess what we're doing by trying to highlight where motocross is at, we want more people, more clubs in each region, because obviously each club runs a championship round, don't they? It's not like that's how we do it. So what's your take on that, and and trying to get more people to give up their time and actually become and start effectively ACU motocross clubs, trials, everything else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, what we see at the British Championship is the sort of shop window. It's the very best of the sport in this country, but it only exists if we've got a really strong grassroots following. So, local clubs, maybe that are not currently with the ACU, we would really love to kind of, have a conversation about building the sport at grassroots level. And, the ACU represents all levels, from kids that are taking part in their very first event through to Grand Prix stars. So we're a big and a diverse group of motorcycle lovers.
So there you go. If you heard that and you live in a region wherever we take a national, or maybe we don't, get in touch with these guys and let's get more clubs out there and let's keep building this thing. We're going to sign it off now because you've got to do the duty of handing out all the awards and the trophies. Again, thanks to everybody that's been watching the live stream on MXGB-TV. Thanks to Dirt Store. Thanks to everybody on this podium backdrop that makes it happen. We're up next at Monster Mountain. That's going to be an absolute barnstormer. We can't wait for that. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you soon. Keep supporting British Motocross. Keep supporting and liking what we do. And we'll see you next time out. Thanks a lot.
Whoa, Black Betty, bam lamb, Black Betty had a child, bam lamb, the damn thing gone wild, bam lamb said a word not a mind, bam lamb, the damn thing gone blind, bam lamb, I said oh Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa Black Betty, bam lamb, whoa Black Betty, bam lamb. there, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Trajectory and balance look good. You confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.